Chapter 1. Pandora's Box. A sudden blast of thunder shook the walls, rattling the windows and jolting Liana as she suffered through another sleepless night. Her heart raced, and she chuckled quietly at how the thunder had startled her. She could barely make out the rows of beds where other sleeping children seemed unaffected by the storm. Rumbling thunder faded into the darkness, and the rain sizzled over the rusted tin roof of the home. Lightning flickered outside the large window at the end of the room, making the moment seem more frightening. A large oak just within reach of the window ledge cast eerie shadows on the faded white walls. The few weeks she had spent in the old house had not yet conditioned her to the uncomfortable environment the way time had for the other children who had been there much longer. They had learned to sleep through almost anything. This was a new environment for Liana, and time had taught her that each new home required time to adjust to her new surroundings. Liana's previous home was just another poorly funded shack filled with half-starved runts. Food was always provided by church groups and businesses that used the home as a tax write-off. A local grocery store would show up once a week with boxes of frozen fish sticks and hot dogs that were either outdated or soon would be. It was not unusual for a kid to have a stomachache after eating something that should have been thrown away rather than eaten. Liana had learned to trust her nose and taste everything before she swallowed it. She knew it was better to go to bed without eating than to eat something that would make her sick during the night. Occasionally, there was a lucky break, and the store would be throwing out boxes of popsicles and ice cream bars. Liana was guilty of taking the risk of being sick almost every time she saw frozen treats, and, on a few occasions, she paid for that mistake with a long, sleepless night of pain in her stomach. As bad as it felt, the sight of ice cream bars always made her forget the lesson she learned, and she would fight her way to the front of the line to get another one each time they arrived. As bad as Liana's last home may have been, it had one huge perk. Just a short walk through the woods, there was a stream, and Liana spent a lot of time with her friends playing in the water. She would probably still be living there if one of the girls that lived there had not drowned in the stream, which resulted in the home being forced to shut down. The older couple who ran the home had nothing to do with the accident, but someone must have wanted the place closed because within days, Liana was heading to a new home. She missed her friends, but she had lost friends before. Liana had already learned that nothing is permanent, including friends. She laid back into her thin, lumpy mattress, hoping to find a bit more sleep. Maybe tomorrow will be better, she thought as she closed her eyes. In the corner of the room, a constant drip of water filled a bucket with the raindrops that found their way through the holes in the old roof. At first, it was just distracting as she struggled to block it out and fall asleep, but as the minutes dragged by, the constant drip, drip, drip of the water became maddening. Her eyes popped open as she accepted the inevitable sleepless night that was ahead of her. She sat up and put her feet on the creaky old wood floor. Ever so carefully putting weight on the floor, she stood up, hoping to avoid making noise that could alert Mama May, the house mother. All the children feared the little woman who had the look of old leather. She was as hard as the wooden spoon tied to her hip, which she used for disciplining the children who dared to break her rules. Just a few hours before, the older boy, Harris, had made the mistake of saying he wasn't sleepy when bedtime was announced. Mama May grabbed him by the hand and bent his fingers open until his palm was facing up. She used her wooden spoon to pop him a few good times in the middle of his palm to remind him not to question her. He wasn't seriously hurt, but it sent the message that Mama May wasn't afraid to dish out punishment. No one wanted to know just how far that could go if they tested her. Liana slowly shuffled her feet toward the large window to look out at the storm. She had always liked the rain. The cool wind and mysterious power of a storm always made her feel like everything wrong in life had been put on hold. She reached the window and just stood there with the lightning dancing over the half-drawn curtains and reflecting off her face. From outside of the tattered old house, she looked as if she was in a scene from a horror movie. One shutter was barely clinging to the window and held on by a single vine growing up the wall. She stood there in her off-white pajamas, watching the storm. From her perspective, it was the most beautiful sight she had seen in weeks. For just a few moments, she forgot that this new home terrified her. She felt for the chain around her neck and pulled it up to expose a small gold locket. Leanna had no idea where it came from, but only knew that she had worn it for as long as she could remember. It could have belonged to her mother, or maybe a sister if such a person even existed. The countless possibilities of what the locket could mean were more valuable to Leanna than the gold that it was made of. She looked at the way the light flickered on the locket as the rain ran down the window, hoping that one day she might learn where it came from. For now, it represented hope. When you have nothing, even a small bit of hope is priceless. An hour had passed before she made her way back across the creaky old floor and found a bit more sleep. She woke to the sound of all the other children moving about as if they had somewhere to be. She looked around, trying to understand what everyone was doing when her eyes landed on the empty bed by the entrance of the door. It was neatly made with several handmade cards sitting on the pillow. Today is the girls' funeral service, thought Leanna. I completely forgot. She made her way out of the bed and changed into the long gray sundress that hung at the end of her bed. It was still stiff from drying on the clothesline 2 days before. She pulled back her long black hair and used a stained white ribbon to pull it into a ponytail. As she slipped her feet into the flats next to her bed, she realized that the tiny straps that held them were about to give way, so she was prepared to go barefoot at some point during the day when they finally broke. As everyone made their way to the kitchen table, Leanna could already smell the familiar stench of burnt oatmeal. She hated oatmeal, but even nasty oatmeal was better than no food at all. As bad as it tasted, no one dared tell Mama May that they didn't like the food. She took a deep breath and shoveled it in. As she took a big gulp of water to wash the taste out of her mouth, she put the paper cup on the table and waited until Mama May said breakfast was over. As everyone finished their breakfast, Mama May instructed all the children to follow her to the field behind the old home. One by one, the children made their way out of the door and headed across the backyard where a broken fence divided the yard from a large field of grass. The feel of wet grass covered Leanna's legs as she walked through the yard. The rain had left puddles in the yard from the storm that came through in the night, but Leanna didn't mind the rain on her feet. As she walked through the gate and into the large field, she looked at the oak tree that covered several small gravestones. There was a freshly covered grave with a mound of wet red dirt over it. The grave had the same small stone marking the site with a name carved into it. A gentle wind blew leaves down from the tree, and they gracefully floated down onto the new grave. It was a peaceful place, but still felt a bit creepy to Leanna. Mama May appeared from behind the girls and stood by the grave. Looking at the small stone, she cleared her throat as the other children stood silently looking on and afraid to make a sound. We are here to say a few words for this young child who was called away so soon from the earth. She was too young to have lived a full life, but she was also too young to know how dark the world can be. For that, we should be thankful. She is in a better place now, and this grave will always be here to remind us that she was once our sister. May she rest in peace. As she finished speaking, she took a handful of white wildflowers from the side of the tree and placed them on the pile of wet clay. She bowed her head and closed her eyes for a moment, as the other children did the same. After a moment, she looked up. Leanna stood silently studying the other children and how they reacted to Mama May. She wondered why no one attended the service except the children at the home. The little girl who died must have had no family, and no one seemed to even care that she was gone. She thought about how her life would be just as forgettable if she died in a place like this. She too had no family or friends, and her life had been a constant shuffle from one place to another. One day, she thought, I'll be put in a hole just like this girl, and no one would even remember I existed. She struggled to remember the girl's name, so she looked to see what was written on the tiny stone over her grave. Nikita Neval, she thought, as she read the name. Your life didn't even matter. In that way, we really were sisters. After a few moments of silence, Mama May instructed the children to return to the house. As everyone began to walk home, she put her hand on Liana's shoulder and said, "Stay with me for a moment, girl. I want to talk to you." As she watched the other children walk through the gate, she leaned down and asked Liana, "How would you like to have a real life outside of this place, girlie?" Liana, unsure of what Mama May was talking about or how to respond, said, "I plan to get a job someday and try. If you had the chance to be somebody important, what would you be willing to do to grab hold of that chance?" Liana, still unsure of what Mama May was asking her, replied, "I'm a hard worker. I would do whatever it took, Mama May. I just don't see that chance in my future from where I stand. I just wake up each day and try to make the best of what I have." Mama May said, "Listen up, girlie. This little girl that we buried here today had an opportunity to be someone special. I see no reason why such a great opportunity should go to waste." Liana had no idea what Mama May was talking about. "If I ever have an opportunity like this girl had, I will take it and make the best of it, Mama May." "I'm certain of that. That's good to hear, little one. You may get that chance sooner than you think." Liana didn't reply as she wondered what Mama May meant. She had learned that some people just talk, and their words mean nothing. Mama May was talking about opportunities that might arise, but from where she stood, the biggest opportunity on her horizon was deciding whether to wash her pajamas today or wear them one more night. She just smiled as Mama May began walking back to the house. Mama May might have seemed like a poor old woman trying to help homeless children, but she made a good living doing business with some shady people. The children in her home had made her a lot of money over the years. The world is full of opportunities when you have no morals to prevent you from taking advantage of them. People have lots of uses for children, and if you had enough money, Mama May could see to it that you got what you wanted. Sometimes it was a couple who couldn't get the child they wanted through the legal adoption system, and sometimes it was much worse. Mama May believed that what she didn't know wasn't her fault, and she made a point of never asking too many questions. One of her most recent endeavors involved a mysterious couple that had contacted her several months earlier. They were looking for children who demonstrated exceptional skills in athletics, math, problem-solving, and even communication. It wasn't long after she was contacted by the strangers that Nikita Nival arrived at the home. Liana remembered the day she arrived, wearing a flowered dress, and she had beautiful black hair that was almost as long as her own. She was smart and carried herself like she didn't belong in a foster home. Liana talked to her once, but Mama May seemed to take an interest in Nikita. Each day, while the other children were washing clothes in the yard, Nikita was made to take written exams, and she was kept inside away from the other children. It was almost as if Mama May didn't want anyone getting to know too much about Nikita, until one day Liana heard about how she had become very sick. The home's physician made several trips to treat her, but Liana knew that homes like hers didn't have insurance, and the doctor was probably volunteering his time with little to no real resources to help Nikita. It wasn't long before word spread through the home that the girl had passed. Liana made her way back to the house, and as she took the thin cover from her bed to wash it, she realized that her locket was missing from under her pillow. She rarely ever took it off, but she tried to keep it out of sight, and the sundress that she wore to the little girl's funeral service would have shown the locket to everyone. Things had gone missing over the years, and Liana had learned to keep valuable things out of sight. She thought it would be safe under her pillow since everyone would be outside with her at the service. She looked frantically for it, hoping it had fallen off the bed or gotten stuck in the cover, but it was nowhere to be found. Someone had taken it, but who? Liana spent the day looking at the ground, walking up and down the room, hoping it had gotten kicked under a bed, or maybe whoever had it would be clumsy enough to leave it out where she could see it. The kids in the home all lived in one room, so whoever had it would eventually be seen with it, and when they were, Liana would settle the score. Mama May announced that it was bedtime, and Liana was more than ready to fall asleep. After staying up most of the night before and spending the day looking for her locket, she was exhausted. Eventually, Liana resigned herself to starting over the next morning and figuring out where the locket went. The lights went out, and soon she was sound asleep. Before long, she was awakened once again by the sound of thunder. Summer showers were just a normal part of learning to adapt to this new environment, but she hadn't figured out how to ignore the sudden blasts of thunder, so she woke up and made her way back to the large window at the end of the room. She didn't mind being up by herself watching the storm. After a day of kids playing in a room full of activity, the peace she found while looking out at the storm helped her clear her mind. Liana stood in the window thinking about the conversation with Mama May the morning before, as she began to fade into thoughts of a day when she might have the freedom to leave and be her own person. Dreams and hope were all that most of the children had to cling to. The world was a mystery, and it was hard to imagine a future when the only thing any of them had known was life inside foster homes. Liana had heard of children who had been taken in by wealthy families, but the harsh reality that she lived in was not that fortunate. New homes meant new dangers. Liana had learned that every family had secrets, and she was an outsider who was always more likely to discover what they were than to be told about them. Problems with drugs, alcohol, and abuse are not the type of things that people write on the paperwork when they are looking to adopt a child. Those are things that Liana would find out about once they became her problem to deal with. She had heard as many horror stories from other kids as she had experienced herself, and she had the mental scars to prove it hidden behind her dark black hair and seemingly friendly smile. Life had taught Liana to be a survivor, but with no idea what the future may hold and no opportunities to see the world and find her purpose. The future looked like a dead-end road. The opportunities that Mama May spoke of were nothing more than words to Liana, who had no idea what the world had to offer or how to begin discovering them. As she studied the lightning and how it created momentary snapshots of the horizon, Liana was reminded of the stories she had read about in old books left at foster homes, like the ones she had lived in. The stories of brave sailors who set out into the night on a journey to discover the unknown always grabbed Liana's imagination. The thought of throwing caution to the wind and braving the unknown to discover life's mysteries suited Liana. She pictured herself at the helm of a huge ship as the waves crashed into the hull. The lightning outside of the window where she stood added to the illusion that she was a lone captain sailing through a storm to find treasure and lay claim to new territory beyond the edge of the violent storm. "Hoist the mainsail," said the inner voice of Liana's captain persona. "Steady those cannons and fasten down those barrels, men. Adventure awaits." Liana's imaginary adventure was interrupted by a bright light approaching outside of her window as headlights appeared at the large metal gate that was locked shut by a chain and a rusty old lock. An umbrella appeared from the front door of the house as Mama May trotted clumsily toward the headlights. She pulled out a key ring and searched through dozens of keys until she found the one that unlocked the chain. She swung the old gate open as it let out a squeak that sounded like a wounded animal, screaming just beneath the sound of the rain. Mama May stepped aside to let the black car pull past into the yard. She closed the gate as a black trench coat, wearing a fedora, stepped out of the driver's side of the car. The driver then opened a large black umbrella and made his way over to the passenger side of the car. He opened the door for a slender woman with dark hair, and as she stepped out, the umbrella covered them, and the door swung shut. Mama May escorted the couple inside. Liana's curiosity had always been her guiding light, and she couldn't resist the urge to make her way to the door closest to the main room and press her ear to the wall. The faint voices of the conversation were almost too quiet to make out, but Liana could hear enough to understand that Mama May was bargaining a price for something that the strangers were desperate to buy. "If you got some kind of problem with my prices, you know where the door is at, folks. Feel free to use it," said Mama May. A few moments later, the old wooden boards of the steps leading to the room where Liana stood began to creak as Mama May and the strangers made their way up the steps. Liana rushed over to her bed and threw the thin sheet over her head, pretending to be asleep as she wondered what these people could be buying in the middle of the night. As the door opened, the strangers stood outside of the room as Mama May made her way to Liana's bed. She pulled the sheet back from her face and said, "Get up, girl. It's your lucky day." Liana was confused but afraid to question Mama May's instructions. Hesitantly, she got out of bed and followed the strangers and Mama May down the stairs to the main room. In the lamplight, she saw 4 stacks of $100 bills wrapped in a rubber band on the coffee table. There was a paper bag with a flower dress sticking out of it that looked suspiciously like the dress Nikita was wearing when she arrived at the old home several weeks earlier. Mama May stooped down a bit and looked Liana in the eye and explained to her that the 2 strangers were going to be taking her to a new home. But what did I do? Mama May took her hand as she picked up the paper bag. "If you 2 will excuse me for a minute, I want to say my farewells to this dear child, and I don't want to get all emotional in front of strangers." The strangers nodded their heads as Mama May took Liana into the hall next to the main room. "Do you remember our talk yesterday, child?" "Yes, ma'am, about having an opportunity to be important?" "Yes," she said in a whisper. "The opportunity we talked about is here, and you need to make a decision right here and now. Either you want a better life, or you want to be passed from home to home until you end up in a hole like the girl we buried yesterday." Liana stood speechless for a moment. "I don't understand. What opportunity?" "Girlie, these people are here for Nikita. They think she is special. She scored high on some tests, and they want to put her in a home where she can be part of some program. She was supposed to be the one leaving with these people, but the medications they gave me to help make her better just didn't help. And now she is gone. It's a sad thing, girlie, but it doesn't have to be all bad. You can take the opportunities that she had and build a life with them." "I don't understand how her opportunities can help me, Mama May." "This is your chance, girl. These people don't know Nikita from the next kid. All you have to do is say you are Nikita, and they won't know." "You want me to say I am the girl we buried?" "Why?" "Because the girl we buried had a chance to go to a better home with a life. Liana has nothing but dishes to wash and clothes to fold. This is your one shot, girlie. Don't throw it away. All you need to do is say you are Nikita Naval. You are the same age and height and even have the same brown eyes and black hair that Nikita had. I have already made all the changes to the papers, and as far as the world will ever know, you are Nikita. All you have to do is own it and go live the life meant for her." "But what if they find out I am not Nikita? I would be in so much trouble and I'd be put in another home." "I don't want to keep moving, Mama May. They can't find out anything that you don't tell them. Keep your mouth shut, forget about Liana, and be Nikita. It's not a hard decision, girl. You can be poor and alone or have friends and a life that gives you opportunities." "What's it gonna be?" Liana looked at Mama May for a moment. She thought about how much she hated her life and how she had nothing to lose. Her biggest fear was agreeing to become Nikita just to find herself back in another home when she was discovered. She needed to know for sure that if she went along with Mama May's plan, she would never be found out and made to return to another foster home. "Who else knows about this?" Liana asked, fearing she might one day be found out if she agreed to go along with Mama May's plan. "You and I are the only ones who know about this, girlie, and you can never tell a soul." Liana had been in foster care her whole life. She was all too familiar with keeping secrets. In her world, seeing things, hearing things, and being made to do things that were dangerous to mention had given her plenty of practice for Liana when it came to keeping a secret. She was not worried about her ability to stay quiet, but Mama May, how could she be sure she would never say anything? "Isn't there paperwork that shows who I really am?" "This is not my first rodeo, child. All the original documents are in my desk, and no one has a copy. All the technical stuff has been taken care of. So your secret is safe with me. You have nothing to lose, girlie. Can't you see that?" said Mama May, knowing she too had a lot to gain from this arrangement. "What happens if I say no? You already know what that life looks like. Another home, another temporary family with temporary friends. Don't pass up a good thing, girlie." The hard look in Mama May's eyes only served to reinforce the hopeless nature of life inside homes like hers. "What about Nikita? She just gets forgotten." Mama May put her hand on Liana's mouth. No, Liana gets forgotten, but Nikita leaves with these people and goes on to have a great life. Liana stood silently looking at the floor for a moment and then asked Mama May if she could have a few moments to think before she made such a huge decision. Mama May, not wanting to leave her guest waiting long enough to become suspicious, replied, "You have 5 minutes, girlie. I will tell these people you had to go collect your things. But in 5 minutes, you are either leaving here as Nikita or waking up to your old life as Liana." "Yes, ma'am, I understand. I just need a moment to make this decision." Mama May returned to the main room and explained to the strangers that Nikita needed a moment to get her things, and she would be right back. She invited them to have a seat on the ragged-looking sofa that sat behind a cluttered coffee table. The slender woman replied, "We are fine, but thank you. We don't mind waiting." The strangers waited patiently to collect their prize, as Mama May thumbed through a stack of her cash, thinking of all the ways she could spend her newfound wealth. Both parties stayed distracted by their reasons for wanting to reach a deal while unaware that Liana was like Pandora's box, and they had just opened the lid. Liana took a walk to think about everything that was happening. She wasn't trying to decide if she should take the opportunity that was being presented. She had already made up her mind about that. She was more concerned with what would happen if anyone ever found out that she was not Nikita Neval. As she thought, she walked out of the hall and into the greenhouse, which connected the children's living area to Mama May's personal kitchen at the end of the old house. The smell of ammonium nitrate used to fertilize the plants snapped Liana out of her trance. She looked around at the plants as she stood between the broken-down living quarters of the home and the lavish lifestyle that Mama May had created at her end of the home. The children in the home may have lived in terrible conditions, but Mama May spared no expense on her half of the old house. Liana took in the contrast between the wealth and poverty that was on each end of the hall as she continued walking toward Mama May's personal kitchen. She opened the door to get a peek inside, knowing it might be the last time she ever had a chance to see how Mama May lived. As she opened the door, she saw a beautiful kitchen with stone cabinets and metal cooktops, pots and pans hanging from a cast-iron rack over a large island cabinet. The floors were spotless. It was as if Liana had walked through a portal to another house in the rich part of town. The roof was made of expensive shiplapped cedar, and the tiles shined like glass. It smelled like cinnamon and oak firewood. There was a large painting over the stone mantel that covered the fireplace. It appeared to be a hand-painted image of Mama May, but the woman in the painting was much younger and had flawless skin with long hair. She was wearing a white dress that could have been found in an old movie. If this is an image of Mama May, it must be 1,000 years old, thought Liana. Mama May hadn't looked this young in a long time. She had skin like leather, and her short gray hair stayed tucked under her gardening hat most days. She was usually wearing an apron or gloves for working in her vegetable garden, and Nikita had never seen her looking anything like the woman in the painting. Whether it was Mama May or her mother, it wouldn't matter much longer, because Liana was leaving soon, so she dismissed the image and continued looking around the large home. As Liana walked through the kitchen, she was enraged to think that Mama May had so many amazing things, and yet the children in the home lived on scraps and in filth. Liana made her way through the kitchen, and she saw a small office just on the other side of the room, near the large gas stove. She walked closer to the desk, which sat next to a large wooden file cabinet. When she reached the desk, she couldn't believe her eyes. It was her gold locket. Mama May's stolen treasure ignited a fire in Liana that caused her to study the room, looking for anything that she could smash, steal, break, or use to get even with Mama May for her greed and selfishness. She placed her locket in the small back pocket of her pajamas. As Liana studied the room, her eyes scanned over the priceless keepsakes, glass figurines, elaborately carved candles, and even a box of matches that caught Liana's eye. The minutes passed as Liana attempted to decide on how to best cause Mama May to feel the same loss that she caused her to feel. She was not a vindictive person, and retaliation was not her first resort, but Mama May had crossed a line. Taking the only possession that a child has out of greed deserved to be repaid in Leanna's mind, but finding a way to send a message would be difficult. Leanna wanted Mama May to understand how it felt to have something that belonged to her taken away. Mama May watched the seconds go by on the small brown-framed clock over the cluttered sofa, knowing that the money she planned to enjoy was not hers until the couple took Leanna away. She excused herself to see what was taking Leanna so long. "Let me go check on our little Nikita," said Mama May, as she slipped out of the room. She walked through the hall where she left Leanna to think. She opened the door leading to the greenhouse. As she did, Leanna met her holding a tomato in her hand. "Mama May, I hope you don't get mad, but I just wanted to take one of these delicious tomatoes with me before I go. I know I should have asked, but I didn't think I'd have time to come back and get it. I just took it and hoped you didn't mind." Mama May, who would ordinarily have dished out harsh punishment for taking something that was not offered, was focused on getting this deal done before anything went wrong. She didn't see that Leanna was making a point about taking something that didn't belong to her. "That's fine, girlie. Did you make up your mind about what you are doing?" "Yes, ma'am, I did. I am ready to go. I think this could be a great opportunity, and I won't let you down," she said as she looked earnestly into Mama May's eyes. "That's my girl. Just remember, child, Leanna never leaves this place and Nikita never mentions her again. Do we understand each other?" "Yes, ma'am, we do. When I leave here, there is no more Leanna Wells. She is buried in the backyard, and I am Nikita Naval." Mama May took her by the hand and brought her back into the main room where the strangers were waiting. "Sorry that took so long. It's hard to let go, you know. Take care of my little Nikita." Knowing how much they paid for Nikita and how Mama May haggled for more, the man in the fedora replied, "I'm sure the money will help you through your loss." There was silence for a moment. Then Mama May said, "Let's get you going, Nikita. I'll tell the other children you said goodbye." Leanna didn't have time to get to know any of the other kids enough to miss them in the few weeks she had been in the home. They wouldn't even remember her in the months ahead, so she didn't feel like she was leaving anything behind. She was familiar with being passed from one home to another. She had never known her parents, and her whole life was just a blur of temporary pit stops where she had learned not to get attached to anything. In just 1 week, she would be 16 years old, and she had not called a place home for more than 2 years in her entire life. She would be 18 soon enough, so there was an end in sight, but even then she had nowhere to go. Turning 18 just meant she would have nowhere to stay, and no idea where home would be. This was just another day for her, but each time she was passed along to a different home, it took another piece of her soul, and the feeling of rejection was taking its toll on her. She was learning to put up emotional walls and distance herself from everyone and everything that might hurt her when it was inevitably stripped away. Becoming a new person wouldn't be hard for someone who never knew who she was. All she knew was that whatever the future held, it was better than anything she would have if she had not agreed to be a girl who no longer had a use for her opportunities. The strangers walked to the door with Mama May, and as they approached the car, Mama May handed Nikita's bag to the slender, tall woman and placed Leanna's hand in her hand as she looked away to avoid acknowledging what she had just agreed to. Perhaps Mama May saw herself as doing what was best for Leanna, but she had just accepted money in exchange for a child. Leanna would never see Mama May again, but she would never forget the feeling that she was less than a person. She was just an object that could be purchased and resold. This wouldn't be the last hard truth that Leanna would face. The strangers had their prize, whose test scores showed extraordinary potential, and Mama May had her bundle of cash, but Leanna had a secret that even Mama May did not know. Nikita's test scores may have proven she was smart, but the strangers had unknowingly purchased someone much smarter and more dangerous than they bargained for. Life had many more surprises for Leanna, and most of them would serve to make her harder and colder than she could ever imagine. She sat in the back seat of the black car as it drove into the stormy night, unaware that she had just begun a journey that would one day turn her into a storm that was far more frightening and powerful than the one which had awoken her into the world that now awaited her. Chapter 2. A New Home. Sunlight moved across Leanna's face. She had fallen asleep for what seemed like hours, and it was now midday. Sleepless nights and anxiety had made the cushioned back seat of the car seem like a luxurious bed. She woke up, looking at the back of the strangers' heads. Without sitting up, she began to prepare herself for the lie that she would have to live from this day forward. She rehearsed her new name over and over in her mind, reminding herself that she only answers to the name Nikita now. As the recently resurrected Nikita reasoned with herself about how to answer any questions she might have about her life, a phone rang. The man driving the car reached into his coat and took out a phone. "Hello." "Yes." "When did this happen?" "I see." "What about the kids?" "I see." "Do they know how it happened?" "That's unfortunate. I guess you never know when it's your time." "Okay, we'll be back soon. Thanks for the update." "Okay, bye." The woman who had been sitting quietly asked, "What happened?" "The home we got Nikita from just burned down." "Oh, dear God. Tell me the children got out." "The children got out, but the old woman, well, she's gone. There was a gas leak in the kitchen that found an ignition source. It caused an explosion. They found the old woman in what was left of her office." "Oh my, I guess you just never know." "My thoughts exactly." "Well, at least she was happy when she went. That bundle of cash had a smile on her face the whole time we were there. I noticed that. I don't like the type of people we have to do business with, but I guess we are giving kids like Nikita a chance to have a real life. So we take the good with the bad," concluded the slender woman. Nikita closed her eyes and pretended not to hear the conversation. She had no emotional connection to Mama May, and her death meant nothing to Nikita, but it gave her a great deal of confidence in the fact that no one would ever find out her identity. Mama May was the only person who could expose her new secret, and with her gone and her files lost to the fire, Nikita was alive once again, and there was no one to say otherwise. Stretching to get the attention of the woman in the front seat, Nikita said, "Where are we?" as she was sitting up in the seat. The woman, who seemed to be mysterious just a few hours before in the dark, turned to reveal a friendly smile and kind eyes. "Almost home," she replied. "You must have been exhausted." "You've been asleep for hours," she said in a soft voice. Nikita didn't respond to her. Life had taught her that everything is not always what it seems, and kind voices do not always belong to kind people. "You must be confused and a little afraid," said the man as he stopped the car at a metal gate. There was a small box at the entrance behind the metal gate. He wound the window down and pushed a little button on the box. A woman's voice came from the box. "How can I help you?" "Delta Echo 7, returning with cargo." Cargo, Nikita thought. Is that what I am? The gate began to swing open. Nikita was taken aback by the sight of two men dressed in black military clothing. The sight of real rifles being carried by these serious-looking men made her even more nervous about what she had gotten herself into with this new identity. As they drove past the guards, the glare from a huge glass window caught her eye. She turned to see a long white wall that stretched almost out of sight. There were cameras followed by guards with rifles, the whole length of the serious-looking building. This was not like any home she had ever seen or even heard about. The lawn was freshly mowed, and the trees all had mulch around them. Several children about Nikita's age were weed-eating around black metal benches, and others were shoveling mulch from a wheelbarrow into a flower bed next to the building. "What is this place?" asked Nikita. There was a pause. Then the woman said, "This is your new home, Nikita. You are going to meet other kids your age here. This is where you will live." Nikita thought for a moment about the woman's words. The idea of having a real home sounded great, but she had never experienced anything permanent, so she just excused the remark as wishful thinking and continued looking out of the window. The car came to a stop under a large covered entrance where two more armed men stood watch. She stayed quiet to avoid letting on how confused and scared she really was. The front doors swung open as the couple stepped out onto the shiny concrete. As the woman opened the back door to help Nikita from the car, she checked the watch on her wrist and said, 1,300 hours, just like clockwork. The man, whose face Nikita never really got a good look at, replied, "Yep, we make a great team." Nikita stepped from the car as the woman reached in to get the paper bag from the back seat. She turned and handed the small bag to one of the guards. "You know what to do with this," said the woman. Nikita grabbed the guard's arm. "Wait, that's my stuff," she protested as she tried to reach for the bag. The bag containing the dress of the girl, now buried at the old home, meant nothing to Nikita, but she sold the performance as if it was her only possession in the world. The woman caught Nikita by the shoulder and said, "That is your old life. You are about to get a new life with new stuff." "But it's all I have," Nikita explained, giving her best pitiful look. The woman gently placed her hand on Nikita's, as if to make her let go of the guard, and bent down to look her in the eye. "Nikita, this place is a new beginning for you, but to begin something new, you have to let go of the old things that only tie you to the past. There's nothing in that bag that you will need from now on. Just let it go," said the woman in a voice that made Nikita think she bought it. She reluctantly let go of the guard's arm. The woman gave him a subtle nod as he turned and left with the bag balled up in his hand. The woman took Nikita to the front door as she continued watching the bag over her shoulder. Seeing that the slender woman believed she was upset about losing the bag, she refocused her attention on the double glass doors that were being held open by the guards on either side. As she was being escorted through the door, the trio was met by a serious-looking face. He shuffled his feet a bit to balance himself as he reached out his hand to pat Nikita on her head like a cute puppy. Her eyes were locked on the elaborately carved wooden cane in his right hand. He struggled to bend down to reach her head as Nikita noticed that he was unable to bend his right leg. He looked otherwise healthy, not old enough to need a cane unless he was injured. It wasn't the cane that bothered her, though it was something else about him that seemed wrong. Perhaps it was her instinct from years of bad experiences with evil men. But she instantly decided she didn't like him. As his hand touched her head, she moved back and brushed his hand away from her face. She didn't think about it at all. She just reacted. The slender woman looked at her as if to offer a bit of caution and said, "Nikita, this is Dr. Richard Kennedy. He oversees everything you see here." Dr. Kennedy looked at her with an all-knowing smirk and said, "It's okay, Nikki. This will take a bit of getting used to. Everyone is a little scared of what they don't know when they first arrive here." Nikita felt a wave of change come over her that she couldn't explain as she realized how this man's condescending demeanor infuriated her. In the last 12 hours, she had been sold for money, had her belongings thrown away, and she hadn't eaten since lunch the day before. "Nikki," she said in a stern voice as she looked Dr. Kennedy in the eyes. "My name is not Nikki, it's Nikita." The slender woman looked up at Dr. Kennedy, not knowing what to expect his reaction to be. There was a moment of silence as Nikita kept her eyes locked intently on his. She didn't blink or change her expression at all, as if she was awaiting an apology. After a few seconds of silence, Dr. Kennedy let out a huge, happy laugh that changed the slender woman's look of worry to a smile as she realized he wasn't angry at Nikita. "I love it. This one has spirit. We need more like her. Good work," Dr. Kennedy bellowed as he turned to walk away. "Get Nikki to her room and introduce her to her new family," he said as he stumbled down the long corridor. Nikita kept her eyes locked on him as he walked away. He chuckled a few more times as he went out of sight. The slender woman placed her hand on Nikita's back to nudge her on the way, but she almost had to push her to break her focus on Dr. Kennedy. She had always had a bit of an anger problem, but this man really seemed to push all the wrong buttons. "My name is not Nikki, it's Nikita," she said as she started walking. "He didn't mean anything by it, Nikita," said the woman as she tried to refocus Nikita's attention on what was ahead. After a few turns down several confusing hallways, they stopped as the woman took a card from her hip pocket and held it up to a small gray square that beeped. A green light flashed on, and the door unlocked. Nikita had never seen anything so amazing. It was like the door recognized the woman and popped open. She tried to study the box and the doorway to discover how it worked, but the woman pushed her through and toward rows of blue metal lockers that stretched down both sides of the hallway. As they walked past them, Nikita could see names on each locker door. As they stopped midway down the hall, she turned to see the name Nikita Nival on the door of the locker in front of her. She looked up at the woman to see why they weren't moving and realized that they were looking at the locker for a reason. "Is this for me?" Nikita asked. "Absolutely," said the woman. The little metal nameplate may have seemed like a small thing, but as she looked at the name Nikita Nival, she had a realization that this name represented more than an escape from foster care. The name Nikita Nival represented a new life and a new opportunity in this place. These people, whoever they were, had plans and a place carved out for the girl named Nikita. "That person is now me," she thought as she stared at the small metal tag. Nikita stood there staring at the tag until the woman said, "Well, open it, silly." She handed Nikita a small card. "What do I do with this?" asked Nikita. The woman took Nikita's hand with the card in it and held it in front of the locker. Just like the door that opened for the woman, the locker popped open. A look of complete elation came over Nikita's face. A smile that had rarely made its way to the surface came over her, and she looked like a child on Christmas Day. The door opened further to reveal a shelf filled with shampoo, soap, a toothbrush, towels, and even a small bowl of peppermints. "This is all for me?" The woman smiled at the look of excitement on Nikita's face and said, "Every bit of it." Nikita found a spark of hope in this wonderful surprise. She let herself entertain the possibility that this place might not be so bad, even if it was just another pit stop along the way. As Nikita began to pick up the items in the locker to examine them, the door opposite to the one they used to walk in from suddenly unlocked with a pop. Nikita looked to see a girl who appeared to be a little older than her, walking into the hallway wearing a black jumpsuit with sleeves, neatly rolled up and creased. The overhead hall lights reflected off her laced-up boots like they were made of glass. Her sandy blonde hair was tucked neatly into her hat with a stiff curved bill. She looked like she had been run through a clothing press. Everything about her screamed organization. She briskly made her way over to the slender woman and stopped abruptly with her chin up and her eyes straight forward. "You asked to see me, ma'am." "At ease, Cassie," said the woman, causing the girl to loosen up a bit and place her hands behind her back. "I want you to meet your new bunkmate. This is Nikita, and you will be responsible for getting her settled in." Cassie grabbed a quick peek out of the corner of her eye at Nikita before looking forward again. "Yes, Instructor McFerris. I will see to it right away," Cassie spouted as she returned to her stiff, board-like stance. Instructor McFerris, Nikita thought, realizing she never knew the slender woman's name. "Instructor of what?" Her train of thought was broken as Instructor McFerris slammed the locker door and handed Nikita a towel and soap. She looked at Cassie and said, "Show her the shower and get her into something that fits the motif around here. She looks like a fish out of water." As the instructor turned and walked away, there was a moment of odd silence as both girls sized each other up from head to toe. Cassie looked at Nikita in her stained nightgown and ratty hair and instantly felt like she knew her. Just 2 years ago, she had stood right where Nikita was now and felt the way she imagined Nikita must be feeling. Her instinct was to tell her everything would be okay, but she was far too disciplined and by the book to break character. Nikita looked at Cassie like a stiff robot. She had no idea what to make of her at first, but she could see that she was trusted by Instructor McFerris, and that must mean something. "Well, let's get this done," said Cassie, remembering the way she felt on her first day. "This place is not as scary as it seems once you get familiar with everything. I'll show you the ropes and you'll be blending in before you know it." Blending in was not Nikita's specialty. She was known for not being a team player. It would be easy to mistake her small frame and thin face for a weak little girl, but Nikita was scrappy and headstrong. She had been in her share of scuffles with kids over the years. She had been on the receiving end of a good dusting or two, but she could dish it out as well as she could take it. Nikita had a spirit that simply did not understand the concept of giving up or backing down. She wasn't the first to jump into the middle of a situation, but once she found herself there, she knew how to plant her feet and dig in for whatever might face her. Sleepless nights in unfamiliar homes, mean kids, and uncomfortable situations had all found their way into Nikita's life, and she had managed not to let any of it break her. If anything, her struggles made her stronger. When you have nothing, you learn secrets that more fortunate people will never understand. You learn that when you are hungry, you aren't picky. When you have no toys, you learn to entertain yourself in your thoughts, your hopes, and in your dreams of a better day. Most of all, you learn that the world is not a friendly place, and to survive, you have to look out for yourself because that is what everyone else is planning to do when the chips are down. Nikita had already learned all of this and more, but the lesson that she learned the hardest was to never get attached to anything. Everything in her life was temporary, and the less attached she got, the easier it was to let go. This was her golden rule. Cassie escorted Nikita to a row of showers. The curtains separating each shower gave her little comfort in terms of privacy. Cassie turned to leave the room as she said, "I'll be back in 10 minutes to get you. I'll leave your new clothes on this shelf by the door." Just then, Nikita heard the door close, and she drew the curtain, turned the silver claw-shaped knob, and water began to rain down from the large shower head. Nikita had rarely been treated to hot water from a working shower. She had survived her share of bucket baths, bathing in creeks, and even hose baths, depending on what was available at the home she happened to be in at the time. Homes like the ones Nikita had lived in had never been luxurious, and it was not unusual to find yourself being hosed down with a bar of cheap soap and a brush. Today was different, and Nikita planned to enjoy every second of the hot water. As she stepped under the shower head, the water began to run down her face as brown dirt washed out of her hair. She closed her eyes and tried to escape for a few moments, as the sound of the shower reminded her of the rainstorms she loved so much. After a few minutes, Nikita returned to reality as she remembered Cassie saying that she would be back in 10 minutes. She quickly washed up and wrapped herself in a fluffy white towel that Instructor McFerris had given her from the locker. Nikita made her way to the shelf near the door to find a brand new pair of jogging pants with a matching hoodie. The hoodie had an emblem embroidered into the left chest, and under it was Nikita's name. She held it up and froze, looking at it. How important was this girl? They put her name on her clothes, too. That had to cost a fortune. Setting the hoodie on the shelf, she stepped back, staring at the name as she thought, when did they make this? What will all of this eventually require me to do for these people? Nothing is free, and there will be a price of some kind attached to all these nice things. I guess I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. The good news is that they must plan to keep me for a long time if they had my name put on my clothes and locker. Just then, she could hear the outer door unlock, so she quickly grabbed the hoodie and threw it on, slipped on the white socks, and tried to dry her hair as the door opened. Cassie stood in the door about to ask Nikita if she was ready when she stopped abruptly, took a good look at her hair, and instead simply said, "Let me give you a hand, little sis." She took the towel that Nikita had thrown on the shelf and told Nikita to bend her head forward. She wrapped her hair in the towel, and when Nikita stood up, she glanced at the mirror hanging from the wall to her left to see what looked like a turban on her head. She giggled as she realized how she looked. "Leave it on for a bit so your hair can dry, and afterward we will see about getting those tangles out before you get your haircut," said Cassie. Chapter 3. The Haircut. Haircut. I don't want a haircut. I like my hair. No, nobody is cutting my hair. Why is everybody taking everything from me? Cassie put her hands on each of Nikita's shoulders. This was a brave act, considering Nikita's tendency to assume the worst when someone put their hands on her and instinctively hit them. Something about Cassie didn't seem threatening to Nikita. She was too disciplined and organized to be a bully, and she had the kind of face that made Nikita want to trust her. Cassie looked straight into Nikita's face and said, "Take a deep breath, Nikita, and listen to what I'm about to say." Cassie took her hands off Nikita's shoulders and looked through the glass window leading into the room as if she was making sure no one was coming. She looked around the shower room to be extra sure no one had walked in and was listening to what she was about to say. All this suspicious movement got Nikita's attention. Cassie turned back to Nikita and spoke in almost a whisper. "Nikita, don't be fooled by the embroidered clothes, the name tags, and all the things these people will do to make you feel like you belong. It may seem like a lot, but these people can afford to make 1,000 embroidered shirts and throw them all in the garbage without a single thought. You are here for a reason, and the moment you become more of a problem than you're worth, you will be gone." I don't say this lightly, Nikita. I don't know what gone actually means. I just know you are here 1 minute and the next you're not. Nikita stood speechless, trying to decide how to react. Cassie checked the window once more and continued. "I remember my first day here. I know how you feel right now, but I promise you that a haircut and whatever items they took from you are not worth fighting for here. I've been here for 2 years and life here is good. We have everything we need, but I've also seen what happens to kids who decide to buck the system." Nikita stumbled over her words as she asked, "What is this place? Why me? Where are we?" Cassie looked one last time out of the door window and said, "Not here, Nikita. We will talk more, but you need to trust me on this. In time, everything will make sense, but the best thing you can do right now is stay quiet and pay attention. I'll explain as much as I can when I can." Before Nikita could ask Cassie any more questions, she heard the lock on the outer door pop. Cassie returned to her professional, organized character and said, "That's all you have to do, and your hair will dry all by itself. Now let's get you ready for that haircut." Just then, Instructor McFerris appeared at the door as Cassie opened it for her. "Are we about ready here?" asked Instructor McFerris. "Yes, ma'am. Nikita just needs to brush these knots out, and we can get her ready for a new look. Something a bit more grown-up," Cassie explained. Instructor McFerris, looking somewhat encouraged by the look of Nikita in her matching outfit, gave her an encouraging wink as she said, "Let's make that happen, ladies. We can let the hairdresser handle the knots." The door locked behind them as Instructor McFerris accompanied them to a small room where a tough-looking husky woman waited behind a barber's chair. She didn't strike Nikita as a fashion expert by any stretch of the imagination. This did little to boost her confidence as the woman said, "Well, let's not be here all day, young lady. Hop up in the chair and let's get started." Nikita's instinct was to turn and run, but the little talk she had with Cassie must have influenced her because she found herself sitting in the barber's chair, waiting to accept whatever fate awaited her hair. The tough-looking barber was far from gentle as she pulled the towel off Nikita's head and demanded to know, "Where are the birds that lived in this nest?" Before she finished her sentence, she had already picked up a brush and started pulling it through Nikita's long black hair. Nikita could hear each strand of hair ripping and breaking as the burly woman ripped the knots out while fussing under her breath. As the woman picked up the clippers, Cassie sensed what was next and walked to the front of the chair to face Nikita. She locked eyes with her, and Nikita understood that she was speaking to her without using words. Her eyes were telling Nikita, "Look at me, focus on me, everything will be okay." Cassie had been where Nikita was now and knew the feeling of having the part of her that made her feel pretty and unique taken from her. As the hair began to fall, a single tear fell down Nikita's cheek as she looked straight at Cassie. Cassie toughened her gaze and subtly shook her head as if to tell Nikita, "No, do not let them see you cry." Nikita managed to take a deep breath and hold it in. Cassie stood at a parade rest with her hands behind her back right in front of Nikita, locked in a gaze that would form a bond between the two girls that would last for the rest of their lives. Cassie's face gave Nikita the strength she needed to get through the humiliation and feeling of helplessness that she endured in that chair. Nikita understood that Cassie could feel exactly what she was going through and had been where she was now. Nikita had never had a friend, but she already knew that Cassie was on her side. Just as the locker tag and the hoodie made her feel accepted and gave her a sense of belonging, Cassie made her feel like she was suddenly not all alone in this strange place. It had only been 5 minutes, but this ordeal seemed like an eternity. When the angry haircut had ended, Nikita found herself standing in front of a large mirror. Her hair, which reached her waist a few moments before, was now barely touching her shoulders. This should have brought Nikita to tears, but something about the strength she saw in Cassie as she stood next to her, made the short hair seem more like a new beginning than a tragedy. She almost felt reborn into something, even if she did not quite understand what that something was. Cassie gave her a nod of approval as she looked over Nikita's shoulder into the mirror in front of them. "Well done," approved Cassie. The burly woman mumbled, "Yeah, thanks, whatever. It's just a haircut. It's not like I painted the Mona Lisa." A partially hidden smile appeared on Nikita's face and made its way to Cassie's lips as they both realized the woman thought she was complimenting her work. Nikita understood that Cassie was letting her know that she handled the situation well. They quickly put the smiles away as Cassie instructed her to follow her to the dorm where she would be given a bunk. Instructor McFerris had wandered into the hall outside of the room where she had gotten immersed in a conversation about nutrition and fitness with a large, bald man. He reminded Nikita of a circus performer she had seen on a poster. As Cassie and Nikita walked past them, Instructor McFerris said, "Cassie, get Nikita over to medical for a quick checkup. When they are done, get her settled in and up to speed on how things work around here. I have to make a trip this evening, so I'm counting on you to get her squared away." "Consider it done, Instructor McFerris," Cassie replied assuredly. Instructor McFerris gave Nikita a wink and said, "Looking good." Nikita offered up a partial smile and put her head down, unsure of how to react. The door popped open as Cassie held her access card in front of the gray box and held the door for Nikita. As they walked through the door, Nikita whispered, "Medical? Oh, it's nothing. They check your blood pressure, listen to your heart, and check your eyes. It's nothing to worry about, I promise." Nikita wanted to ask if it would hurt, but she decided it might be best not to appear weak, so she followed Cassie to a white door labeled Medical. The visit was quick and painless. Aside from the doctor being oddly obsessed with her eye exam, shining lights on her forehead and asking her to hold very still for reasons they didn't bother explaining, the event was as boring as Cassie had promised. Before long, she was done and on her way out of the door where Cassie was waiting. Chapter 4. Learning the Rules. After a silent walk down a few long hallways, they came to a door that was marked Female Dorm A, which also had a gray access box. Cassie stepped aside and said, "Use your card. Let's make sure they have it in the system before you get stuck sleeping in the hall tonight." Nikita began patting her pockets and realized she had no idea where the access card had gone that she was given to open the locker. As she was frantically looking in each pocket, Cassie reached into her back pocket and presented Nikita's card. As Nikita let out a sigh of relief and reached for the card, Cassie drew her hand back. "Listen up, little sis. You left this with your towel in the shower room. I got you this time, but if you ever lose this card, the instructors here will have you paying for it in sweat and tears." A look of relief came over Nikita's face. Cassie took a beaded chain from around her neck and removed her own access card. She replaced it with Nikita's card and placed it over Nikita's head. "Now, you won't lose it again," explained Cassie. Nikita, not used to being given things that didn't have strings attached, struggled to decide how to respond. "It's fine. I have 4 more chains just like it." Cassie seemed to understand Nikita's reasons for not having the right thing to say, her fear of strangers, the anger that was beneath the surface, and all the things that others might have seen as being a difficult child. It was almost as if Cassie had lived through many of the same experiences that made Nikita who she was, but had learned to control or refine herself into something more stable. Nikita was quickly learning to see Cassie as both a friend and a big sister in a place where she would otherwise feel lost. Nikita stooped down and put her access card in front of the gray box without taking it off her neck, and the door popped open. As they entered the large room, Nikita felt like she was in a gymnasium. The ceiling was high and the room was gigantic. The bunk beds that sat in rows were spaced far apart with a red square painted around each one, marking off space that belonged to each set of beds. Every bed was neatly made in the exact same way. The tan blankets were turned down to reveal a white sheet and pillow on each bed. Nikita walked past several beds, paying close attention to the footlockers at the end of each bunk and the shiny laced boots sitting on every box. She was hypnotized by the exact repetition of each set of bunks. As they approached the center of the room, Nikita noticed that the bunks had metal tags on them that were exactly like the ones she saw on the locker. They stopped in the middle of the room, and she was standing in front of a bunk with 2 tags. One had Cassie's name on it, and the other had her name. "This is our bunk?" asked Nikita. Cassie, revealing that she could be a bit sarcastic when she wasn't under the watchful eye of the staff, replied, "Well, if it's not, then we need to get our names off of them before the owners return." Nikita hesitated to see if Cassie was joking and let out a little chuckle. "Yeah, little sis, this is home. You're my new bunkmate." As Cassie opened the locker at the foot of the bed and took out a beaded chain to put her access card on, Nikita queried, "Wait, what do you mean I'm your new bunkmate? What happened to the old one?" Cassie stopped and looked at the ground as if Nikita had hit a nerve. "Her name was Teresa," Cassie said in an almost mournful voice. Well, I guess she is in a better place." Nikita, wishing she had never asked, tried to soften the moment as she said, "I'm so sorry. How did she die?" Cassie's facial expression instantly changed to a smile, as if she had walked Nikita into a clever trap, as she looked at Nikita and explained, "Oh, she isn't dead. She moved to female dorm B. They have more windows, and the beds are spaced way further apart. Trust me, she is in a much better place." Nikita stared at Cassie for a second to read her better and began to laugh, which ignited a hysterical laugh from Cassie. The 2 girls laughed until they had tears in their eyes. "You're so mean," said Nikita. Cassie took a deep breath and said, "You should have seen the look on your face. You were like, 'She's dead?'" When the laughter died down, Cassie said, "Tomorrow after exercising, you will learn the right way to make your bed, shine your boots, and iron your uniform. Exercise. What kind of home is this? Besides, I don't even have boots or a uniform to iron." Cassie held up the boots sitting on the footlocker at the end of the bed. "What do you think these are, little sis?" Nikita realized that this was not the first time Cassie had called her little sis. She didn't like being called girl, girly, kiddo, or any other condescending nickname that people gave her to remind her that she was less than them. She could still hear Mama May's voice in her head calling her girly, and she had always hated it. She should have been irritated by Cassie constantly calling her little sis, but for reasons she didn't understand. She liked the idea that Cassie was referring to her as her little sister. It was the type of acceptance that Nikita had not been exposed to, and she loved it. She had never had a family, and the idea of a big sister was comforting to her. Cassie wore a stern expression, but it was not on purpose. It was just her normal resting face. Years of pains training had given her good posture, a well-defined muscle tone, and a confidence that Nikita saw as a beacon of light in a confusing sea of change. Cassie had no hesitation in her voice when she answered questions, and she seemed to know everything about this new environment. For reasons that Nikita didn't understand, Cassie had decided that Nikita was her newly discovered little sister, and that couldn't be a bad thing in a place where she had no friends. The more she got to know about Cassie, the more she liked her, but the more she liked her, the more she remembered her golden rule. Anything you get attached to can be taken away. "Let me ask you something," Nikita said as she ran her fingers across the name tag on the bed. "Why did they go through the trouble of putting our names on everything? It seems so expensive. Couldn't they write our name on stuff? That's what they did at most of the homes I've been in." Cassie sat on the footlocker and took her hat off, revealing the same shoulder-length haircut that Nikita had endured. "A sense of belonging is a powerful thing, Nikita. When people feel like they have a place in the world, a purpose, and a family, they are stronger. They make a more effective team," Cassie explained. "Everything in this facility has a name on it to give each person the feeling that they have ownership of a piece of this place. That makes them feel connected to everything here, including the philosophy, goals, and views of the organization." "What organization?" asked Nikita. "What philosophy?" Cassie looked at the large plain-looking clock on the wall, popped to her feet, and said, "The organization that is serving food in the mess hall in 5 minutes." Cassie put her hat back on, leaving Nikita to wonder if she was rushing out to keep from missing dinner or if she was trying to avoid answering the question. "Well, let's go," Cassie barked as she headed for the door. Nikita ran behind her, knowing that she was not finished asking questions but willing to let it wait until the time was right. She was starving, and any kind of food sounded great. "When we get to the mess hall, go find your seat, and I'll be right there. I have to grab your schedule before the office closes for the day," Cassie instructed as she walked briskly in front of Nikita. "It's right here," Cassie said, pointing at a door labeled Main Mess, which seemed to Nikita like a strange name for a place that serves food. "Just go in and find the seat that belongs to you," said Cassie as she headed past the door, leaving Nikita standing there looking confused. "Wait, how do I know where my spot is?" asked Nikita. Cassie stopped for a second and looked at Nikita. "It's got your name on it." "Duh," said Cassie, as she laughed and continued around the corner and out of sight. "Of course," Nikita thought to herself. "Everything has my name on it. I wonder what they are serving. I wonder if it'll have my name on that too." Nikita entered the room and was greeted by rows of tables, and sure enough, they all had names on little metal tags at each spot. "Okay," she thought. This was flattering when it was just a locker, but it's getting a bit weird. As Nikita was walking down each row of tables, she found her name, but it wasn't until she saw Cassie's name next to hers that she realized the tables and the bunks were no accident. She had been paired up with Cassie as more than just bunkmates. That was the best news all day. She had no sooner sat down when Cassie reappeared and sat down next to her. "Hope you like hamburger steak and potatoes because that's what's on the menu," said Cassie. Nikita looked at her, thinking she might be joking again. After eating less than nothing and fighting over sandwiches with one piece of meat on them, the idea that this place was going to serve her a hot meal had to be one of Cassie's jokes. "Are you serious?" asked Nikita. "Well, of course I'm serious. Why wouldn't I be?" said Cassie. Just then a bell chimed once, and everyone in the room stood up at the same time as the talking stopped, and the room became silent. Everyone in the room turned and walked in a single file line to a window where each person was given a tray. They circled back around and sat down with a meal that looked like it was for royalty. Nikita waited impatiently in line, fully expecting to get to the window and be told that she wasn't qualified or not part of this part of some program. Something must be wrong. How can they just give away all this food for free? She wondered. As she reached the window, the server pushed a tray to her and reached for another one to replace it. Nikita grabbed the tray and looked back at Cassie to see if she had done something wrong, but Cassie was just holding her own tray and seemed like everything was fine, so Nikita continued to the table. As they sat down, Nikita leaned over to ask Cassie if she was supposed to just take the food for free, but Cassie lifted her arm up to push Nikita back into her seat. "No talking when we eat," explained Cassie. Nikita seemed puzzled, but she was perfectly okay with skipping the conversation and just eating since she hadn't eaten anything since yesterday at noon. She grabbed hold of her fork and was just about to tear into the delicious-looking burger steak when Cassie grabbed her wrist. She looked at Cassie once again, starting to wonder if she was just giving her a hard time for fun. "No one eats until everyone is seated," explained Cassie. Nikita let go of the fork and sat back in her chair. What kind of craziness is this, she thought. What does my eating have to do with everyone sitting down? It's not like I need help. Maybe I'll stand up when everyone starts eating and see if they all stop. This is so dumb. Nikita's mind had a way of rambling on when she was confused or angry. As she continued internally fussing about not being able to eat, a second bell chimed and a voice rang out, "You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes for what?" Her thought was interrupted by the sudden commotion of every fork in the room clanking against the plates. Nikita realized she had a green light to start eating, and every thought she was having was put on hold. 3 minutes later, she was looking around the room, wondering what was taking everyone else so long. Cassie noticed that Nikita had finished and paused long enough to eye her up and down, as if to ask, "How did you eat all that food so fast?" Nikita sat quietly with a look on her face like she had won a race, and 2 minutes later a bell rang for the third time as a voice rang out once again. "Dinner is over. Stand up and put your trays by the cleaning bay." Well, that was strange, thought Nikita as she stood up with the group and waited in line to return the tray. What was with all the time limit and bells? She had so many questions, and this was the least of them. She quickly realized that this entire facility was run on a wait-and-see philosophy. As Cassie and Nikita left the mess hall, Nikita asked, "What was that all about?" "Which part?" replied Cassie. Nikita looked at her like it should have been obvious. "The bells, time limits, no talking while we eat, not eating until everyone sits down. What do you mean? Which part?" "It makes sense when you understand the purpose," explained Cassie. "See, we don't eat until everyone is served because we are a team, and until everyone is served, the team is not served. The time limit is because we are required to stay in good physical condition, and it's hard to overeat in 5 minutes. The silence is because everyone knows they only have 5 minutes, and they do not want to spend it talking." Nikita looked at Cassie for a moment, as if she was trying to figure out what was wrong with her. "So you're telling me that we're going to get great meals every night, and all we have to do is shovel them down in 5 minutes. Cassie smiled and said, "Pretty much." "Well, I've had to work harder than that for meals that weren't nearly as good, and I'm pretty sure I could have knocked that out in 2 minutes, but I didn't want to show off on my first day." Cassie chuckled. "Let's get back to the dorm and get settled in for the evening. Tomorrow is Monday, and we have to be up early. You have a big day ahead of you." "Wait, I have so many questions," Nikita said. Cassie took a few steps and turned toward Nikita. "Listen, little sis, I know you don't know me well enough to trust me, but you're not going to have a choice today. You have to take my word for it when I say that most of what you need to know, I'm not qualified to explain, and most of what I can explain will be covered tomorrow in orientation." Nikita asked, "What's orientation?" "It's like a class," Cassie explained. "There will be someone there to tell you about this program and answer any questions." Nikita looked a bit relieved by the idea of having some questions answered. "Can I offer you some sound advice, little sis?" asked Cassie. Nikita looked puzzled as Cassie continued. "Tomorrow, you don't have any questions. Listen when they speak and let all the other new kids ask questions. They'll probably have all the same questions that you do." Nikita looked confused as she asked, "Why wouldn't I want to ask questions? I don't understand anything about this place." Cassie put her hand on Nikita's shoulder, leading her out of the flow of people leaving the mess hall. She leaned down, looking seriously at Nikita, and with a quiet voice she replied, "Nikita, look around you. Since you got here, have you gotten the impression that these people like questions?" Nikita stared confusingly at Cassie. "Anything you need to know about what to do, where you need to be, and how you need to act, you ask me," said Cassie. "The wrong question in a place like this can be dangerous, and you have no idea what the wrong questions are yet. Until you do, I suggest you not ask questions." Cassie turned and continued walking like the conversation had never happened. Nikita stayed quiet all the way back to the dorm and thought about what Cassie had just said. Cassie was razor-sharp, organized, and trusted by the people around her as far as Nikita could tell, and if she said not to ask questions, it was probably a good idea to just shut up. As they reached the dorm, Nikita's thoughts were broken by the idea of sleeping in a real bed with a nice blanket. This day seemed to last forever, and Nikita didn't realize how tired she was until she laid her head on the pillow. Her mind was filled with a million questions as the room began to rumble with the voices of all the other kids who were returning to the dorm. Except for eating in the mess hall, Nikita had not met anyone except Cassie, Instructor McFerris, Dr. Kennedy, and the psychotic hairdresser. She didn't know any of the faces entering the dorm, and she was too exhausted to care. Still, she was already beginning to think that she could fit in here. The crowds of kids were nothing new to Nikita after living in a dozen homes over the years. Not knowing was Nikita's biggest problem, and curiosity, which had always gotten her into trouble, was a dangerous thing in this place as far as she could tell. "If I can just keep my mouth shut and pay attention, I will be fine," Nikita told herself. As her mind raced, She slowly faded off to sleep long before the rest of the dorm even settled in for the evening. Cassie made her way to her bunk, imagining she would be met by a list of questions from Nikita, but when she arrived, Nikita was sound asleep. Cassie remembered her first day and how tired she was, so she decided to do her best not to disturb Nikita that evening. The noise never fazed Nikita as she closed her eyes for the first time in years, feeling like she was where she belonged, even if it was only for a while. Chapter 5. World of Pain. Nikita woke up to a soft chime that sounded for almost a full minute. Everyone in the dorm seemed to begin shuffling around as Nikita managed to get her eyes open and sit up. As she did, she was looking at Cassie, who was already up and dressed as if she couldn't wait to start her day. "I thought you were dead," Cassie said with a smile. "Are you ready to get your day started?" Nikita looked at the foot of her mattress and saw that Cassie had laid out her clothes. There was another pair of sweatpants and a hoodie like the one she fell asleep in, but this one was black, and of course, it had her name embroidered on the front. "No, I'm not ready to start my day. I'm ready to go back to sleep." "Well, that's one direction you can go in, but as your self-appointed big sister, I am going to have to advise you against that. Cassie, it's like way early. Come get me up in a few hours, and we can go do whatever it is that we do when I am awake." Little sis, on a scale of bad decisions, I'm going to give this one an 11 out of 10. You may want to trust me on this one. Just roll your sleepy butt out of bed and get dressed while you still have a butt to roll in a bed to roll it out of. Nikita sat up, looking irritated as she realized how little she knew about what was going on. Everyone was scurrying about like they were in a fire drill, and whatever was coming next had them all up and getting dressed. "Are these my clothes?" asked Nikita in a sleepy voice. "No, there was another girl sitting there a minute ago, but she just vanished, so I guess you can wear her uniform," Cassie said with a sarcastic chuckle. "Once you get dressed, I'll help you make sure you are ready for inspection." "Inspection?" asked Nikita with a half-sleeping, puzzled look on her face. "What inspection? What time is it anyway?" Nikita mumbled. "It's 04:45, and in exactly 15 minutes, an instructor is going to bust through the door with a clipboard and a chip on her shoulder, looking for anything that doesn't meet regulation," Cassie explained. "You need to hop up and get moving. We need to get your bed made and your uniform straight before you find yourself doing extra laps this morning." Nikita had so many questions about everything Cassie had just said, and she planned to ask all of them, just as soon as she could wake up long enough to form complete sentences. She put her feet on the ground and stood up as Cassie handed her the sweatpants from the foot of the bed. "Move, little sis. Come on, out of the gray sweatpants and into the black," barked Cassie. Nikita reluctantly slipped off her old sweatpants and managed to drop herself into the black ones. Cassie handed Nikita a strange-looking shirt with a plug on the arm and an armband that was plugged into the shirt. "What is this?" asked Nikita as she studied the odd shapes sewn into the fabric. "It measures your heart rate, breathing, blood pressure, and even your location. All that information is sent to Instructor Payne's computer, and she uses it to see how we perform." Nikita continued looking at the shirt as if she was holding up a dead cat. Cassie held up a pair of black running shoes and said, "Don't forget to put your feet on." Nikita sat the strange-looking shirt on the bed, took the shoes, and slipped them on. As she stood up, Cassie handed her the shirt once more and said, "Let's get your shirt on so we can make your bed." Nikita reluctantly pulled the shirt over her head and held up the arm strap as Cassie quickly took it and strapped it to her upper arm. The sound of Velcro ripped, and she adjusted it to make it tight enough to stay on. As quickly as she plugged it into the shirt, Cassie pulled the covers off Nikita's bed. "Let's get this done. I will show you this once, and tomorrow you will need to remember how to do it on your own. So pay attention," Cassie instructed. "No wrinkles. Everything needs to be straight and smooth. Start with the sheet and then the pillow. After that, the top sheet and then the blanket," Cassie said as she made the bed for Nikita. Step by step, she made sure that Nikita understood exactly what must be done to pass the inspection each morning. Nikita wanted to ask a million questions about why she had to be inspected, exercise, wear uniforms, work as a team, what was with the weird shirt that tracked everything she did, and so many other things that made no sense at all. It was clear at this point that this was not a typical home for children with no parents. This place was a type of military school that she had somehow gotten sold into. She didn't understand what the program was about, but she understood that she was only here because the people in charge purchased her like some type of garage sale item. Nikita didn't have to know much more than that to understand that the people running this program could never be trusted. Cassie had barely finished straightening the lines on the cap, and she placed it on Nikita's head when the door flew open just as she said it would. A tall, stern-looking woman in her mid-40s came into Nikita's view. She had the look of cold steel that had been sharpened by life. There was no expression on her face to give Nikita any idea what mood she might be in. The instructor walked with confidence that dared people. Whatever it was that someone might be thinking of doing to this woman, it was clear that she was ready and excited about an opportunity to destroy them. Cassie whispered to Nikita, "Stand up straight. Eyes forward, back straight, don't speak unless spoken to, and answer with yes, instructor, or no, instructor. Do you understand?" Nikita gave her best toy soldier impression and said, "Got it!" The room was so quiet that the cadets could hear the pen tapping against the clipboard as the instructor made her way around the rows of bunks, stopping to inspect each one. Nikita jumped as the instructor's clipboard slammed to the floor. "You better be dead," barked the instructor. "Why are you still asleep? Get up! Move!" "I swear to sweet baby Jesus in a manger, when I get finished with you at PT, you will be afraid to ever sleep again. Get your ass into your workout clothes. You eat my food, wear my clothes, use my shower, and all you have to do is wake up on time and do what I tell you. But that must be too much, I guess. Is that too much to ask, Sleeping Beauty?" Nikita could hear a trembling voice reply, "No, Instructor Payne, it's not too much to ask." The poor thing barely got the words out before pain tore into her again. "Well, apparently, I came at a bad time. Maybe I should call ahead next time to see if you can squeeze my inspection into your busy schedule." What took place in the next 5 minutes could best be compared to a tornado tearing through a trailer park. It was painful to listen to, and 2 things stuck in Nikita's mind from that day forward. The first was that the tornado's name was Instructor Payne, and the second was that the next time she heard the wake-up alarm, she would be out of bed and dressed long before that tornado entered the dorm room. After a few minutes, the room grew quiet again as the instructor made her way through the rows. Apparently, she had gotten her pound of flesh for the day because she seemed to be okay with the rest of the bunks up to the point where she reached Nikita and Cassie's bunk. Payne made her way up to the side of the bunk and looked Nikita up and down, followed by looking at the bed, then the footlocker. She pulled back the cover on Nikita's bed and let out a curious which could have meant anything. She placed the cover back down just like she found it. She walked back around to face Nikita, saying nothing. She looked at her hat, her hair, her shirt, her pants, then her shoes. Suddenly, she looked back up and reached for the collar of Nikita's sweatshirt. Nikita didn't flinch. In her mind, all she was thinking was, "Toy soldier, toy soldier." Instructor Payne grabbed the beaded chain hanging from Nikita's neck and lifted it just enough to see that her access card was hanging from the chain. She let the chain go, and the chain fell back into Nikita's shirt. Still facing Nikita, she turned her head to focus on Cassie. "I see you have a new assignment," said the instructor. Cassie, still looking forward, replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne." Payne turned her focus back to Nikita. "How would you say she is coming along, Cadet Walls?" Nikita, still reminding herself over and over to be a toy soldier, broke her internal chant long enough to realize that she didn't know Cassie's last name until now. Cassie raised her chin a bit and replied, "Cadet Naval shows great potential and will no doubt be an excellent addition to our team, Instructor Payne." "Is that so, Cadet Walls?" "What if you are wrong?" And Cadet Naval does not pull her weight and begins to slow my team down? Demanded the serious-looking instructor, turning to look Nikita in the eye as if to make sure she was listening to the answer Cassie was about to give. Then I will kill her myself while she is sleeping, Instructor Payne, replied Cassie. Nikita was waiting to hear someone laugh. No one made a sound, which only made her wonder if maybe Cassie wasn't joking. Payne didn't miss a beat as she fired back. I like where your head is, Cadet, but let's hope it doesn't come to that. Her eyes were still locked on Nikita's eyes as she asked, And what about you, Cadet Naval? What do you think of my facility? Nikita, channeling a sarcasm that she had only picked up from Cassie over the last 24 hours, replied, I plan to recommend it to all of my friends, Instructor Payne, she said, waiting for the wrath that might follow. Cassie swallowed a half-laugh, half-cringe, knowing that Payne may not appreciate the sarcasm from a new cadet that she had gotten away with herself. Instructor Payne sized Nikita up for a minute before replying, Don't go telling everyone about the place just yet, Cadet. We don't want to get overcrowded. Nikita, relieved and wondering what came over her, replied, Yes, Instructor Payne. Just as quickly as the tornado that was Instructor Payne had descended on the dorm, she was gone. As she left the room, she yelled, PT in 15 minutes. The door slammed and the entire room seemed to take a deep breath and give a sigh of relief. Cassie immediately turned to Nikita and demanded, What is wrong with you? Nikita, looking bewildered by Cassie's apparent disappointment, replied, It wasn't me. The response caught Cassie off guard. She didn't know whether to laugh or get more upset. Nikita tried to clarify, I don't know what happened. That wasn't like me. I don't know what came over me. I wasn't trying to be funny. I was so scared I just said the first thing that came into my mind. Cassie was in her face at this point, waiting to finish scolding her, but by the time Nikita finished rambling, Cassie was laughing. The look of fear and confusion on Nikita's face was too funny to resist laughing at. Cassie dialed back her disappointment with Nikita and said, You're insane. Do you know that? Nikita pulled up her eyebrows in confusion and said, I wasn't sure until now, but yes, I'm pretty sure I need therapy. You plan to recommend the place? Cassie repeated, laughing at this point. I almost lost it when you told her that. I was waiting for her to snatch your head off and throw it or something, explained Cassie. The crazy thing is that I think she likes you, Cassie said as she sat down on the bunk bed. You think she likes me? Asked Nikita. Why do you think that? Cassie looked up at Nikita and said, Well, there are 2 reasons. The fact that you are still alive right now is the first one, and the way you're not in the yard running laps and doing push-ups instead of standing here is the other. Nikita smiled a bit as if she had accomplished something, even if it was an accident. Cassie saw her smile and warned her, Don't get the idea in your head that you can try that stunt again tomorrow with the same outcome. Instructor Payne is not human. She is a bad accident about to happen to the person who pisses her off. Don't be that person. You just survived a lightning strike? Don't go calling down the thunder, little sis. Yep, thought Nikita. I still like the sound of little sis, and today looks like it's going to be a good day. Cassie motioned for Nikita to join her as she headed for the door and said, PT is about to start. Nikita closed the distance between them as they walked toward the door. You said I can ask you questions, so what's a PT? Cassie chuckled once, then explained, It stands for physical training. I hope you can run because you'll do a lot of that here. Nikita loved running. She had great memories of foot races with other children over the years, and she never lost. She was fast, and she didn't get tired. It was like she could go just a little faster no matter how fast she ran. Oh, trust me, I can run, said Nikita. We will see about that, said Cassie. I'll try to take it easy so you can keep up, but we aren't stopping. And I don't want to hear you begging to walk, challenged Cassie. Nikita didn't say anything because she wasn't sure if she might be overrating her ability to keep up. Instead, she decided to wait and see how hard this would be. As they reached the large open field that was hidden behind the huge facility where she first arrived the day before, Nikita could see a large track that ran around the whole field. It was covered in a rust-colored material that looked like a mix between a sponge and asphalt. There was a line on either side and numbers marking the distance around the track. It ran in such a large circle that Nikita couldn't see the other side. Cassie led her up to a line where everyone from the dorm seemed to be waiting for the instructor to arrive. Nikita noticed that everyone had a black bag except her. She was about to ask Cassie what the bags were for when she was distracted by a boy with blonde hair who looked at Nikita and said, "Was that you?" Nikita, looking confused, replied, "It still is." The boy laughed and rephrased his question. "No, I mean, was that you in the dorm telling Payne that you plan to recommend this place to your friends?" Nikita smirked and replied, "Yeah, that was me, but I was lying. I'd never recommend this place to anyone." The boy let out a good laugh and stuck out his hand. "My name is Paul, but everybody calls me Slider." Paul had a kind face and gave Nikita the feeling that he was sure of himself. His smile was genuine, and for Nikita, first impressions were important. She instantly liked this boy. Nikita grabbed his hand, looking confused, and said, "I'm Nikita." Nikita gave his hand a firm shake and let it go as she asked, "Why do people call you Slider?" Just then, Cassie let out an obvious laugh that she was trying to hold in. Realizing that her eavesdropping attempt was no longer going unnoticed, she chimed in, "Yeah, Slider, tell her why they call you that." Paul chuckled and said, "Fine. It's not like she won't find out sooner or later." Nikita looked interested as Paul said, "Well, the first day I arrived here, I realized I was late for mess hall, and I wanted to get there before the chime rang, and the door got locked. I was running through the hall as fast as I could, and when I turned the final corner, I saw the mess hall door closing, just as I caught a glimpse of the janitor, Mr. Henry, with a mop in his hand. The floor was wet, and I went down like a sack of potatoes and slid for what seemed like an eternity until I came to a stop looking up at the bottom of a clipboard and some running shoes. I jumped to my feet to apologize and find myself eye to eye with Payne." Cassie let out a laugh again, but this time she wasn't hiding it. "This story never gets old," she said. Nikita never took her eyes off Paul, dying to know the rest of the story. "Well, what happened?" Paul continued. "I stood there with my back full of mop water, speechless and preparing to die, as I could see the wheels of death turning in Payne's eyes. If she hadn't taken a second or two planning the details of my murder, I might not have been rescued by Instructor McFerris, who stepped up alongside Payne and said, 'I think it's the landing that needs work, but this one has the slide down to an art.' Yeah, definitely a slider." As Instructor McFerris walked away, I was still standing there looking face to face with Payne, who said, "You might be a slider today, but tomorrow morning you'll be a dishwasher. Report to the kitchen in your sweatpants at 0500. Go change your clothes and stop running in my hall, idiot." She walked away, and I stood there for a few minutes trying to remember how to breathe and eventually changed my clothes. I went to bed with no dinner that night, but not without several people passing my bunk and saying, "Way to go, Slider!" Nikita laughed and said, "I love it. Does it make you mad?" Paul shrugged and said, "No way." At first, it seemed like an insult, but after the 3 weeks of running that Payne put me through, it's less of an insult and more of a badge of honor that says I live to tell the tale. Nikita looked at Cassie to see a look of approval as she told Nikita, "That's all true. That man should be dead right now." Nikita patted him on the back and said, "Okay, Slider it is. Nice to meet you." Slider replied, "You and I have something in common now. We both survived one round with Payne." Nikita laughed. "I guess you're right. Let's just hope I never run into her and get my own nickname." Slider laughed and said, "Nobody is that unlucky. If it was going to happen, it was going to happen to me, and it did. I think you're safe." The stories of Instructor Payne were mostly exaggerated, but she was not to be trifled with. It might have been a stretch to say she would kill you, but she had made plenty of kids think they were going to die, both on the PT field and off. Rumors made their way around the halls, ranging from her days in special ops for the military to her being a professional assassin for the government. No one knew for sure which stories were true and which weren't, but everyone knew that Payne would be meeting them every weekday on the PT field, and when she did, you didn't want to be on her list. "She is coming now," said a voice, moving quickly behind Nikita. Just then, a tall girl stepped up in line to the left of Cassie as Nikita was waiting on her right side. Cassie bumped fists with the girl as if she knew her well, and then stepped off the line enough to let Nikita see her face. "This is Nikita," Cassie said as she introduced her. "Nikita, this is Sasha." Sasha leaned over and held up her fist, waiting for Nikita to return what apparently was a customary fist bump. Nikita made a fist and held it up as Sasha pumped her hand and said, "I heard you like flirting with death." Before Nikita could respond, the door at the rear of the building opened, and everyone stepped up to the line and stopped talking, so Nikita did the same. Payne appeared at the door and made her way over to face the team waiting for her. "Today, we will be starting off with a warm-up before we begin exercising. I don't need anyone pulling a muscle, so let's start with some stretches." As the team began to follow her instructions and go through a routine of stretching and bending, Nikita kept eyeing up the running track. She couldn't wait to get on the track and run. Payne ran through a series of stretches, push-ups, jumping jacks, and leg lifts. Nikita looked around at some of the faces and how they looked tired and miserable, but she loved the whole event. She had the energy of a squirrel, and the outdoors had been her playground all her life. This had just as soon been a play date with her old friends at any of the homes she had been to. Before long, the team was instructed to head over to the track as Payne yelled, "Give me 10 laps and don't let me catch you walking." Cassie lined up beside Nikita to pace her in the hopes that she could help her at least finish the 10 laps without needing to take a break and risk calling attention to herself. The last thing Nikita needed was to show up on Payne's radar twice in the same day. "Let's take this slow and steady," Cassie said as she started jogging alongside Nikita. After a few minutes, Cassie found herself having to step up her pace a bit as Nikita was pulling ahead of her. After the 5th lap, Cassie expected Nikita to start slowing down, but she was moving even faster. Cassie noticed that they had made their way to the front of the pack, and Nikita was starting to put distance between her and the group. Cassie stepped up her pace even more to stay with Nikita as it became apparent that this was no longer a simple workout. This had become a competition between Cassie and Nikita. Cassie had a reputation for being the best runner on the team. She could run faster and longer than all of the other kids, but Nikita was putting her to the test. By the time they reached the 8th lap, even Payne had taken notice of Nikita and Cassie as they were sprinting at full speed around the track. As they began the last lap, the whole team was watching and moved to one side as the pair weaved past and started into the final stretch. As they came within sight of the finish line, Nikita was slightly ahead of Cassie. Just like when she raced the kids at playtime over the years, she could feel it in her gut that she had more to give. She knew that she could press ahead and leave Cassie behind, but something in her told her that it was a mistake. Cassie was her only friend in this place, and making her look bad would not be a smart idea considering how little Nikita knew about this new home. Nikita held back just enough to make it look like she might win, but in the last few yards, she slacked off just a bit as Cassie took the lead and threw her arms up, crossing the finish line. Nikita, not wanting to give the impression that she let her win, stopped and grabbed her knees and threw her head back as if she was so disappointed to have lost such a close race. Cassie, still shaken by the amount of effort it took to beat Nikita, circled back to look like a gracious winner and gave her a high five. "Great run, little sis," exclaimed Cassie. "For a minute there, I thought I was going to need to use the nitro button." Nikita laughed to sell her fake loss and said, "I thought I had you there for a minute, but right at the end I ran out of gas." Cassie, feeling good about her victory, proclaimed, "Yeah, it's not about how far ahead you are until you cross the finish line." "I guess that's true," said Nikita. "Maybe next time." The thought that she would have to do this again never crossed Cassie's mind until she said that. The idea that she came so close to losing in front of everyone made her realize that Nikita might be real competition in a place where Cassie was always the best at everything. Payne yelled, "To the showers, people! Playtime is over. As everyone filed past Payne, she was busy writing on her clipboard. Nikita and Cassie were the last in line, and as they walked past Payne, she said, "Cadet Naval, I need to have a word with you." Cassie looked at Nikita with a gaze that came across like she was apologizing in advance for whatever Payne had in store for her, while knowing she couldn't save her this time. Cassie kept walking as Nikita turned and replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne?" Payne paused for a moment, waiting for everyone to get out of range of her voice. Payne put her clipboard on the table next to her and looked at Nikita. "So, you know how to win," she said as Nikita stood stiff, repeating in her mind, toy soldier, and staring straight ahead. "Instructor Payne, I didn't win the race. Cassie beat me in the end." "Yeah," replied Payne. "I'm not talking about the race." Nikita continued looking forward and said, "I don't understand, Instructor Payne." Payne snapped her fingers in front of Nikita's face, signaling for her to drop the stiff soldier bit and step out of character for a moment. Nikita looked up at her, knowing that Payne wasn't buying her loss to Cassie. "Let's pretend for a second that I am a physical fitness instructor at a facility where I watch people run every day," said Payne sarcastically. "Let's pretend that I could tell the difference between someone running out of steam in the final lap and someone throwing a race in the final few yards." Nikita replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne," acknowledging that she had been called out. Payne seemed to drop her killer robot persona for a second as she said to Nikita, "There are currently 124 cadets in this program. 60 boys and 64 girls. Out of all of them, I would be willing to bet that 123 of them would have decided to push to the finish line and win that race if they had your speed and endurance, but you chose to slow down." Nikita thought that she was about to get punished for slowing down at the last minute, when Payne continued by saying, "You were clever enough to know the difference between winning a race and winning the game." Nikita was astounded. How could she know what she was thinking? Payne continued, "I knew when you got in that final stretch you were about to upset the system of balance here by knocking Cassie off her throne. She has been the top dog here for almost a year now, and the other team members look up to her. You could have beaten her and been seen as the top dog on the track. Why didn't you?" Nikita paused for a moment to choose her words and then said, "Even the top dog is still a dog, and I need Cassie's help more than I need her spot on the porch. Instructor Payne." Payne stood quietly looking at Nikita as Nikita slowly slipped back into her toy soldier impression, unsure of what to do next. Payne picked up the clipboard from the table and looked at Nikita once again. "I see something in you. I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but you are different. That's not good news for you because it means I will be watching you, expecting more from you and tolerating less than I do from other cadets. I've only met two kinds of smart people. Some are clever and some just think they are. The ones who think they are tend to like playing games. The ones who are actually clever don't need to. Until I know which one you are, I will have my eye on you. You're either a leader or a problem, and I haven't decided which, but I will, and soon. Until then, I will be on your ass like a tight pair of jeans," said Payne. Nikita couldn't decide how she felt about the talk they were having, but she knew to stay quiet and tried not to let Payne see how confused she was. Payne continued, "If you prove to me that you have what it takes to lead, I will see to it that you have a future here. If you fail, I will see to it that you never see the inside of this facility again, and you can go back to whatever rat hole they found you in. Do you understand, Cadet Nival?" Payne barked. Nikita lifted her chin a bit and replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne." Payne returned to her normal, unreasonably demanding personality and looked at Nikita for a moment before saying, "Give me 2 more laps for losing that race and hit the shower." Nikita realized how illogical that statement was, but she was too busy sorting out the meaning of the little talk they had to give it any thought. "Yes, Instructor Payne," Nikita sounded off as she started running toward the track. After 2 laps, she headed back to Payne and stopped. Payne turned and looked at her standing there, not even tired from the run, and ordered, "Well, why are you still here? You're already late for the showers and you're just standing here." "Yes, Instructor Payne." Nikita replied and turned to run to the shower. Payne watched her as she reached the door and went out of sight. She looked down at the clipboard and clicked her pen, looking at Nikita's name. Chapter 6. Getting on Payne's radar. As Nikita left the PT field, Payne began walking to her office on the second floor of the facility. As she walked, she seemed focused on the notes written on the clipboard she had been holding. Payne held up her access card and opened the door to her office. As she closed it behind her, she was still focusing on the papers on her clipboard. The dim light of a lamp barely exposed the wall of awards and ribbons marking Payne's accomplishments. She made her way to the chair behind a polished wooden desk. The items on the desk were all neatly arranged in an efficient and organized pattern that made everything easy to find. Without looking away from the clipboard in her hand, Payne slid back into her office chair. The squeak of new leather echoed in the room as she sat down and set the clipboard on her desk. She moved the computer mouse, and the blue light from the large monitor lit up her face as she began typing Nikita's name. The screen displayed a menu. She scrolled down the list of items on the screen. She paused the mouse for a moment over the tab marked Behavior Analysis, but slowly kept scrolling down and paused again to select the Scores and Proficiency tab. As she studied the information, she reached over to her right and pulled a small white controller box with a black joystick and a number pad on top from the edge of the desktop that was partially hidden by the computer monitor. Payne flipped open a notebook and slid her finger down the page of room names until she saw Orientation Room 019. She slid the small white controller box closer to her and typed 19 into the keypad, and a screen lit up on the wall in front of her, showing a room filled with tables and chairs. Payne left the empty orientation room displayed on the wall monitor as she continued typing on the computer. She searched through the files and information about Nikita as she studied every year of her life. All her school records, report cards, disciplinary issues from school and homes she had lived in. The system she had grown up in was very thorough when it came to covering themselves from legal actions, and that means having documents showing everything and anything that could become an issue later in a courtroom if a child was hurt or missing. The more Payne searched, the more confused she became. Payne was not looking to see if she was a good kid or a bad kid. She wasn't interested in how well she did on test scores, even though Nikita seemed to be off the charts when it came to comprehension. Payne was more interested in what happened on the running track. As a fitness instructor at the facility, she read more about a person by how they performed than she would ever get from a test score. After she saw Nikita make the decision to throw the race and protect Cassie's reputation for her own benefit, Payne instantly took notice of her. The more Payne looked, the less she understood. The files described a different type of personality than the one she witnessed on the track. It was almost as if someone took the tests and questions that were sent to the home for Nikita and let someone else fill them out. Now more than ever before, Payne had her focus not only on Nikita, but she began to watch Cassie to see how Nikita interacted with her. Payne was not always a fitness instructor, and as mysterious as her past was, her experience led her to believe that Nikita was intelligent, manipulative, and if placed under pressure, probably dangerous. As subtle as the clues were, they were clear to Payne. The schools and foster homes where Nikita had lived may have seen her as having exceptional skills in academics and athleticism, but Payne had been in some bad places in her career and knew something about Nikita was wrong. Payne was not sure what was off, but she suspected that some of the information given about Nikita was filled in by someone at the home to make her seem less aggressive. The files that described the girl once known as Leanna Wells might have been gone forever, but to Payne, she was an open book. All Payne had wrong about Nikita was her name, and she wouldn't need more than an accidental slip-up from Nikita to know her secret. Chapter 7. Secrets. As Nikita reached the shower, the team had already showered and changed into a black jumpsuit that looked like the one Cassie was wearing when Nikita first saw her. As the last girl left the room, Cassie was sitting on the shelf near the door where she had a black jumpsuit and boots waiting for Nikita. "I ran by the dorm and grabbed your things. You have orientation at 0700 hours, explained Cassie. Nikita knew Cassie would want to know what Payne had to say, but she was not sure she was ready to trust anyone. including Cassie, with that information. Nikita worried that Cassie would begin to see her as a threat and stop looking out for her. Cassie held up a black bag like the one Nikita had seen on the PT field and said, "This is for you. Guess what? It has your name on it." Nikita laughed and replied, "Wow, that's so special." Cassie threw her the bag without getting up. "It's for your workout clothes. You put your jumpsuit in the bag when you work out and then put your sweatsuit in it when you are done. Drop the bag off at the laundry room, and it all ends up on your bunk by the end of the day. It's like magic," joked Cassie. "Really?" asked Nikita in a serious tone. "Who washes them and puts them on the bed?" she asked as she opened the bag and looked inside. "Well," said Cassie, "remember Sleeping Beauty from the dorm this morning?" Nikita put her hands over her mouth and said, "No, really. She had to wash everyone's clothes." "Not by herself, but yes," said Cassie. "That's just one of the jobs that you'll get to do if you show up late, fail inspection, lose your access card, or anything else that you're expected to do. All the jobs that get done around here can be a punishment when you screw up, and the instructors love sending help to the kitchen, laundry, and yard keeping, so try not to screw up." Cassie jumped down from the shelf where she had been sitting. "I'll be back in a few minutes. Get cleaned up and put your uniform on so I can help you roll the sleeves and get squared away. You don't want to find yourself in the laundry next to Sleeping Beauty." Nikita wasted no time getting in and out of the shower and into her uniform. She had barely gotten it zipped up when Cassie returned and said, "Okay, little sis, let's fix these sleeves." As she showed Nikita each step to follow while getting into her jumpsuit and boots, Nikita couldn't help but ask, "Why do you help me so much, Cassie?" Cassie, deflecting the question with her usual sarcasm, said, "Because you need it so much." They both laughed as Nikita interrupted and asked Cassie again, "No, seriously, Cassie, why?" Cassie stood up from fixing Nikita's bootlaces and looked at her for a moment before saying, "You're my assignment, Nikita. I was given the job of squaring you away, and I plan to do that job to the best of my ability." Nikita's heart sank a bit as she heard Cassie reduce what she saw as a special bond down to a routine assignment. Just as Nikita was about to resign herself to yet another loss, Cassie added, "Besides, I like you. You're me. You're a hot mess, little sis, and I remember being you when I first got here." Nikita's feeling of abandonment paused as she listened. Cassie continued, "This place is what we make it. More specifically, this team is what we make it. If I square you away, teach you how to follow the rules and avoid trouble, build trust between us and be the type of friend you need in this place, to help you survive, I make my own life here better by making you better. So, see, it's just my selfish way of controlling my environment," added Cassie, trying to avoid looking sentimental. Nikita didn't hear anything Cassie said after she referred to herself as a friend. Nikita wanted a friend more than she wanted a team-building coach, and all she heard Cassie say was that she was attempting to be the friend she needed. That was close enough for Nikita to put Cassie back up on the pedestal she had created for her in her mind. Attempting to avoid a heart-to-heart moment with Nikita, Cassie changed the subject abruptly. Cassie might have appeared flawless on the outside, but she had her own share of trust issues and knew a lot more about losing the friends she made than Nikita did, even if she tried not to show it. "So, are you going to tell me what she said?" asked Cassie as she straightened the bill of Nikita's cap and pointed her toward the mirror to see the finished result of her work. Nikita was shocked as she looked into the mirror. Was this really her? She looked like Cassie. She looked professional, organized, and serious. None of these things were what she was feeling, but she looked the part. "Wow, look at you, little sis," said Cassie. Nikita smiled and chuckled. She was too impressed with the girl in the mirror to know what to say. "Well," pushed Cassie. Nikita had lost track of the conversation after seeing her new look in the mirror and replied half confused. "Well, what?" Cassie rolled her eyes and said, "Instructor Payne." Nikita turned away from the mirror to refocus, choosing her words carefully as she said, Oh, she just told me that she hadn't forgotten about the incident in the dorm this morning and wanted 2 more laps from me for trying to be funny during inspection. Yep, I knew it, declared Cassie. I knew she wasn't going to like a new cadet trying to be cute with her. Nikita reminded Cassie, I really wasn't trying to be funny or cute. I panicked. Cassie laughed and said, it was still funny. Keep the punishment part to yourself. Everyone thinks you are some kind of golden child for not getting nailed to the wall for that. Nikita replied, good idea. Well, you better get moving. I will show you where the classrooms are upstairs, and you will be in orientation until 1700 hours, said Cassie. Nikita, having kept the confusion to herself until now, asked, you do know I have no idea what you are talking about with the hours, right? Cassie laughed as she explained, you have class at 7 o'clock this morning, and you get out at 5 this evening. I'll explain how that works tonight when we get back to the dorm. As Cassie opened the door and the girls walked out toward the classrooms, Nikita couldn't help but feel like she was hiding something from Cassie by not telling her what Payne had really talked to her about. But she was familiar with choosing between what she wished she could do and what she felt she needed to do. In this case, she decided that she needed to play this one cautiously. Chapter 8. The Wrong Questions. As Nikita walked into the orientation room, she thought she had stumbled into the wrong room. There were beautiful, cushioned chairs that rolled and turned in a circle. Each chair looked like it should be behind a fancy desk. The blue color of the cloth chairs made the room feel cool and relaxing. Nikita would have probably turned around and left, thinking she was in the wrong place. But her name caught her eye on the same metal tags that were apparently on everything but the toilet. She dropped herself into the plush seat and leaned back, feeling like she was someone important. No one had made it to the room yet, and she was almost 15 minutes early. Cassie had told her that the secret to never being late was to be early, and as dumb as it sounded, it made great sense to Nikita. As she leaned back in her chair, taking in the feeling of being someone important for a few minutes, she could see the large projection screen on the front wall and a podium that reminded her of a church she once attended years ago. Each seat had a blue folder in front of it with a gold emblem. Nikita could see that it had a paper seal on the side, so she didn't try to open it. There was bottled water on a coaster in front of each folder. Nikita noticed the frost on each bottle and realized that they had been put there recently. As she thought about the water bottles, the lights over the podium came on automatically. Nikita looked at the large, plain-looking clock on the wall and realized that the class was starting in 10 minutes as the doors opened and several other confused-looking faces walked in. It was apparent that everyone coming into the room was new because they all had the same reaction to the room that Nikita had. As she studied the strange ballet of confused people looking for their name tag, a silly-looking boy with bottles for glasses sat next to Nikita. He looked as if whoever was assigned to get him squared away was probably going to be doing dishes tomorrow because this kid was looking rough. Nikita leaned his way a bit and said, "So, you must be Eric." The boy looked at Nikita in amazement, trying to figure out how she knew his name. "Gee, did we already meet?" Eric stuttered. Nikita laughed and pointed at his name tag. The boy snorted a bit as he laughed and pushed his glasses up. "Oh, yeah, I was so confused," he mumbled. "Yeah, I'm Eric, and you must be Nikita." Nikita suddenly looked as shocked as he did when he said her name. "How did you know that?" asked Nikita as she looked down to see that her name tag was covered by her arm on the table. Eric pushed his glasses up again and replied, "Oh, I saw you running this morning. Everybody was talking about you and how you beat the older girl your first day on the track." Nikita, trying to hide how proud of herself she was, explained, "I didn't beat her. It was close, but she won at the last second." Eric replied, "Well, you saved me from Instructor Payne because she was so busy watching you run that she didn't notice I only made 4 laps. I don't know how I am supposed to run 10 laps. I barely made 4 today." Nikita was entertained by Eric's complete lack of confidence. Most kids would have ignored him, but Nikita had been around enough kids in her life to feel like she understood them. Eric didn't bother her at all with his nerdy nature, so she continued her conversation with him. How long have you been here, Eric? Asked Nikita. Eric looked up at the ceiling like he was counting in his head and said, 3 days and 2 hours. Nikita, a bit intrigued by the oddly specific answer, said, How are you settling into this place? Eric scratched his neck as he searched for a way to explain that things weren't going so great, but Nikita saw the answer in his expression. She had been around enough kids like Eric to know that people were probably pushing him aside and treating him like more of a pain than a person. Not so good, she suggested as he continued looking for words. Yeah, not so good, he agreed. Nikita felt bad for Eric, but she was as much a fish out of water in this place as he was, so she just smiled and said, Yeah, I'm a little lost here myself. Eric looked at Nikita and asked, Really? You feel confused too? Nikita, still reeling from her successes that day, pretended to be having as hard of a time as Eric to help him feel less odd. Yeah, but we got this. Eric was silent as his expression screamed. We do? Nikita repeated. We got this though, right? Eric agreed with a simple, yeah. Just then, a short little man walked in wearing a wide tie and dress slacks. He made his way to the front of the room and reached under the podium to turn on the microphone. There was a brief, high-pitched squeal that faded as the microphone powered up. The lights in the room dimmed a bit as the man announced, This is new cadet orientation, Class 1. If you are not supposed to be in new cadet orientation, Class 1, please raise your hand so that I can direct you to the right class. Anyone in the wrong class? The man's monotone voice and lackluster look were already putting Nikita to sleep. She whispered to Eric, This looks like it's going to be exciting. As she looked to see Eric's reaction to her attempt at sarcasm, he was glued to the podium and without looking away, he said, I know. I'm so excited. Nikita looked forward and thought to herself, This guy is speaking Eric's language. Eric looked like he was about to watch an epic movie as he listened to every word the man was saying. My name is Dr. Edmund Ham. That is spelled E-D-M-O-N. Nikita's mind blanked out for several seconds as the thought of being in this class all day listening to this boring man speak was making her want to bang her face on the table. Dr. Ham continued in a steady, unchanging voice. I am the Director of Program Development and Behavioral Planning. I create many of the programs that help you learn and grow as you stay with us. If you look at the PowerPoint slide I have prepared for you, you will see a diagram of the facility's staff in order of their position and rank in the program. As Dr. Ham continued, Nikita realized immediately that she was never going to survive 10 hours of this. She began looking for ways to entertain her mind. First, she counted the number of tiles on the ceiling. Afterwards, she counted the floor tiles. Next, she counted total male students versus female. Then she tried guessing how old each person was, followed by how much they weighed and how tall they were. Her mind came back to the room as she looked over at the clock and saw that only 15 minutes had passed. Nikita looked over at Eric, who was making a neatly written outline of the topics Dr. Ham was discussing, a drawing of the diagram he showed, and something about guest speakers that would be speaking which Nikita knew nothing about as a result of counting everything in the room. She realized that she should probably be taking notes like Eric, but there was simply no chance that she could focus on this man long enough to do that. Her plan was just to wing it. Nikita was never able to sit still, and this was the proof. She began looking around the room again, but this time something caught her attention. Everyone in the room was about the same age, give or take a year. There were no chubby kids or handicapped children. Everyone was healthy and everyone was ordinary looking. Not that they were ugly or plain so much as there were no extraordinary people in the room. It was a weird fact that only Nikita would probably notice because her mind worked a bit differently than other kids. She noticed things that didn't fit in. She was a natural puzzle solver and given enough time, she could unravel almost any mystery given the facts. This room was off. She had been in a lot of homes with a lot of kids, and in every home there was that one tall girl who towered above the other girls, or that one chubby kid that loved eating more than life. Where was the class clown or the clumsy kid? Where was that really cute boy that every girl knew was in the room? The room was ordinary. Everyone was different, but they were all forgettable. Even Nikita had no memorable qualities. She wasn't particularly tall or short. She had brown eyes, black hair, and nothing unique about her that a person could point out to describe her. These oddities were really apparent to Nikita. Her mind continued to wonder, but despite all her questions, she remembered that Cassie warned her not to ask any questions, and she trusted that Cassie had good reasons. Nikita, not being one to let a little thing like good advice get in the way of her getting what she wanted, decided on an alternative method of getting the answers she needed. She remembered that Eric was so excited about the orientation and would jump at the chance to ask his newfound hero, Dr. Ham, any question she put in his head. She knew exactly how to work around the imaginary gag order Cassie had placed on her. Just then, everyone started standing up and stretching. "What are we doing, Eric?" asked Nikita, looking confused. Eric, still beaming with excitement about the details of the program, replied, "It's a 15-minute break. Weren't you paying attention?" Nikita sneered. "Well, yes and no. I was paying attention, just not to what Dr. Ham was saying." Eric couldn't understand Nikita's lack of interest in what he saw as a highly interesting look into the inner workings of resource development. Nikita, hoping to pass the time, asked Eric, "Do you notice anything strange about the people in this room?" Eric looked around briefly before replying, "I'm usually the weirdest person in any room, so I guess I never bother looking for what's weird. I'm it," joked Eric. He let out a snort and a giggle at his humor. "No, I'm serious," said Nikita. "Look at these people. Do you see how no one is especially tall, short, fat, strong, weak? We are all just average." Eric looked around and said, "So? Why is that weird?" Nikita put her hand on his shoulder, pointing him toward the crowd standing around talking in the middle of the room. "Think about it, Eric. When have you ever been in a crowd where everyone is so forgettable?" Eric looked around again and shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know," he replied, dismissing the idea for the moment. Just then, Dr. Ham returned to the front of the class and began to speak. This time, Eric seemed distracted. Nikita saw him start looking around the room and study people more. He looked to the right and stared for a moment. Then he looked to their left and stared. He picked up his pen and wrote on the back of the page he had been taking notes with. Nikita looked at what he was writing and saw that he had written a question mark at the top of his paper. As Nikita's mind wandered, the hours dragged by. Eventually, Dr. Ham announced that they would be taking a lunch break. The room cleared out quickly as everyone headed toward the mess hall. Eric and Nikita walked together as they followed the crowd. "You are right about the class, Nikita," acknowledged Eric. Nikita, following the smell of something delicious calling her, replied, "I know, it's boring." Eric, looking surprised and confused, said, "Boring? No, it's not. Dr. Ham is amazing, but you are right about the people. It's an anomaly. The odds of so many people in a room containing no overweight, tall, short, or handicapped people are not mathematically random. The class was almost certainly selected to avoid containing any of the characteristics you mentioned." Eric pushed up his glasses, not realizing just how much of a nerd that statement made him sound like. Nikita was both amused and intrigued by Eric's observation. She had always been considered intelligent and couldn't recall a test that she hadn't scored higher on than her friends. She was a quick study and usually needed little to no time to prepare for tests. She just seemed to understand things quicker and better than other kids her age. Eric may have seemed like a nerd on the outside, but Nikita was every bit the nerd he was without showing it. She may not have loved listening to boring speakers talk for hours about the details, but her mind never stopped counting, figuring, and piecing together facts. "There must be a purpose for not selecting kids that are memorable," deduced Nikita. Eric said, "Maybe we are just the newest addition to the dorm groups." Eric was about to continue the conversation when they reached the mess hall. "You can't be serious," exclaimed Nikita. Eric's train of thought was derailed as he asked, "About what?" Nikita pointed to the black poster and the changeable white letters that spelled out lasagna with peas, carrots, and cornbread. Nikita's face could have been mistaken for the winner of a grand prize as she entered the door of the mess hall. The room began the routine of waiting in line, waiting for everyone to sit down with their food, and then racing to shovel it all in. Nikita set a record for herself and finished everything on her plate in well under 3 minutes. She looked around at everyone still eating, and her mind wandered as she waited. Why do they limit the time we have to eat if they don't serve seconds? Has anyone even considered that? What was the real reason for making everyone eat so fast? The questions kept flowing in Nikita's head as they always had when she got bored. When the third chime sounded and everyone stood up, she realized that she was only halfway through the boring day with Dr. Ham, but now she was full and sleepy. As they left the mess hall, Eric walked next to Nikita talking about the food and how he came from a home where they served sandwiches every day. "The food here is amazing," Eric continued as he walked. "Tomorrow is baked fish. I've never had baked fish. I had fish sticks once, but I'm pretty sure they weren't really fish. They were more like just sticks." Eric rambled the whole way back to the room. Nikita acknowledged his rambling with an occasional chuckle, but her mind was trying to think of a way to stay awake for the next 4 hours. As they reached the orientation room, she plopped down in her chair and thought, "I have 5 minutes before class. Maybe if I close my eyes and get a fast nap, I will be more alert when the class starts." Eric was having none of that. He had questions about everything. As the class began, Dr. Ham's voice was like a sleeping dart hitting Nikita right between the eyes. She put her hand under her chin, looking for some way to prop her head up and fall asleep that didn't look too suspicious. As she readjusted her head and squirmed in her chair, she reluctantly allowed her ears to tune in to most of the information being given out, even if it did seem like she was being tortured. Nikita gleaned the overall point of each speaker and what they were talking about, but none of it seemed to be of great importance to her. Dr. Ham spent several hours explaining where each resource was in the facility and who oversaw each department. All the information was clearly written on the handout he provided in the folder, which made the point of him saying it ridiculous in Nikita's mind. Several other people spoke under the guise of guest speakers, but they were just department heads who spent a half hour each telling everyone that they had an open door, and everyone was welcome to use their service. If you feel depressed, don't hesitate to walk in and talk to Dr. Jenny. If you feel sick, don't hesitate to walk right in and see Dr. Lance. If you have a problem with another cadet, Mrs. Karen has an open door policy. The fact that all the staff designed to help everyone cope with the place were referred to by their first name, and all the staff who were tasked with discipline and training were referred to by their last name, was not lost on Nikita. "It's like they are programming us to think of them differently," Nikita deduced. "It makes sense, really, but it's just diabolical in its nature. These people just can't be trusted," she concluded. After 3 of the longest hours of Nikita's life, Dr. Ham finally said, "We will use the last hour of class to take questions from anyone who might have one." It seemed like the entire room raised their hands all at once. Nikita sat quietly like Cassie had told her. The questions ranged from simple to ridiculous, but there were a few good questions that Nikita thought, I didn't know that." Nikita was surprised by the fact that no one was asking the most important question of all, which in her mind was, "Why are we here?" She just assumed someone would ask that without needing to be prompted. Evidently, I was mistaken about that, she thought. One boy asked if they had any sports teams he could join. Another asked why there were no televisions in the dorms. Nikita sat listening to the insanity as if she was watching a bad movie. What do I do if my access card gets lost? Can I trade in my running shoes for bigger ones because my feet hurt? Does the air conditioner have to be so cold in the dorms? After about 45 minutes, Nikita had her head in her hands about to plug her ears with her fingers when suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Eric stand up. "Finally?" Nikita thought. Dr. Ham said, "And what is your name, young man?" Eric stuttered a bit and pushed up his glasses as he replied, My name is Eric. Eric Barnes. I have a question." Dr. Ham stared at Eric as if to say, "Well." But he just waited. Eric continued, "Well, I was noticing that there are no fat kids, tall kids, or handicapped kids, and, well, that's weird, and I also was wondering why. Thank you." Eric said as he sat down and looked at Nikita. Nikita's face said it all, but she looked at Eric as the class began to chatter, and it became a storm of voices. Some asked what he was talking about, and others said he was an idiot. Nikita used the noise as a cover for her voice and said, "Eric, don't you dare bring my name into this. I will swear I don't know what you are talking about. I wasn't asking any questions. This one is on you." "But you are right," Eric explained. Nikita gave him her most serious look and said, "I don't want to be right. Don't bring my name into this." Looking sternly at Eric, she turned forward and pretended that she had no idea what he was talking about. "Quiet," Dr. Ham yelled from the front of the room. The room instantly became silent. "Eric, who told you all of this?" Eric squirmed in his seat as he looked at Nikita to see she was pretending he didn't exist. "I just noticed things, Dr. Ham. Nobody told me." Just then, there were 3 distinct knocks on the door in the back of the class, behind the students. Dr. Ham stepped from behind the podium and walked to the door. As he opened it, Nikita couldn't see who he was talking to, but Dr. Ham seemed serious. "Right away," he agreed as he shut the door. Dr. Ham walked over to Eric and said, "Come with me, Eric. Someone wants to talk to you." Eric stood up, leaving all his notes, and followed Dr. Ham to the door, where he was led into the hall. The door closed, and the room was silent as everyone looked around at each other with a confused look. Nikita looked up to see a small camera moving from side to side on the ceiling. After a few minutes, Dr. Ham came back in and walked back to the podium as if nothing had happened. He said, "Okay, class, any other questions?" The room was silent. No one raised their hand. It was clear now why Cassie instructed Nikita not to ask any questions. Nikita began to ponder the last few moments and how quickly they changed things. That could have been me out there in the hall right now. That should have been me. Eric was not coming back. This much Nikita was sure about. She didn't know why or where they took him, but suddenly she understood why questions are so dangerous when you don't know which ones you shouldn't ask. Nikita could hear Cassie's voice in her mind saying, "I'm not sure what gone really means. I just know they are here 1 minute and the next they are gone." Suddenly Nikita understood exactly what she was talking about. Just then, Dr. Ham said, "I want everyone to put your notes in front of you." I'm sure everyone was paying attention and taking good notes. Nikita froze. "Wait, no one said anything about notes, did they? I don't have notes." "I don't even know." She stopped mid-thought. Her eyes wandered to Eric's folder. Eric took excellent notes. Nikita was in the back of the room, so she knew Dr. Ham could not see her or Eric and wouldn't know she wasn't paying attention the whole time. She reached over as if she was helping Eric collect his things and intended to bring them to him as the girl sitting in the next chair looked over at her. "I'm sure he's gonna want these when he gets back," said Nikita, pretending that she and Eric were close friends. "That boy. If I didn't look out for him, he would lose his own head." The girl's eyes returned to the front of the class, and Nikita snatched the notes from his folder. She put them in her own folder and looked around to see if anyone was looking, but everyone was busy getting their notes together. Dr. Ham made his way down each row of seats, briefly commenting on each kid's notes. "Nicely done. Not bad. Good job. A little weak, Matt. Step it up next time. There you go, young lady." The comments went on until he reached Nikita, sitting in the last seat. Dr. Ham looked at her notes and said, "Oh, wow, you didn't miss a thing, young lady." "Well done." Nikita smiled and said, "Thank you, Dr. Ham, and let me just say that I thoroughly enjoyed your orientation. You hit on everything I was about to ask, so, in the end, I didn't have a single question. Thank you for all the great information." Dr. Ham, not used to getting compliments, smiled a huge smile and said, "Well, thank you, dear. I'm glad you enjoyed it." Dr. Ham was unaware that Nikita's life had taught her to maneuver her way through situations using her ability to think on her feet. This was not the first time she was required to think quickly to save her own skin. Dr. Ham looked at the name tag in front of Nikita. "Nikita," he said as he attempted to commit the name to memory. "I'll remember that name." Nikita smiled as Dr. Ham walked away and said, "Class dismissed." The room cleared out like someone had yelled fire. As Nikita walked out, she looked back at the chair where Eric was sitting and thought, "Why couldn't you just keep your mouth shut, Nikita?" She stood there for a brief second and then turned around and walked away. It was a long, thoughtful journey all the way back to the dorm. Nikita's crisply creased uniform felt more like a wrinkled grocery bag after squirming in her chair all day. She was exhausted, but she couldn't stop thinking about Eric. She felt terrible about letting him take the fall and then using his notes, but Nikita was not wired like other people. She immediately began justifying her actions and building emotional walls around anything that might resemble a feeling of guilt. If Eric had simply kept his mouth shut, he wouldn't have gotten in trouble, Nikita reasoned. It's not like I made him ask that question. That was a private conversation, and he had no right to ask about what we were discussing without my permission. In a way, he kind of got what he deserved for trying to take credit for my observation. This reasoning went on in her head all the way back to the dorm. By the time she arrived, she had convinced herself that Eric was not only at fault for asking questions about her observation, but giving her his notes was the least he could do as restitution for nearly getting her in trouble. When everything in your life is temporary, you learn that the one constant friend you have is yourself. Everyone and everything else is expendable. Nikita always stuck to her golden rule. Get attached to nothing because everything can be taken. Eric might have been a nice kid, and what happened was unfortunate, but he was just another casualty in the fight for survival that Nikita had grown accustomed to. As quickly as Nikita made a new friend, Eric no longer mattered. Chapter 9. Time with New Friends. Nikita made her way to her bunk and grabbed the black bag with her nightclothes inside. She headed straight for the shower, and by the time she was dressed and back to the dorm, it was time for the evening meal. As she stood up to head for the mess hall, Cassie walked in the door of the dorm room, looking exhausted. Her face was red, and she was wearing her black sweatsuit, which was covered in sweat. Cassie made her way to the bunk and greeted Nikita. "Hey, little sis, how was orientation?" Cassie had been through the dreadful ordeal herself and already knew how boring it was. Nikita rolled her eyes and replied, "I should probably wish something terrible on you for not telling me how boring that was going to be, but from the looks of you, something terrible already happened to you." "Me?" Cassie asked. "Oh no, this was great," Cassie bragged. "Today we worked on self-defense. I was a lethal killing machine." "You should have seen me," Cassie proclaimed while posing in her best Charlie's Angel karate pose. "I'm deadly, little sis." Nikita pushed Cassie back a bit and put her hand over her nose to block the smell of Cassie's sweat from her face. "You certainly are," she said as she fanned her face. "You need to go fight with a bar of soap, girl," said Nikita. Cassie laughed and lifted her arm to smell her armpit. Cassie's eyes got big as she said, "Oh yeah, nobody should be that deadly. Off to the showers before I hurt myself." Cassie turned and let out a high yah as she kicked the air in front of her and struck a Bruce Lee pose, and as quickly as she did, she instantly morphed into her serious voice and said, "Okay, that's about enough of that. Off to the showers." Nikita laughed at the entertaining performance Cassie put on as she watched her exit the dorm. Nikita continued toward the mess hall to be sure she wasn't late for the evening meal, but she was still a little early and thought she might stretch her legs a bit after sitting all day. She made her way into the hall near the mess hall and felt a hand tap her on her shoulder. As she turned, she was greeted by a big smile. It was Slider, who looked almost as tired and sweaty as Cassie. "Nikita, why weren't you at self-defense class today?" he asked. Nikita, stepping back a bit to avoid the pungent odor that seemed to be coming from everyone entering the hall at this point, replied, "Orientation, still a new girl, remember?" Slider laughed and said, "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot after seeing you give Cassie a run for her money this morning. You looked like an old pro out there." Nikita, remembering that she didn't want the spotlight taken off Cassie, said, "Are you kidding? Cassie was holding back to make me feel good on my first track day. When we got to the finish line, she turned on the power and I didn't stand a chance." Slider shot back, "It looked pretty close to me. I can't keep up with Cassie when she is jogging, so anybody that can hang with her while she is running is my hero." Nikita chuckled at the thought. Don't go placing your bets on me just yet, Nikita warned. We have a lot of running days left, and all this food may be my undoing. Slider reached forward to give her a fist bump, and Nikita backed away. Save that for after a shower, Slider. Slider smiled and replied, Yeah, I'm wrecked. Hey, don't let everyone start eating without me, he said as he headed out of sight. Nikita yelled to him, No running in the hall, remember? Nikita hadn't had a lot of free time since she arrived at the facility, but as she stood in the hall listening to conversations and watching the crowd shuffle in from their various assignments, she began to pick up on another oddity about the group, just as she had in orientation. Everyone was intelligent, not just smart, but oddly smart. The conversations around the room were not about anything particularly grand, but the kids here were young to be capable of this level of communication. Nikita didn't pick up on this at first because her ability to communicate had always been more developed than her playmates, a fact that she attributed mostly to the unfortunate situations the other kids had come from. She had never really questioned why she was more capable of getting her point across than her friends. Nikita had spent most of her evenings buried in books. Any book was a great book to Nikita. She loved escaping from the harsh reality she lived in and finding comfort in books. The words took her away from an otherwise terrible life, and as a result, she had a huge vocabulary of words that sounded much too old for her. To blend in better, she tried to keep what she called fancy talks to a minimum. The last 2 days had begun to influence Nikita, and she was beginning to express herself differently. She wasn't dumbing down sentences and holding in sarcasm that most of her old friends wouldn't have gotten. As she stood in the hall, she began to realize that everyone she was watching had an above-average grasp of communication and humor. The more she listened and thought about the odd similarities that she was seeing in all the other kids there, the more convinced she became that none of what she was seeing was a coincidence. Someone was selecting kids that had forgettable looks and features while having exceptional communication skills. In fact, Nikita realized, I haven't really met any dumb people since I got here. Now that is odd, she thought. Dumb people are like walls in a house. You don't have to walk far with your eyes closed to run into one, yet there were no dumb kids here. Nikita had the type of mind that would grab hold of a riddle or a puzzle and continue trying to solve it, even when she was sleeping. Eventually, she thought to herself, I will figure this out. Something strange is going on here, and I need to know what it is. Nikita stood in the hall, listening and watching as the minutes passed. Before long, she was snapped out of her trance by Cassie, who was standing next to her with Sasha, who Nikita had only met briefly earlier in the day, before PT. Sasha reached out with her customary fist bump, which Nikita was now expecting, and fired back an energetic bump to make up for the uncertainty she showed about what a fist bump was the last time they met. Hey, Sasha, said Nikita to show off her ability to remember names. How did you like self-defense class? Sasha pulled the hair away that covered her forehead and showed Nikita a dark-looking bruise. Let's just say I need to work on knowing when to run away, Sasha said sarcastically. Nikita cringed a bit as Sasha showed her the injury and replied, Sheesh, that looks like it hurts. Are you okay? Sasha laughed and said, Girl, I got off easy. Cassie got to be the instructor's test dummy. She got her ass handed to her over and over all day long. Nikita looked at Cassie and said suspiciously, Is that so? Because I heard it happened much differently. Really? Sasha inquired, obviously begging Nikita to tell her the details. Nikita smirked and said, Yeah, the way I heard it, Cassie was. What was it again, Cassie? Nikita knew Cassie wasn't about to tell the truth as she continued, Oh yeah, a killing machine? Wasn't that it, Cassie? Cassie laughed and said, Okay, maybe I'm not a killing machine, but you have to admit, nobody can take a chokehold or a foot sweep better than me. Sasha laughed and agreed. Now, that part is true. Cassie spent more time on her face today than a hooker with. Don't you dare, Cassie said, interrupting abruptly. Don't make me show you what I learned today, Sasha, Cassie warned. Sasha didn't miss a beat as she said, Are you planning to let me choke you out and sweep your feet from under you? All three girls began to laugh as Cassie admitted defeat and let the conversation go. Sasha struck Nikita as a crude, tough cookie with a sharp sense of sarcasm. She wasn't sure she trusted anything about her, but she liked the way she seemed approachable and not easily offended. Nikita realized that it was Sasha's presence that caused her to give Cassie a hard time about self-defense class, but it was said in fun and Cassie seemed to take it that way. Still, Nikita thought, Sasha is going to get me in trouble if I don't watch what I say around her. Just then, Cassie announced, "It's time to eat," as the trio made their way to the mess hall. Before long, all the girls had eaten and left the mess hall as they made their way to the dorm. Sasha was assigned to Dorm B, but spent a lot of time hanging out with Cassie in the evenings. As Cassie and Nikita reached their bunk, Sasha had followed them and plopped down on Cassie's bunk like she had done 100 times before. "So, Nikita?" Sasha asked. "How was orientation?" Sasha, like Cassie, was aware that orientation was the most boring 10 hours in the history of the planet, but they both asked the question knowing the answer in advance. Nikita was fully aware of the trap she was setting and decided to throw her a curveball. "I'm not really sure," said Nikita. Sasha looked up at Nikita with a confused eyebrow raised. "What do you mean you're not really sure?" Nikita shrugged her shoulders and said, "I didn't go." Sasha's face changed from confusion to concern as she said, "What do you mean you didn't go?" "You can't miss orientation, Nikita." Nikita looked at Sasha and replied, "Well, evidently you can, because I didn't go." Sasha looked at Cassie as if she was waiting for her to chime in and explain to Nikita how serious the situation was, but Cassie was way ahead of her and knew what Nikita was doing. Cassie looked at Sasha, shrugged, and said, "Hey," I told her, but she said she didn't care and she wasn't going. Nikita added, "And I didn't, so..." Sasha looked at both girls and said, "Nikita, they're going to know you weren't there." Nikita replied, "Well, I'm sure they will, but it sounded boring, so I didn't go." Sasha couldn't believe Cassie wasn't more upset as she urged her to get involved. "Cassie?" Cassie looked up, seeming uninterested, and replied, "What?" "Nikita didn't go to orientation. Do you understand what that means? You are in as much trouble as she is," exclaimed Sasha as she tried to make them realize the seriousness of the situation. As Sasha freaked out, Cassie and Nikita both started laughing at the same time. Sasha realized that they were just messing with her and joined in the laugh. "Y'all are so stupid," said Sasha. "I was starting to think Pain would bust through the door any second, and I was about to leave before she killed you." Nikita explained to Sasha, "Class was boring. I swear if I could have found a rope, I would have hung myself." Sasha and Cassie both spun toward Nikita immediately and held up their hand as if to make her stop talking. Cassie looked round to see if anyone had been listening. As Nikita sat silently wondering what she had said, Sasha leaned in closer to her. "Never say anything about killing yourself here, Nikita," warned Sasha. Cassie joined in by adding, "These people are serious about stuff like that. A few months back, one of the cadets tried to hang herself in the shower, and ever since, they take stuff like that extremely seriously." Nikita asked, "What would they do?" Sasha explained, "They come get you, take everything from you, including your clothes, and put you in a room with no bed, no covers, nothing. They have cameras in the room that watch you around the clock, so you don't off yourself until a psychiatrist shows up to see if you are really a threat to yourself." Nikita replied, "That doesn't sound fun at all." Sasha lightened the mood a bit by pretending she was about to strangle Nikita, saying, "Besides, we plan to kill you ourselves." Cassie dove onto Nikita's shoulders and pulled her into the bunk as Sasha poked her in the stomach, making her laugh. The three girls forgot all the discipline and restraint that they carried throughout the day and had a long laugh as they wrestled each other off the bunk and onto the floor. Just as they were composing themselves and catching their breath, there was a noise that began as a small, repeating thump and continued to get louder and louder until it had the attention of everyone in the dorm. As the noise got so loud that it began to shake the walls, a light beamed through the windows of the dorm. All of the girls in the room crowded around the windows, looking out as a blinking light approached the roof of the building. At first, even Cassie seemed puzzled, but she was the first to realize what the noise was, so she announced to the room, It's Dr. Kennedy's helicopter landing on the roof pad. The explanation may have calmed the fear, but did nothing to lessen the curiosity of the entire dorm. Everyone wanted a peek at the helicopter and was amazed by the whole event. As they stood looking out of the window, the room was a-chatter with comments about how great it would be to ride in the helicopter. Some girls said they were afraid and would never get in it, and others claimed they would do anything to take a trip to anywhere in anything that would get them away from the dorm. Just then, the dorm room door popped open, and Instructor Payne entered the dorm. Cassie could see Dr. Kennedy standing outside the door leaning on his cane. Instructor Payne announced, "Tomorrow morning Instructor Harris will be doing inspection and PT with you. I will be gone until Wednesday morning. Instructor Harris will have a notebook with her. If your name ends up in that notebook before I get back, I will personally see to it that you are telling your grandchildren about me after I finish with you. Do you understand?" The room sounded off. "Yes, Instructor Payne." As she turned to leave, Cassie saw Instructor Payne's eyes searching until she landed on Nikita. She took a second to look her up and down as if she was reassuring herself of something that she suspected. She then turned and walked out of the room. A few moments later, the thumping of the helicopter's rotors sped up and got louder, and the trees in the yard began to sway. The helicopter reappeared above the window ledge as it left the roof and quickly disappeared over the dark silhouette of trees at the edge of the property. Cassie thought about the way Instructor Payne looked at Nikita and let her mind wander at everything that had happened since Nikita arrived. The one thing that stood out to Cassie was that Instructor Payne asked Nikita to stay behind so that they could talk earlier that day, and while Cassie believed Nikita's story at the time, she began wondering if there was more to it than she had told her. Cassie had been at the facility for 2 years and had only seen the helicopter one other time. Cassie believed that Dr. Kennedy was not the final authority on the big decisions and that he had to report to someone when he wanted to do something out of the ordinary. She couldn't prove it, but she had been around long enough to see him arguing on phone calls through his office door and pacing outside with his cigar, looking like a broken train going in circles as it puffed out smoke and grunted its way around a small track. The last time a helicopter landed on the roof of the facility, 2 instructors were replaced, and the gray access panels that open each door were installed. From that day forward, the staff and all the cadets have been required to have access cards to move around in the facility. She had no idea what happened, but whatever it was, it changed things. Whatever caused that helicopter to arrive, it was not trivial, and it involved Instructor Payne. Judging from the way Instructor Payne eyed Nikita, it probably involved her as well, thought Cassie. As the room returned to its normal evening calm, Nikita asked Cassie, "What was the last person like who got assigned to you?" Cassie replied, "You're my first assignment, and if all goes well, you'll be my last." Nikita was puzzled by everything Cassie had just said as she replied, "Wait, I thought you said your last bunkmate was moved to Dorm B." Cassie had begun shining her boots and never looked up as she said she was. "I never said she was my assignment. She was just my bunkmate. Until now, the program has never assigned new cadets to senior cadets. This was the first time that ever happened, as far as I know, and I have been here for 2 years. So why did you say that I will be your last assignment if things go well?" asked Nikita. Cassie chuckled a bit and said, "Because you are not just my assignment. You are my final test as a senior cadet in this program. If I succeed at squaring you away, I will graduate." Sasha added, "So if you fail, Cassie fails with you. That's why you can't fail." Nikita had so many questions in her mind, but she started with the most obvious by asking, "What do you mean, fail and graduate?" Cassie explained, "Well, Nikita, you'll know if you fail because you'll wake up one morning and you'll be somewhere that's not here. And before you ask where, I already told you that I don't know. One minute you'll be a cadet, and the next minute you'll be a memory here." Nikita's face changed as her curiosity became anxiety. "Don't look so gloomy. I got your back, little sis. You aren't going anywhere," assured Cassie. Nikita showed a weary smile and said, "That actually makes me feel better." Cassie barely let her finish her sentence before she replied, Yeah, and if you do screw up, I'll just let my buddy Sasha here kill you and hide your body in Instructor Payne's trunk. As the three girls laughed, Nikita realized that she still had questions. What did you mean when you said you will graduate? Do you move to another dorm? Asked Nikita. Cassie hesitated a bit, then replied, No, little sis. It means I go to a new facility. Before Nikita could say anything, she added, Don't worry, though, because you'll know your way around here so well. By then, you'll probably be running the place. Besides, Sasha has your back when I leave. Right, Sasha? Cassie asked. Sasha offered up her customary fist bump to Nikita and said, You know it. The conversation continued about the events of the day, but as the evening ended, Nikita found herself a little down, knowing that Cassie would not be staying at the facility indefinitely. Cassie and Sasha had spent the evening teaching Nikita everything from how to tell military time to alphanumeric words. They polished boots and straightened the footlocker until everything in their bunk area was exactly like the instructor demanded. As the night ended, Sasha left in time to organize her bunk, and Nikita returned to the questions she had about being assigned to Cassie. Was Sasha assigned a cadet? Cassie replied, No, not this time, but eventually I'm sure she will be. But hasn't she been here as long as you have? Yeah, but the instructor decides who is ready to train other cadets. It's kind of like a final test. Once you are paired up with a cadet, they see how well you can work with them to train them and get them squared away. You were assigned to me because they believed we would make a good fit, so it wasn't random. Trying not to annoy Cassie too much, Nikita decided to hold off on other questions that she had floating in her head, but she planned to ask Cassie everything the next time they talked. Well, said Nikita, I guess we better get some rest. What is on the schedule for tomorrow? Cassie said, For you, orientation. Nikita was in her bunk at this point and stared silently at the roof before realizing what Cassie had just said. Orientation, questioned Nikita in a serious voice. Orientation was today. I'm finished with that, she added. Cassie sat up and grabbed the schedule from her footlocker and showed it to Nikita. Nope, you have orientation Monday and Tuesday. Nikita dropped back onto her pillow and breathed a sigh of frustration. As Cassie laid back down, she stared at the bottom of Nikita's bunk and let out a little laugh. She heard Nikita say, Oh, shut up. Cassie laughed again and said, You got this, little sis. Get some sleep. Both girls fell asleep and didn't move until the following morning, as the wake-up call sounded. Instructor Harris made her rounds and eventually left the room with no real incident. It started off as a calm day. PT was even more peaceful. Everyone seemed to enjoy the absence of Instructor Payne and the fear of impending doom that would normally hang over them when she was present. After morning showers, Nikita made her way to the dreaded orientation class. As she sat down in her chair, she looked over at the spot where Eric was sitting the previous day to see a new name tag that said Greg Moss. Nikita thought about how quickly Eric was replaced and had become just what Cassie had warned, just a memory. Nikita turned her chair slightly away from the tag and said quietly, Well, Greg Moss, you're on your own. No new friends today. As the class began, everyone came in and sat down. A boy with brown hair sat in the seat labeled Greg Moss as Nikita gave him a nod and buried her face in her folder with the back of her chair facing him. The message was clear that she was not looking to meet anyone today. As the class started, Nikita took better notes and tried to make it look like she was following along as best she could without letting her mind wander. To her surprise, the day flew by. Before long, the class was dismissed, and Nikita had survived the ordeal once again. Everyone was flooding into the dorm room and heading to the showers as Nikita was leaving orientation. It seemed apparent that the cadets who were not in orientation would have probably preferred to be. Everyone was hot and sweaty. The smell of sweaty cotton made Nikita wonder if she even wanted to eat dinner. That idea only lasted until she passed the door of the mess hall and read spaghetti with meatballs, corn, and garlic bread on the sign outside of the mess hall entrance. Suddenly, the smell of sweat faded into thoughts of a delicious meal that Nikita could hardly wait to eat. She had not had a meal that she didn't love yet, and compared to the meals she was used to, it would be hard for the cooks to think up something that she wouldn't at least try. Nikita stood looking at the sign for a moment when she felt a tap on her back. If you stare at that long enough, they will slide the food under the door for you. Nikita turned to see Sasha smiling and looking like a wet mop. Hey, Sasha, you look terrible. Thanks. I smell bad too. What were you doing to get so sweaty? Funny you should ask. We were relocating the facility. Nikita looked puzzled as she replied, You were doing what? You heard me. Instructor Payne had us running track, and one of the new kids started crying and said the running track was too hot and the sun was burning his face. That caused Payne to tell him she was going to fix the problem. She made everyone get buckets and start filling them with dirt and moving them to the other side of the property. She said we were just going to move everything over a few 100 yards, so the running track had less sunlight on it. Wait, she was serious? You have a lot to learn about Payne. She was making us move dirt all day to teach the kid that whining would only make things worse. But she punished the whole team. Of course, that's why it's called a team. Everyone is part of the team, and everyone is part of the problem when the team has a problem. I bet that kid felt horrible for making everyone work all day. Not nearly as horrible as he will feel tomorrow when she makes us move all of the dirt back. She said you have to move it back? No, not yet, but she will. I have been here a long time, Nikita. Payne obviously had no plans to actually have us relocate the facility. So tomorrow she will tell us that she changed her mind and wants us to move the facility back where we found it. I bet you are pissed. Me? No girl. A bunch of people are, but not me. I already knew that it was either going to be this or some other stupid thing to do. You have to keep a clear perspective here. We are training to be stronger and take orders under pressure. Once you accept the fact that every day will be more physical exhaustion and more insanity, it becomes normal and easier to deal with. I mean, the kid that was whining will probably get an earful in his dorm tonight, but it will cause him to toughen up and stop crying. What if he doesn't? That happens here sometimes. I would introduce you to some of the people who have tried it, but they are no longer here. Where did they go? Sasha slowly pointed out in the distance and said in a mysterious tone, The great unknown. They have moved on beyond this realm and taken their place among the stars. The stars? Asked Nikita. Honestly, I have no idea. They are just gone. If I find them, I'll let you know, and you can ask them. Meanwhile, don't be the girl who cries. Sasha, has anyone ever told you how weird you are? My therapist brings it up sometimes, but he wouldn't even know I had a problem if it weren't for my imaginary friend. That chick never knows when to just shut her mouth. Nikita laughed at Sasha's weirdness, and Cassie appeared at her side. Hey, little sis, how was day 2 of orientation? Well, tomorrow you become part of the riffraff around here. No more orientation. Sasha and I are going to help you stay out of trouble, and before you know it, you'll be ready to run the place, said Cassie. I hear we will be relocating the facility tomorrow, said Nikita. Oh, you heard about the new kid. Yeah, don't be that kid, Sasha added. I've already given her the scoop on what happens when you can't cut it around here. Yep, you go to the great beyond, said Nikita, pointing to the horizon. Sasha, are you being you again? I'm trying to be Cass. I don't know who else I could be. Cassie said, Sasha, if we don't hit the shower, we will not get past the door when dinner is ready. Sasha agreed, and the 2 girls headed off to get cleaned up before it was time to eat. Nikita walked to her bunk and sat her notebook on her bed. It had been a long and boring day, but tomorrow looked like it was going to be a day of activity, even if it was just carrying buckets of dirt. Nikita leaned back and put her head on her pillow as she waited for the mess hall to open. She was starting to feel like she belonged here as she met new people. Everyone seemed friendly, and having to do meaningless tasks as training didn't sound like that big of a deal to Nikita. After a few minutes, she jumped up and headed to the mess hall where Cassie, Sasha, and Slider were standing in front of the door talking about the day. It was obvious to anyone looking on that these 3 spent a lot of time together, and Nikita felt welcome in their social circle. Little sis, we thought you gave up and went to bed, said Cassie. You thought I decided to leave my meatballs and spaghetti and skip eating? That was never going to happen. We have a date, and I don't plan to stand them up. Are you ready to start getting sweaty with the rest of us tomorrow? Asked Slider. I am ready to do anything that doesn't involve listening to another day of boring speeches and orientation. You will long for the days of air-conditioned conference rooms and cushioned chairs, Nikita. I promise you that much, warned Slider. I'd rather run track all day than sit in a room without being able to move. Besides, I have the 3 best tour guides that this place has to offer. I will be fine. I can keep up. I hope so, little sis, because Payne loves feeding on the souls of new cadets. Just do what we do, and you will be fine. The door to the mess hall opened, and the 3 cadets led the line to the serving area, got their food, and sat down in the spot where their name tag was stuck to the table. A few minutes later, they were done and had left the mess hall. I can't wait until I'm rich and famous so I can eat a meal without having to watch a clock, said Cassie. I can't wait to see how you become famous, added Sasha. Are you kidding? With a face like this, it's just a matter of time, joked Cassie. You plan to get famous by opening a haunted house? Asked Sasha. No, I plan to be on the news after I smother you with your pillow as you sleep. You do realize that I sleep on my pillow, right? That's why I will be famous. I'll be known as the pillow-snatching serial killer. Yeah? If Payne catches you roaming the halls after lights out, you will be known as the girl on the back of the milk carton. You know that woman can see everything, everywhere, all the time. That's true. I may have to go with my backup plan. You have a backup plan for killing Sasha? Asked Slider. I have to hear this one. Are you sure you want to hear this, Slider? Asked Cassie. It's pretty devious. Sure, why not? I plan to stick around acting like her friend for the next 70 years, until one day I am at her side as I watch her die of old age. The last thing she will hear me say is, "Now who's haunting a house? Your plan is to let her die of old age. You really are a monster," said Slider. I know. I hate to let everyone see the side of me, but Sasha brings out the worst in me. Sasha chuckled. Well, apparently I will be bringing out the worst in you for the next 70 years while your plan unfolds, so get used to it. Nikita watched Sasha and Cassie go back and forth as they gave each other grief. Both girls enjoyed the verbal challenge, and it was entertaining to Nikita. She was hesitant to join in because she hadn't gotten to know them well enough to know how much abuse they could take, but in time they would learn that Nikita could be brutal and had a great sense of humor behind her quiet facade. The friends hung out in the hall for a while, talking and joking about their day. Nikita found a lot of comfort in knowing these good friends had accepted her as part of the group, and she planned to make sure she didn't disappoint them. Nikita was starting to enjoy the evenings with her newfound friends. As the day ended, she put her head on the pillow of her bunk and thought, "This place isn't bad. I could fit in here. I seem to be doing a good job of impressing Instructor Payne, and she even seems to like me. I might be the youngest cadet to ever graduate. Maybe she wouldn't lose her new friend Cassie for long if she kept showing Instructor Payne that she can follow the rules perfectly." This thought comforted her as she went to sleep with a small spark of hope in her mind. Chapter 10. Payne's Fiery Crucible. As the morning wake-up call sounded on Nikita's 3rd day, she was already up, looking forward to her morning. She was dressed and had her bunk made, knowing that Instructor Payne would be back. Nikita had her mind set that she was going to impress Instructor Payne with her attention to detail, so she double-checked her bunk footlocker uniform and even looked in the tiny mirror stuck to the bunk frame to be sure that she didn't have a single hair out of place. I am ready, thought Nikita. I am more than ready. Cassie was also up and ready. As she put her cap on and straightened the bill, the doors flung open, and Instructor Payne made her usual entrance. As Payne made her rounds, the dorm could hear her giving out her normal share of insults and threats designed to keep cadets on their toes and in constant fear of her. Nikita stood at attention in anticipation of impressing Instructor Payne with her perfection. As Payne made her way up to Cassie and Nikita's bed, she took one look at their bunk, and the notebook went flying. She grabbed the mattress off Nikita's bed and threw it on the floor. "What in the hell is this sloppy-looking garbage doing in my dorm?" demanded Instructor Payne. Cassie and Nikita both stood motionless, staring straight ahead with a look of absolute confusion in their eyes. Cassie thought, what did Nikita do? Just then, Instructor Payne grabbed Cassie's mattress and threw it to the floor. "Well, that explains it. It's the blind leading the blind. How can you expect your cadet to know how to make her bunk properly if you can't even do it?" yelled Instructor Payne. Cassie was baffled, and Nikita was petrified. The storm continued as Instructor Payne came around and faced Cassie. "I gave you one of my cadets to train, and she can't even make her bed after 3 days. You have been here 2 years, and you can't even get the wrinkles out of your own sheet. I will not have my cadets living like pigs in wrinkled sheets and messy beds. You and your screw-up cadet report to the mess hall. Now," barked Instructor Payne. Cassie and Nikita replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne." Cassie walked around to grab her mattress and get it out of the walkway when Payne seemed to be reignited. "Did I tell you to clean the dorm before you decide to follow my instructions, cadet? Was I using too many big words?" she demanded. Cassie dropped the mattress and stood at attention again. "No, Instructor Payne, your instructions were clear." Payne stepped closer to Cassie and got right in her face. "I'm giving you and your idiot clone exactly 10 seconds to disappear from my sight, and when I see you again, both of you better have a scrub brush in one hand and a plate in the other." "Yes, Instructor Payne," Cassie said as she turned and jogged toward the door. As she turned, she grabbed Nikita's uniform shirt and tugged it to signal her to follow. Both girls vanished out of sight as Payne turned her focus to the next bunk where 2 more nervous cadets stood preparing for her wrath. As Cassie and Nikita reached the hall just beyond the dorm, they both stopped and looked at each other with a look of shock. "What just happened in there?" asked Cassie. Nikita, looking more confused than Cassie, replied, "I have no idea. I ate everything just the way you showed me." Cassie took her cap off and ran her fingers through her hair as she looked at Nikita and said, "Both of our bunks were perfect. I checked them both, and there were no wrinkles." Nikita, looking at Cassie as if she hoped to find an answer to Instructor Payne's outburst written on her face, said, "I know. I spent 10 minutes double-checking everything this morning. This was not about the bunk. Something else is going on here," concluded Cassie. Cassie motioned for Nikita to walk further from the dorm just in case Payne walked out. Cassie put her hand on Nikita's arm and said, "Nikita, you have to tell me what happened yesterday after our race. Instructor Payne talked to you, and I need to know what she said. I haven't been given a punishment in the past 10 months, and today we got kitchen duty for both of our bunks not being straight. Something else happened out there, and I need to know what it is." Nikita hesitated for a bit and said, "I threw the race." Cassie took her hand from Nikita's arm and replied, "What? You mean the race between you and I? What's that got to do with this?" Nikita looked down as she explained how she waited until the last moment to let Cassie win, and Instructor Payne realized what she did. Cassie was even more confused as she pressed Nikita for more. "Why would you let me win?" Nikita explained that she was afraid that Cassie would stop helping her if she beat her in front of everyone. "That's stupid, Nikita," explained Cassie. "If you fail, I fail, remember?" Cassie scolded. Nikita replied, "I didn't know that at the time. And besides, you have been like my big sister here, and I don't want to be seen as better than you at anything. I like the fact that everyone looks up to you. I would have never raced you if I had realized how things were going to turn out." Cassie, more concerned with why Payne got mad at them, refocused Nikita as she said, "We have bigger problems right now, Nikita. Are you telling me she is punishing you for not beating me?" "I don't think so. She told me I was smart not to win, and that she wasn't sure if I was a good thing or a bad thing, but she planned to find out. She said that if I succeed, I have a future here, and if I failed, I would never see the inside of this place again." Cassie's face changed from confusion to pure focused determination. "So that's it." "What's it?" Cassie explained that Nikita had caught Payne's attention and that she believed Payne was about to test them to see how they reacted. "But why would she test you if she wants to know how I will react to being pushed?" Cassie smiled a bit as she explained, "Because we are a team." Nikita's face dropped as she said, Cassie, I'm so sorry I got you in this. I don't want you to get punished because of my stupidity. Can I talk to her or something to try to fix this? Cassie laughed. Talk to Payne. Are you serious? Didn't I warn you about what would happen if they heard you talking about killing yourself? That would be suicide, Nikita said. Well, what can I do? Cassie checked to make sure no one was listening and in a low voice told Nikita, Listen, little sis, you may have just given us an opportunity. Nikita looked even more confused than she did sorry as she asked, How is this an opportunity? Do you want to be a professional dishwasher or something? Cassie chuckled and said, No, but I do want to graduate. We have a huge advantage here. We know that Payne is testing us, and if we can handle that correctly, I will get to graduate, and you will be the new golden child here. Nikita smiled, knowing Cassie seemed to understand how things worked better than she did, and knew she must have a plan. So, we just let her punish us, and then what? Cassie's face got serious as she explained, No, little sis, you need to understand how bad things are going to get before they get better. Payne's the type of person who wakes up extra early and sits on her bunk thinking of new ways to make our life a living hell, and that's on her good days. If she focuses her attention on you and me, let's just say we are about to experience hell on earth until Payne decides we have had all we can take. Then, she will give us more. Nikita, trying to act like she wasn't worried, replied, Well, I don't see how we have a choice. You already took suicide off the table, so I guess we have to suck it up and take whatever she dishes out. Cassie put both hands on Nikita's shoulders as she had in the past to get her undivided attention and said, Nikita, we can do this, but it's going to be tough. Promise me that you will trust me and follow my lead. No giving up and no breaking down. You and I are back on that racetrack, but this time we will cross the finish line together and with each other's help. Can I count on you, little sis? Nikita looked at Cassie and more seriously than she had ever been with anyone replied, No matter what. We stick together and we don't give in, give up, or break down. That's the deal. Cassie smiled, still looking into Nikita's eyes and said, That's the deal. Now let's go get our asses kicked. They both laughed a bit as they headed to the mess hall ready for anything Payne might throw at them. The day went by quickly as Nikita and Cassie washed dishes, cleaned tables, and managed to slip in a quick lunch break of their own. As the workday came to an end, both girls looked exhausted as they made their way to the shower. They reached their dorm, picked their mattress up off the ground where Payne had instructed them to leave it, and collapsed into their bunk. Cassie mumbled with her face in her pillow, Damn! Nikita heard her and struggled to get the words out as she said, Oh crap, what? Cassie lifted her head a bit, so Nikita could hear her and said, We still have to shine our boots and get our uniform together. Nikita laughed. We are still in our sweatpants. Our uniforms are still folded and creased from yesterday. Cassie chuckled and said, Oh, thank God. Both girls lay silently for a moment and sprung up at the same time as if they were triggered by a switch. We didn't wash tomorrow's workout uniform, said Cassie. Nikita had figured that out at the exact same moment and asked, How could we get it washed if we were washing dishes? Cassie thought for a moment. I have no idea. The laundry is closed, and we should have turned in our bags after PT, but we were washing dishes. So we are pretty much screwed, right? Cassie agreed. Yeah, pretty much. Payne is going to kill us. As the two girls resigned themselves to the fact that they would be getting kitchen duty the next day for not having a clean uniform, they fell asleep without even getting the evening meal. The next morning, it was business as usual. The door flung open, and Payne made her rounds. She reached their bunk and walked right past them and went straight to the bunk. Within a few seconds, both mattresses were back on the ground. I see kitchen duty didn't do anything to jog your memory. You still don't know how to make a bunk. As she walked around the bunk and faced them, she noticed that the uniforms looked like they had washed dishes in them all day. And now you don't remember how to wash your clothes, yelled Payne. It's like you're getting stupider. I didn't even think that was possible, but here you are looking twice as unprepared and screwed up as you did yesterday at this same time. At this rate, you should be asking other cadets to help you lace up your boots by Friday. Today, we will up the voltage and see if I can fix whatever is malfunctioning in those bubbles you call brains. Let's try our hand at mopping the floors. Report to housekeeping and tell them that you are the new Mopstick sisters and you want to mop every room in this facility. Cassie and Nikita replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne," as they turned to run toward the door. Payne blew up again as she yelled, "Where are you morons going?" Cassie and Nikita ran back and stood at attention in front of Payne. "Don't you think you should change into your gray sweatpants and bring your black ones to the laundry? Or were you planning on wearing the same nasty clothes from now until you remember how to think?" Both girls replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne," as they grabbed their gray uniform and headed toward the laundry to change and turn in their dirty clothes. Payne watched them with fire in her eyes until they left the room. Once again, she continued with her inspection as the room stood anxiously waiting to be next. Cassie and Nikita got to the laundry and slipped out of their black sweat clothes and into the gray. They dropped off the clothes to be washed and headed to housekeeping. As they reported to Mrs. Peterson, who ran the housekeeping department, they were each given a mop and a list of rooms that needed to be mopped. As they grabbed a mop bucket to fill with water, Nikita looked at the list of rooms and said, "Why did they give us a list of rooms? From the looks of it, they could have just said, 'Mop all the rooms.'" Cassie laughed and said, "I don't think we are getting off at 1700 hours today like we did yesterday. It's going to take us forever to catch all these rooms." Nikita stopped for a moment and said, "Hey, what if we skip the ones that already look clean?" Cassie looked at her and said, "Listen up, little sis, don't poke the bear. I'd rather stay up all night and mop these rooms twice than risk having Payne find out that we tried to lie to her about mopping all the rooms." Nikita asked, "What's she going to do? Punish us? We are already being punished." Cassie thought for a moment and explained, "Little sis, you need to think about something. This morning, Payne could have punished us for our uniform if she had looked at either of us before she looked at our bunk. She always walks up to me, then looks at my bunk, but today she already knew she planned to find something wrong with the bunk before she ever noticed our uniform." Nikita asked, "So what does that mean?" Cassie explained, "It means that she is punishing us on purpose, which is what we suspected." That just confirmed it. Tomorrow when she comes in, she will find something else. We already know that. So, if we know she is punishing us on purpose, we can either get mad and resist the punishment, or we can use the advantage we have and play the game. Nikita listened as they walked into a large floor with shiny tiles and got ready to start mopping. Cassie continued to explain, "If we can show that we know how to follow instructions, we are good cadets. But if we show that we can take discipline we don't deserve, while following instructions and staying true to who we are leaders. I know how these people think, and I have been here long enough to know how much they value the ability to follow instruction and take corrections. We just need to plan on being tired for a while and do what we are told. No shortcuts." Nikita replied, "You're the boss, Cassie. Whatever you think." As they started mopping, the hours flew by. Cassie was right, and they were not even close to finishing mopping by the end of the normal workday, but they kept working until they were done. They had only stopped for a half hour to eat, but it was almost 2 hours later than it was the day before when they finished all the floors. They followed the same routine as the day before as they picked their mattress up off the ground once again and collapsed into their bed after showering. They skipped evening meals and decided that sleep meant more to them than food. Nikita was only asleep for what seemed like a few minutes when she was awakened by a vivid dream. It was unlike her to dream at all, but the realism of this dream caused her to sit up in her bunk. She recalled the details of herself standing on a mountain of black molten rock. She was dressed in a suit of black armor, and she was several years older. The light of a full moon poured over her shoulders as she tried to drown out the sound of animals barking, howling, hissing. It sounded like a jungle, but there were no animals in sight, and the landscape was nothing but smoldering rock as far as her eyes could see. She let the image play in her mind as she wondered what it meant and why she suddenly had such a vivid dream. After several minutes, she laid back down and stared at the ceiling for almost a half hour, thinking about the details of her dream before finally falling asleep once again. The following morning, they woke up to more of the same. It was Friday, and they took comfort in knowing the weekend awaited as they were instructed to report to the groundskeeping department to pull weeds and spread mulch around the trees. Today, according to Payne, they had messy bunks. Their shoes were too shiny, and they were slouching instead of standing up straight. Cassie and Nikita knew to take Payne seriously, but the moment they walked out of the dorm, they looked at each other and put their hands over their mouths to keep from laughing out loud. They realized that they were not being punished for their bunk, shoes, and posture, but they were being put through the paces to see if they would break or turn on each other. This just made them closer, knowing they were in this together. It was hot, and the day left them sunburned and sore. As the day ended, they decided to grab the evening meal after showering, and once they returned to the bunk, they were so happy about the weekend break that they stayed up and talked to Sasha for several hours. The three girls caught up on all the events that had taken place while Cassie and Nikita were mopping floors and washing dishes for the last 3 days. The girls joked and talked as they shined boots and organized their footlockers. "Hey, Cassie, shouldn't we be unshining our shoes if they were too shiny this morning?" Nikita joked. Sasha and Cassie laughed as Sasha added, "I think it will save both of you a lot of time if you just leave your mattresses on the ground, so Payne doesn't have to put it there Monday morning." The joking continued until all three girls agreed that it was way too late to still be up. Before long, Sasha had left as Nikita and Cassie fell asleep. It only seemed like minutes had passed when Payne thumped Cassie on her forehead and said, "Did you think I had forgotten that you owe me 3 days' worth of PT?" Cassie took less than a second to find herself standing at attention. She grabbed her cap as she popped to her feet and attempted to put it on. She stood at attention with her eyes half open and her hat on crooked. Payne said in a low voice, to avoid waking the whole dorm, "I better see you and Miss Potato Brain on my PT field in 5 minutes. I don't mean 5.5 minutes. I mean 5. As Cassie opened her mouth to say, "Yes, Instructor Payne," Payne put her finger to her lips and said, "Shut your face. Move your ass." Cassie stood at attention as Payne turned and left the dorm. Cassie immediately spun around and grabbed Nikita by the foot as she pulled her halfway off the bunk. "Get up, Nikita," said Cassie, trying to hold her voice down. Nikita was struggling to stay on the bunk and looked like a cat hanging from a limb at the top of a tree. As her feet dangled, Nikita tried to understand what was going on. "Cassie, are you nuts?" demanded Nikita. "I just fell asleep." Cassie looked at the clock on the wall and said, "Nikita, it's 0500, and Payne just ordered us to be on the PT track in 5 minutes. Nikita looked at Cassie in disbelief and replied, "Cassie, you're sleepwalking. Payne is not here." Cassie grabbed Nikita by the waist and pulled her back out of the bed, but this time she landed on her feet. "I'm not asleep. Payne just left here and told me that we have to be on the field in 5 minutes. Make that 4 minutes now." Nikita could see that Cassie was not joking and couldn't risk thinking she was imagining this. So she jumped up and threw on her black sweatsuit and running shoes. Nikita and Cassie ran as fast as they could to the PT field, and to Nikita's disappointment, Cassie was not imagining this. Payne was standing there waiting as a silhouette lit by a light of dusk behind her on the horizon. "Well, I'm so happy you two could join me. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time or anything," mocked Payne. "No, Instructor Payne," replied both girls as Payne continued warming up for what would be a buffet of insults. "So, you two thought you could relax in the air-conditioned mopping job and cushy dishwashing vacation and not give me my PT? Well, the vacation is over and it's time to pay the piper," Payne said in a sarcastic yet jovial voice. Cassie and Nikita could tell that Payne lived for moments like this, and she was in all her glory just beating the psychological snot out of people. "Let's start with those 10 laps you owe me," ordered Payne. "Yes, Instructor Payne," they replied and took off running. This time, they were not racing each other, and both girls realized that they had better pace themselves because Payne had more in store for them. As they completed the 10 laps, they returned and stood at attention in front of Payne. She turned and saw them and asked, "What are you two idiots doing?" Cassie replied, "Instructor Payne, we completed the 10 laps you gave us, and we are reporting back to you." Payne's expression changed from curiosity to anger, which was just her normal look as far as the girls knew. "How many days did you miss, PT Nikita?" asked Payne. "We missed 3 days, Instructor Payne." "And how many laps do we run each day, Cassie?" asked Payne. "We run 10 laps each day, Instructor Payne." "Well," continued Payne as she walked around both girls, the way a python circles its meal as it prepares to squeeze the life out of it, "I am not a math instructor, but I'm pretty sure you owe me 3 days' worth of laps if you missed 3 days' worth of laps. From the looks of it, neither of you has gotten any smarter, seeing how you think 3 times 10 is 10. So I'm going to go out on a limb and assume you are too dumb to pass inspection Monday also. Let's go ahead and get those laps out of the way while we are out here enjoying this day together. I'm going to go sit under that tree and drink my coffee while you two give me the other 30 laps you still owe me." Both girls replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne," as they headed toward the track again. Nikita kept a steady pace with Cassie, who was running just fast enough to avoid having Payne say they were running too slow. As they made their way around the track, Cassie said, "I knew things were going to get bad around here for you and me." Nikita, looking like she hadn't run any laps at all, replied, "If this is all Payne has, we will be okay." Cassie ran a few seconds and asked Nikita, "You're not tired of having to be on the move day after day with no rest?" Nikita was quiet for a second as she kept pace with Cassie and replied, "It's funny that you would phrase your question that way." Cassie thought for a moment about the question she had just asked Nikita and replied, "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, I am tired of moving all the time. I have been moving since I was old enough to remember. I moved from one home to another, from one family to the next. Every time I start thinking I may be home, I have to move again. My whole life has been one move after another, and all I want is to stop and call somewhere home." Cassie was a good listener and knew not to interrupt Nikita's point with a reply, so she kept quiet as the pair jogged a few seconds in silence. After a few moments, Nikita continued, "This place is strange. Everything has name tags on it, and the rules are weird. Instructor Payne, well, that woman has issues that need work, but it's not all bad. Things here may be weird, but they are constant. The wake-up calls and 5-minute meal chimes are constant. They represent something I have never had, and that is a sense of order and stability. As chaotic as this place can make a person feel, it's comforting knowing that Monday morning at exactly 0600 hours, the doors will pop open, and Payne will be there on time with her same issues to take out on other people. As evil as the woman may seem, I have been through worse. She isn't carrying a wooden spoon and hitting us or coming home drunken." Well, Nikita paused to redirect the conversation as she realized she was headed down a dark path of bad memories that she had lived through. "I'm just saying this place may not be perfect, but for the first time in my life, I'm in a place where everything seems stable." Cassie continued listening without saying a word as both girls continued to run. "You have been a good friend since I got here, Cassie, and the more Payne punishes us, the more time we spend together learning to take on whatever she throws at us. In a way, I think I will owe Payne for giving me the one thing I want more than anything," Nikita confessed as she kept pace with Cassie. Cassie waited a moment, thinking Nikita would tell her what the one thing was that she wanted more than anything, but Nikita assumed Cassie already knew. "Well, what is the one thing you want more than anything, Nikita?" Cassie finally asked. Nikita looked at Cassie like she must be joking and replied, "Family! Cassie! Jesus! Were you sleeping this whole time? I'm talking about family?" Cassie sounded confused as she asked, "You think of Payne as family? Cassie, are you having a heat stroke? I'm talking about you. You have been helping me through all of this since the first hour I arrived here. I'm trying to tell you that when Payne gets finished destroying us, all she will have done is form a bond between us and make us like family. Are you not getting this?" Cassie let out a laugh and said, "Yeah, I was getting all of it, but I could see how hard it was for you to spit that out, and I couldn't resist watching you squirm." Nikita looked at Cassie and said, "Oh, so you were just being funny. You like jokes. I see. So now it's Comedy Hour starring Cassie Walls. Well, let's see how much you like this little joke." Nikita said as she nearly doubled the pace she was running, knowing Cassie would have to keep up to keep pain off her case. Cassie sped up to catch Nikita, saying, "No, Nikita, this isn't funny. We may be running all day. Slow down." Nikita kept running for a whole lap with Cassie begging her to slow down. As she finally slowed down and Cassie caught up, she asked, "Oh, you're not still laughing at me?" Cassie replied, "I hate you so much right now." Nikita, not yet finished giving Cassie a hard time, said, "I'll make you a deal. You can admit that you like having me assigned to you, or I will take off running again and make you sprint the rest of the laps." Cassie looked at Nikita, knowing she couldn't sprint a lap at this point if she had to, and said, "Okay, fine. You little brat. I'm glad they assigned you to me, and yes, I like you being my little sis in this stupid place." Nikita, realizing that Cassie had given her far more acceptance than she asked for, could have run all day, feeling like she had accomplished something by getting Cassie to admit that she saw her as more than an assignment that she had to complete to graduate. Cassie, struggling to catch her breath, said, "Are you happy now?" Nikita smiled and said, "I have some good news for you." Cassie looked at Nikita with sweat dripping from her brow and said, "Well?" Nikita paused as she was trying to find the best way to deliver her news and finally said, "We finished our 30 laps 3 laps ago." Cassie came to a stop, like someone had dropped an anchor off her back. "Are you serious, Nikita?" asked Cassie, looking bewildered. "Why would you make us run 3 extra laps?" Nikita smiled at Cassie and answered, "I was enjoying the conversation." Cassie, struggling to catch her breath, was holding her knees and said, "When I catch my breath, I plan to murder you, Nikita." "Oh yeah," said Nikita. "I forgot that you are a killing machine." They both laughed before they realized that Payne might be watching but quickly composed themselves and reported to Payne. "We finished our laps, Instructor Payne," said Cassie. Payne, proving that she never missed anything, said, "Yeah, I realized that 3 laps ago." "Well, I hope that run got you loosened up because you have 3 days' worth of rope climbing to do." Cassie and Nikita both knew they were far from done. They expected Sunday to be just as painful as this day was becoming, but they found strength in their friendship that made them feel like they could handle pain as a team far better than anyone could have endured alone. Chapter 11. Threatened by the Past. As Cassie and Nikita finished a day of Payne's unique style of fun, they hit the shower and got ready for the day to come to an end. They fully expected tomorrow to be more of the same. "After we stop by our locker and put this stuff away, I have to go by Dorm B to tell Sasha that we aren't staying up tonight. I can't keep my eyes open another minute," said Cassie. "I am with you on that one. Tell her I said hi. I'll meet you in the dorm." As Cassie left, she held the door open for a dark-haired girl. Nikita put her things away and noticed the cloth in the back of her locker that had her locket wrapped in it. As she reached for the cloth, she unwrapped it and held the locket in her hand. She thought for a moment about how she had spent her whole life wondering who her family was and how this locket might be the only connection she ever had to them. Life in this new place was hard, but it was good knowing that she had a place where she belonged. Nikita looked at the locket and thought about how it was the only thing left from her old life. She had forgotten about the dark-haired girl who had walked in. By the time she realized that the girl was standing behind her, she didn't have time to put the locket away. "That's very pretty," said the girl. Nikita put the locket back in the small brown cloth and set it back in the locker. "It's just an old necklace I have. Nothing special. It looks pretty special to me. I like it. I bet Liana Wells would like it too." Nikita realized that this girl knew her secret, but how? "You don't remember me, do you?" asked the dark-haired girl. "My name is Nicole." "Nicole Radke." Nikita, still looking confused and caught off guard, said, "I know you." "Of course you do. You might not recognize me without a bloody nose, but you punched me in the face for taking your apple at lunch when we were at Sandview together. Do you remember that? That's been 3 years ago. We were just little kids." "Oh, I know." "I'm not mad. I am curious, though. Why does everyone call you Nikita here?" Nikita couldn't find the words to give an explanation before Nicole said, It's okay. I'm sure it's complicated. You don't have to explain. Your secret is safe with me. I just need a favor from you to help me keep your secret, though. I need you to give me that locket. Nikita's face turned to stone as she realized the situation she was in. This girl knew who she really was, and she would use that information against Nikita as long as she could, and eventually she would tell someone. Why do you want my locket? It doesn't mean anything to you. No, you're right about that, but it obviously means something to you. I bet you never thought you would have to answer for hitting me, but I think the tables have turned. You give me the locket, and I don't tell Payne that your real name is Leanna Wells. Nikita looked around nervously, wondering if anyone could hear them. She picked up the cloth with the locket in it and thought for a moment. This was not her first run-in with a bully. If I give this to her, she will keep asking for more, knowing she can control me. If I don't, she will go to Payne, and I will be gone by morning, thought Nikita. Suddenly, the expression on Nichols' face changed to confusion. How did you do that? She demanded. Nikita, still looking annoyed and feeling trapped, replied, Do what? Your eyes. How did you make your eyes change color like that? Nikita raised one eyebrow as she tried to understand what this new game was that Nicole was playing. My eyes have always been brown. Well, they are blue now, and I saw them change colors. As Nikita stood silently, looking confused, she consciously slowed her breathing as she told herself to stay calm and think through what was happening. What is she trying to pull? Thought Nikita. Stay calm and work this out. You did it again. Your eyes just changed from blue to brown again. What is wrong with you, freak? As Nikita contemplated what Nicole was trying to accomplish with this silly claim that her eyes were changing color, the door opened at the end of the hall. Both girls could see that Instructor Payne was entering the room, and they needed to get moving to keep from drawing attention from her. You have until tomorrow evening to bring this to Dorm B, you little freak. Otherwise, your secret will be front-page news around here, whispered Nicole. As she walked away, Nikita placed the locket back in her locker and closed the door. Payne said, I suggest you get your rest, Nikita. I would be willing to bet that you will not have your bunk straight again tomorrow and you will need your energy. Yes, Instructor Payne. Nikita made her way to the dorm where she did not sleep thinking about how to keep Nicole from exposing her and ruining her chance of having a real life. As the hours slipped away, she stared at the roof long after Cassie had gone to sleep. She was no stranger to being in a bad situation, and the more she thought about how Nicole could destroy her future, the more determined she became not to allow that to happen. Before morning, she had formulated a plan, but it would require her to do some of her best acting to pull it off. As Cassie was waking up and getting ready, Nikita had already gotten dressed and was waiting for Payne to come by and assign them to a punishment, as she had been doing for weeks. She had her bunk straight, knowing it would likely be on the ground soon. As Payne made her rounds, she didn't disappoint Cassie and Nikita. They were soon off to do laundry, and the day began. As the laundry was being completed, Nikita volunteered to bring the clean clothes to Dorm B. No one was going to argue with the idea of letting Nikita do that job, so off she went. I'll give you a hand, little sis. No, that's okay. You get the clothes to Dorm A, and we will get done sooner. I want to get finished in time to eat before we crash. Cassie agreed and took a cart of laundry to Dorm A, while Nikita took her cart to Dorm B. She unloaded the clothes and matched the name on the clothes with the name on the bunk. As she got to Nichols' bunk, she put her clothes on the bed and took out the locket, still wrapped in the cloth, and put it under Nichols' pillow. She finished the other bunks and returned to the laundry room, where she finished out the day as if nothing happened. The day was ending, and everyone hit the showers, so Nikita waited until Nicole was about to leave the shower and said, I have the locket for you. Everyone was walking out the door as the two girls stayed behind. Well, where is it? I put it on your bunk, under your pillow. I just want your word that you won't say anything about who I am. You have my word that whatever I tell you to do, you will do it, or everyone will know you are Leanna Wells. That you have my word on. Nikita looked as if she was about to cry as she said, It's not fair. I just want a chance at a better life. Why are you being so mean? That locket is all I have. Had, said Nicole. It's all you had. It's mine now. I may need you to shine my shoes this week. They look rough. Plan on having those for me tomorrow before bedtime, Nicole said as she walked out of the shower. No sooner had the door closed than Nikita's tears disappeared, and she walked over to the mirror, and without a moment's thought, she bashed her face into the glass. The mirror shattered, and Nikita stumbled back as she almost passed out. She picked up a shard of glass and made several long scratches down her neck and one under her eye. Blood was running out of her nose, so she made sure it got everywhere. She stumbled out of the shower and down the hall until she was seen by several other cadets. "What happened to you?" asked a blonde-headed boy as he and two of his friends helped hold Nikita up. "A girl attacked me in the shower and stole my necklace." "Go get Instructor Payne," the boy ordered as he held Nikita up. She stumbled and acted like she was about to pass out as Payne appeared a few minutes later. "What happened here?" said Payne. Nikita, making sure to give Payne a convincing performance, attempted to stand at attention as her knees collapsed. In a rare and unexpected moment of mercy, Payne said, "Take it easy, cadet. Just sit down here and tell me what happened. You two get someone in the medical department. Tell them to bring a first aid kit." As two of the boys hurried off to get help, Payne asked Nikita again, "How did this happen?" "Instructor Payne, I don't want to tell another cadet. It's okay. Listen up, Nivol. Everything that happens in these halls is recorded on camera. All I have to do is go watch the video to see where you were and who was there with you. Now, don't make me go through all of that. Tell me what happened here." "Yes, Instructor Payne," said Nikita. "One of the girls beat me up and took my necklace. She said I remind her of a girl she used to know named Linda or Lena or something. And she said I hit her a long time ago, so she was getting even with me. I don't know who she is or why she thinks I'm the girl she knows. I tried to tell her I didn't know her, but she said I went to some place called a sandbox with her. I didn't want to fight with her, so I tried to walk out of the shower, but she grabbed my hair and slammed my face into the mirror. I didn't hit her back, Instructor Payne. I swear. She kicked me after I fell, and she took my necklace. She kept calling me Linda or Lisa or something. I can't remember. I was just trying not to pass out because she would have kicked me in my face. I kept my hands up until she got tired of hitting me, and the next thing I remember is being in the hall. Do you know her name? No. Instructor Payne. Not her first name, but I saw her last name on her uniform. It was Radke. She has black hair, Payne said Nicole. I know her, as she examined Nikita's cuts waiting on the first aid kit. The medical bag and two women dressed in white arrived and helped Nikita bandage her cuts as Payne stood up, looking a different kind of pissed off than Nikita had seen before. This was something much more serious than when she was throwing mattresses and screaming insults. A few minutes later, Nikita watched Payne and Nicole heading down the hall. Payne had her hand on Nicole's shoulder as if she might try to run, and Payne was ready to stop her. As she passed Nikita, she said, "You may have everyone else fooled, Liana, but I know who you are." Nikita put on her pitiful face. "My name is Nikita, not Liana. I keep telling you that." Get her patched up and to her dorm. I'll be by your bunk to talk about this when I am done here and make sure you're not asleep, Payne said as she escorted Nicole to her office. A half-hour later, Payne came to Nikita's bunk, and she attempted to stand while still acting as if she was barely able to stay on her feet. "At ease, cadet. Sit down. Why did Radke decide your name was Liana?" "Instructor Payne. I don't know. I was just going to get my shower, and she saw my necklace. I think she just wanted it and made up the story about knowing me and how I hit her years ago so that she could say I was lying about the necklace. She took it, though. If you find the necklace, it will prove that she stole it from me. I swear, Instructor Payne, I had a gold necklace, and now it's gone. She has to have it." Payne reached out her hand, holding the locket and chain. It was under her pillow. "I found it when I searched her bunk. She claims you put it there. But why would I put my necklace under her pillow? I don't understand." "Nicole claims you agreed to give it to her. Instructor Payne, this is all I have from my childhood. I usually keep it in my locker, but I have been feeling stressed lately with all the extra assignments, and I wanted to wear it to remind me of simpler times. There is no way I would give away the one thing I have from my past. It means too much to me. I agree. Nicole's story has holes in it. I get the feeling there is more to what happened here than either of you are saying, but the bottom line is that she had your property in her bunk. I don't think you gave it to her, and I won't tolerate a thief. Nicole won't be our problem anymore. Instructor Payne, I don't want her to get in trouble. I just want to be left alone. She just confused me for someone else. That's all. My decision is made. Get your rest. Put this locket in your locker and don't let me see it again. Enough trouble has been caused by this. You aren't even supposed to have it, but I am not going to take it from you. Yes, Instructor Payne. And Nikita, don't get the idea that I will go easier on you tomorrow just because you got a few bumps and bruises. It's business as usual tomorrow. Yes, Instructor Payne. Payne turned and walked out of the dorm as Nikita breathed a sigh of relief. This was as close to a win as she could hope for, and somehow she had dodged a bullet. At least it seemed that way for the time being, but Payne was no fool. She made a mental note of everything that had happened, and while she believed she had made the right decision, that didn't mean she was about to forget. Everything about the locket incident served to ignite Payne's curiosity and added to the suspicion she already had about Nikita. Nicole may have been gone, but she had lit a spark that would soon turn into a flame that threatened Nikita's future. As Payne left the dorm, Cassie wasted no time coming to see how she was doing. You look like you were sparring with Payne. Does it hurt? Not as much as my pride. Oh, please, encouraged Cassie. Nobody cares about that. Everyone is talking about what a jerk Nicole was and how she was bullying everyone in Dorm B. I'm just glad you didn't get in trouble for fighting. If you had hit her, you might have gone too. Well, no worries there. I think it's pretty obvious that I was not fighting. I was more of a punching bag. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Payne is pissed. She may not like either one of us right now, but she hates thieves and bullies more. I don't think I've ever seen her as mad as she was when she threw Nicole's bag on the sidewalk and made her stand there while she waited on a cab. A cab? Where are they taking her? I keep telling you, little sis, I don't know what gone means, but that bitch is gone. Well, that's not what I wanted, but she did it to herself. Can we just never talk about this embarrassing mess again? Anything you want, little sis. It's just a good thing I wasn't there when she hit you. Yeah, with you being a killing machine and all. Cassie laughed. Shut up and get some rest. Tomorrow it's Payne's turn to beat you up, and you'll need your sleep. Nikita chuckled and said, Don't remind me. Chapter 12. Fighting to Win. The weekend went pretty much as Cassie and Nikita anticipated. Payne offered Nikita no sympathy, and she pushed her as if she had never been hurt. Cassie and Nikita had knocked out their laps in rope climbing by 0600 hours. Payne had already planned a day of becoming more transparent as she handed the girls a bucket and window cleaning supplies and told them she wanted every window in the facility to be spotless. The girls looked around and realized that this would be a long day as they made a mental note of the countless windows as far as the eye could see. As Payne walked away and left them to the task, Nikita said, Cassie, do you think Payne really expects us to clean every window in this facility? Well, little sis, I think she means for us to work like we intend to. You do realize we could wash windows all week and never get this done, right? Little sis, you could burn yourself out if you start looking at what we have left to do. It's pretty obvious that we will never finish doing everything that Payne has for us to do. Even if we do, she will create more. This has nothing to do with what we are accomplishing. This is about learning to follow instructions without questioning them or complaining. Cassie, why would anyone want to teach us to do things that we don't question? That sounds dangerous. This is about working as a team, little sis. This has nothing to do with blindly following anything that anyone gives us to do. It's about recognizing that a team can only function when the person in charge gives instructions, and the rest of the team carries them out without question. Can you imagine what would happen in a crisis if the person in charge had to take the time to explain themselves to everyone before they started doing what they were told? I guess I can see how that might slow things down a bit. Exactly. And in some situations, time is all that matters. Payne expects us to do as we are told without question because she knows we will probably end up in a place where that will matter. It's not just senseless punishment. It sure feels that way. I guess I see your point, but this seems like a hard way to accomplish something as simple as getting people to follow directions without question. People are strange, little sis. Sometimes, the hard lessons have to be taught the hard way. Payne is hard on us, but trust me, the woman would stand between you and a moving train to protect you. I am certain of that. That is why she was so pissed off about you getting beat up by Radke. I think the thing that made her the most upset was knowing she couldn't do anything about it until you were already hurt. Trust me, Payne is hard, but she is not our enemy. The minute you forget that, this place becomes unbearable. I get that she is not trying to hurt us just for fun, but it just seems like all of this punishment could be replaced with some conversation instead. So, you think Payne would be just as effective if we had daily roundtable discussions about the benefits of following instructions? Well, it sounds crazy when you say it. I guess I just can't see how any of this is helping me understand something that I could just as easily be told. Little sis, remember the first day when I woke you up and you were questioning why we had to be up so early? Of course. You were half asleep, questioning why I was waking you up and asking me to come get you up later. Payne busted through that door and lit another cadet's ass on fire, which sent a clear message to her and to you. Since then, we haven't had to have another discussion about why you need to get up. In fact, you are up before me most mornings. That is what I like to think of as an effective form of communication. I doubt having a quiet debate over the merits of being up early would have had the same effect as seeing Payne lose her mind on another cadet and realize you could be next. I have to admit, seeing Payne destroy that kid the first day had a lasting impression on the way I assess the value of sleep. You may be right, Cass. I guess in some alternate universe, Payne makes sense. I don't really see her as a bad person. I know she is helping us, but I have never been around anyone who took their job of helping me so seriously. There's a method to her madness, little sis. You'll see that soon enough. Until then, we need to get these windows done, or she will be out here motivating our progress. We don't want that, do we? No, you definitely do not. Nikita and Cassie washed windows and talked all day as they moved from one building to the next. Lunch arrived quickly, and both girls had their usual diet of a turkey sandwich and an oatmeal cookie. Having spent years eating garbage, it wasn't hard to appreciate having a sandwich and cookie every day, even if it was repetitive. After lunch, Nikita and Cassie returned to cleaning the windows. Some kids may have expected to be given a break for doing a good job, and perhaps even told they had done enough, but Cassie wasn't expecting Payne to cut them any slack. There would be no rewards for doing a good job, but failing to do a good job would have consequences. Payne understood that the world did not hand out prizes for effort. Results were all that mattered, and failing to produce results amounted to failure. Payne had no intentions of cutting any of her cadets slack, and least of all the ones she saw the most potential in. Cassie and Nikita were in for a long ride with Payne. They were pushed all day, and then collapsed Sunday evening, only to wake up to their mattress flying off the bed once again Monday morning at 0600 hours. The frustration was extreme, but it was punctual and organized. Week 2 started off with a bang as Payne entered the dorm and stopped at the entrance. Walls, Naval, front and center. Cassie and Nikita ran to the door of the dorm and stood at attention. Yes, Instructor Payne. Naval, I understand it's your birthday today. I'm a sucker for birthdays. I have a gift for you. Nikita already knew that she was not going to like what Payne considered to be a birthday gift. She just continued looking forward as she listened to Payne and waited for whatever insanity she would come up with. I am giving you 5 extra laps this morning. Happy birthday. Walls, you can join her in the celebration. Let's save some time this morning and skip the part where I tell you both how stupid you are and help you fix what I am sure is a messy bunk. Just so you know how special you are, I have turned over my daily routine to Instructor Donnelly, and I will be giving you 2 pissants my undivided attention for self-defense training today. I'm starting to think you two are having way too much fun mopping floors and washing dishes, and the management here seems to want you to be able to defend yourself. Be in the gym when I get there. You're dismissed. Oh, and don't worry. The dishes and floors will be waiting for you when we get done. I know how much you love your new profession. Oh, and run by the track and give me my 15 laps before we get started this morning. Yes, Instructor Payne. Cassie and Nikita sounded off as they ran out of the dorm toward the track before waiting for Payne in the gym. As Cassie waited for Payne to arrive, she asked Nikita, "Is today really your birthday?" Nikita laughed and said, "I sure hope so, because I don't know what Payne's return policy is on gifts, but I'm betting we won't like it. For a minute there, I thought she was going to give you a day off for your birthday. Cassie, I have been here for 1 week, and I can already tell you that Crazy Woman is not giving either of us a day off unless we die. Even then, she might want us to give her our PT hours before we head off to the afterlife. I hope there's no PT program in heaven, because I guarantee you that they will put Payne in charge of it when she gets there, and we will be running track again. I'm pretty sure you just described hell. No, little sis, I'm pretty sure this is hell." Nikita pretended to cry as Cassie shoved her and laughed. Payne completed her inspection, and as promised, she arrived at the gym to find Cassie and Nikita standing at attention awaiting her instructions. "You two are in luck. Since you only have half a day to learn what everyone else will do in a day, we will work twice as hard and you'll be done in time to mop some floors today. Isn't that good news, cadets?" "Yes, Instructor Payne," they replied enthusiastically. Payne ran both girls through the paces, showing them how to find their best stance, balance, various arm bars, wrist controls, and other techniques designed to help them gain control of an opponent. Several hours of practice passed as Payne moved slowly through each technique to ensure that both girls understood what to do without hurting themselves or each other. She then instructed them to put on the protective fighting gear, face each other, and demonstrate what they had learned by attempting to get their opponent on the ground. Cassie was fast and had been through several years of self-defense training with Payne. So much of what they learned was to bring Nikita up to speed. Cassie, knowing she had an advantage over Nikita, seemed to be holding back, but Payne quickly realized this. "Walls, do you think this is a game? Do you think we are here to play? We are learning to fight, not dance. When you fight to win. In this arena, you have no friends, no little sisters, just an opponent. In a fight, there are no second-place winners. The next time you attack, it better be to win, or I will take your little crash test dummy out of this arena and take her place." Yes, Instructor Payne. Cassie had no idea how Nikita was going to react when she really attacked her, but she knew Payne would make things far worse for them both if she didn't. Cassie and Nikita faced each other, and the look on Cassie's face was screaming, "I'm sorry, and you better fight me at the same time." Cassie stepped forward, and before Nikita could decide what to do, she was face down with Cassie's knee in the back of her neck as Payne said, "Now that's more like it. Is that all you have, Nikita? Are you going to let her get away with that?" As they stood up and squared off again, Cassie had a different look on her face, as if she had resigned herself to the fact that she couldn't be Nikita's big sister in this arena. She had to fight her, and she expected Nikita to fight back even if she couldn't possibly be expected to beat someone with 2 years of training. "Fight me," Cassie yelled. "Playtime is over. Show me what you can do." Nikita put up a bit more of a defense while still not trying to attack Cassie, and once again Cassie stepped in and dropped her, but this time she hit the mat hard. It became apparent to Nikita that Cassie was not playing, and she was intending to hurt her if that's what it took to make her fight and to keep Payne from thinking she was not trying. Payne's philosophy about fighting only to win made sense to Cassie because she had been training in the arena for 2 years. Nikita was more hesitant to attack, but not because she didn't understand Payne's philosophy. Nikita lived in a world where the only reason to be fighting was that she had no other choice, and when she did, she too fought to win. The idea of fighting Cassie frightened her because she knew what fighting to win meant, and she had no reason to hurt Cassie. Payne looked at Nikita and stopped Cassie long enough to straighten the headguard Nikita was wearing. "Go!" yelled Payne. Cassie was like lightning as she punched Nikita on her right cheek so hard that it rattled her teeth through the padding. Before she could orientate herself again, Cassie had swept her feet out from under her and was kneeling on her back once again. Nikita seemed to be working things out in her head as she prepared for another round of abuse. She wasn't trying to figure out how to beat Cassie. She was trying to figure out if she should hit her and what would happen if Payne decided she wasn't trying to hurt her. "Stop playing, Nikita!" yelled Payne. "This is not a game. Fight her!" Cassie faced Nikita once again and showed her with her most serious look that she was not planning to go easy on her. Cassie knew that Payne would get a fight out of her, even if she had to put on gloves herself and fight Nikita. She'd already done the math and knew that if Nikita was going to get hit, it was better that she did it because Payne would not be worried about bumps and bruises. She had worn her share of those and knew Nikita was better off getting hit by her than Payne. "Go!" demanded Payne. Cassie stepped forward and put everything she had behind a strike to Nikita's head, but this time Nikita dodged her, stepped into her swing, wrapped her arm around Cassie's throat as she moved her leg behind her and dropped Cassie to the mat so hard that even Payne paused as Nikita struck Cassie. 3 very fast and clean blows to her face. By the time Nikita reached back to deliver a 4th hit to Cassie, Payne had stepped in and grabbed her arm. To Payne's surprise, Nikita never missed a beat when she instantly grabbed Payne's wrist and, in what looked like an Olympic gymnast's routine, bounced off Cassie and kicked both of Payne's feet out from under her. Nikita was back on her feet and in a fighting stance before Cassie or Payne could process what had just happened. As quickly as Nikita got back to her feet and was ready to fight, her expression changed, and she grabbed her mouth and fell to her knees. "Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it." Payne rolled onto her knees and reminded herself that this was training, but was visibly shaken by the unexpected attack. Her instinct was to strike back, but she was controlled and quickly realized that whatever just happened wasn't planned. Payne partially blamed herself for stepping between Nikita and Cassie after pushing Nikita to fight back, and what could have become anger turned into amazement at how quickly and accurately Nikita's attack was. "Cassie, damn it! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Don't be mad at me, Cassie," Nikita begged as Cassie wiped a small trickle of blood from her nose and looked at it. Payne barked, "Get up, Cassie. You're not dead. You just got your ass handed to you." Nikita, certain that Payne would murder her for attacking her, said, "Instructor Payne, I swear I—" Payne, not willing to admit the truth of what just happened, barked, "Shut your face. I tripped. You didn't do anything but get in the way of my fall." Nikita, seeing this as her way out of certain death, replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne." Nikita continued staring at Cassie as she made her way up from the mat, still looking a bit wobbled. Her eyes were begging Cassie not to be upset with her. To avoid looking humiliated, Cassie joked, "Officer!" He was huge and he went that way, pointing at the wall. Nikita didn't even crack a smile, and it was obvious to Cassie that she felt terrible. Before either girl could say anything, Payne barked, "That's enough for today. You two have work to do. We will try this again tomorrow, and Cassie can practice getting up off the mat a few more times." Payne's tough exterior may have been saying she wasn't fazed by Nikita, but as the girls left the room to mop floors, she was replaying what had just happened in her mind. How did that child move so quickly and have the strength to take her off her feet? She couldn't decide if Nikita lost control and went crazy or suddenly gained control and executed a perfect reaction to the situation. Either way, it was the last time Payne ever stuck herself between Nikita and Cassie when they sparred. As Cassie and Nikita left the gym, they started the long walk across the yard leading to the maintenance building, where they planned to spend their day mopping floors. Nikita searched for something she could say to let Cassie know how bad she felt about hitting her in the face 3 times. "Cassie!" Cassie, already knowing what was coming, said, "Little sis, I know what you are going to say, and I am only going to say this once. I went easy on you this time, but the next time you make me beat you in the fist with my face, it won't just be 3 times. Now, Is your hand okay? Cassie maintained a serious face while she reached to examine Nikita's hand. Nikita stared at Cassie, trying to figure out what was wrong with her. Oh God, I knew it. I caused brain damage. Nikita continued looking concerned as she waved her hand in front of Cassie. Do you know where we are? Cassie started laughing and said, Yes, we are in hell, and Satan is my sparring partner. Did you lose your damn mind, little sis? Nikita, remembering how hard she hit Cassie, said, Cassie, I swear it wasn't me. Cassie looked at her the same way she did the last time she said this. Well, it sure looked like you, she said with a chuckle. No, I mean, that wasn't like me. I don't even know what happened. The last person I wanted to hurt is you, but the more pain pushed you to fight me, the more serious you looked, and at some point you scared me. I didn't know what to do, and I just reacted. I know you're mad at me, Cassie, but I didn't want to hurt you. Cassie was quiet for a moment and then said, We told you to fight, and you fought. I guess we got exactly what we asked for. I'm not mad at you, Nikita. I'd let you punch me in the face again to see you drop pain like that one more time. Nikita, beginning to feel like Cassie might forgive her for her sudden fist bump to the face, realized the gravity of what she had done. She attacked Instructor Payne. Oh God, Cassie, I hit Instructor Payne. I'm dead. You are going to have to notify my next of kin. Nikita, if you had a next of kin, you wouldn't be here, remember? Oh yeah. Well, you can have my clothes then when I'm gone. They have your name on them, little sis. Cassie, how bad is this really? I just attacked Payne. Cassie, hoping to calm Nikita down, reminded her, No, little sis, she tripped and fell, and you got in the way. If that's your story, you may survive this. Besides, she is already torturing us every day, so it's not like you can get punished. She isn't about to tell anyone else what happened, so if you don't tell anyone you dropped her like a bad habit, you should be okay. I think she wants to forget that happened as bad as you do. As they reached the maintenance building, Cassie stopped Nikita and looked seriously into her eyes as she placed her hands on her shoulders, signaling that she wanted her undivided attention. Little sis, when they tell you to fight, you fight. When you fight to win, to destroy your enemy, to survive. You did good today, and while I can't feel my face right now, I am so proud of you. You fight like that every time. Just next time, fight somebody else. Nikita almost hugged Cassie after hearing her say she was proud of her. She couldn't think of a single thing to say, but her eyes said everything to Cassie, and just like that, the two were back to business as usual. What they did not know was that Payne was watching them from a distance as they talked and worked things out before they even reached the maintenance building. Payne was amazed that these two could be killing each other one minute and best friends the next. It was becoming obvious that there was not going to be an easy way to cause a rift between them to see how they worked together as enemies. The day went as usual, and the girls repeated the evening routines before waking up the next morning and being ordered back to the gym. This time, Cassie was more careful about pressing Nikita to fight harder, and Payne was more reluctant to let them spar. But when they did, Payne could see Nikita holding back. Payne's experience made her understand that Nikita couldn't be instructed to fight harder. The only way to get her to fight like it mattered was to really make it matter. Payne wasn't sure it was a good idea to chance having her hurt Cassie to test her ability to fight, so she decided her 60% effort was acceptable. Cassie and Nikita ate dinner with Sasha and Slider before returning to the dorm. Sasha met them to talk and see how their day had gone. When Sasha arrived, she had a small bag that she handed to Nikita. "What's this?" asked Nikita. "Well, open it and see," replied Cassie. Nikita opened the bag and her face lit up. As she reached into the bag, she pulled out a cupcake. "It's not a birthday cake, but it's not nothing," said Sasha. "How did you get a cupcake?" "Well, Cassie told me it was your birthday and asked me to talk to Miss Carroll, who works in the cafeteria, about what she could do about a dessert. She gave me a cupcake, and here we are." "You two did this for me? Nobody has ever given me a cake for my birthday." "Well, technically neither did we. It's a cupcake," said Cassie. "It could just as soon be a 3-tier cake from where I'm sitting. This is great. You two are so awesome." "I want a corner slice," said Sasha. "It's round," added Nikita. "Oh, good. So it's all corners," concluded Sasha. "How about we cut it into 3 pieces? You can have 1/3 of the corners," suggested Nikita as she took her ID card and used it as a knife to cut the cupcake into 3 parts. The 3 girls sat eating the small piece of cupcake and laughing as they licked their fingers and left no sign that it ever existed. It wasn't a huge birthday celebration, but to Nikita, it was the best birthday surprise she had ever had. It was the little moments like this one that made Payne's endless barrage of punishment bearable. Nikita had known a lot of people, but they were all temporary and kept at a distance to protect herself from getting too attached. For the first time in Nikita's life, she was surrounded by friends, leadership, and what appeared to be a legitimate chance at a future that didn't involve being homeless. Cassie and Sasha kept her laughing, and she was beginning to accept her new identity with each day that passed. Every time Nikita survived another day with Payne, she felt stronger and more confident. Turning 17 might have been frightening if Nikita had continued to live her life as Leanna Wells. Her future would have been uncertain, and she would have only had 12 months to figure out what to do when the home she lived in made her move out. Knowing that your biggest contribution and only value that you offer is the amount of government assistance a home receives because of your existence was not a good reason to get out of bed each day. As strange as this place was, and as hard as Payne made each day, it was far better than the alternative. A future, even a mysterious one, was better than no future at all. Nikita found herself standing at the helm of the ship that sailed the stormy seas of her imagination as she braved the storm, awaiting the mysterious adventure that waited for her on the other side. For now, Payne represented the storm, but Nikita was unaware that Payne was really the lighthouse in a storm that began before she even existed. The mysteries that Nikita set out to find were darker and more treacherous than any story she had read. The monsters were real, and the price of failure was death, even if she didn't realize it yet. Payne was all that stood between Nikita and the monsters that awaited her. Neither Payne nor Nikita understood how much they would need each other in the months ahead. Chapter 13. Animal Instinct. The following day, Nikita and Cassie went through the same routine of being met at the door of the dorm by Payne, which allowed Payne to avoid thinking of new reasons to destroy their bunk. "Today I will see if we can help you clean up your act, starting with the lawn outside. You will be on the cleaning crew after you give me my 10 laps. "Yes, Instructor Payne," said both girls as they headed off to join the maintenance department for the weekly lawn care routine. Each week, the yard would be cut, and there were always unwilling volunteers from Payne's roll call who were assigned to help in the effort. Today would be Nikita's turn to learn Payne's version of lawn care. Cassie had been sent to lawn duty enough to know what to do, but had since figured out how to stay off Payne's naughty list. Thanks to her renewed interest in making their lives a living hell, the 2 girls would get a day of fresh air and a nose full of grass clippings. As they arrived, Cassie recognized the head of the maintenance program sitting on his golf cart. "Mr. Harris, we were sent by Instructor Payne to help with yard duty," said Cassie as she arrived at the maintenance building with Nikita. "What did you 2 ladies do to end up here?" "I thought you were the golden child around here, Walls," said Mr. Harris, who oversaw keeping things in working condition at the facility. "I'm not certain, sir, but whatever it was, we have been doing it consistently for several weeks," Cassie explained. Mr. Harris chuckled. "Instructor Payne is a tough cookie, but in time you will see that she has a plan, so you 2 hang in there, and I'll see if I can cut you a little slack today. How do you feel about weed eating the grass?" Nikita had never used a weed eater or any other lawn tools, so she was a little apprehensive about the whole process, but she followed Cassie's lead and tried to look as confident as she could. "Anything you need done, Mr. Harris. We are here to help, so use us where you need us," replied Cassie. "I like the attitude, Walls. Go grab some goggles and gloves out of the maintenance room, and let's get to work on trimming the fence line and around the tables and benches. If you time that just right, you should be able to slip in a lunch and a break or two before 1700 and not break too much of a sweat doing it. Have you ever used a weed eater, young lady? Asked Mr. Harris as he reached in his pocket to hand both girls a small pair of orange earplugs. No, sir, but I learn fast, so I'm sure I can figure it out, said Nikita, giving her most confident look. Give her a hand, Walls. You've done this enough to teach a class on weed eating before you became Payne's star pupil. I'm sure it'll come back to you with some practice. Yes, sir, Mr. Harris. I'll take care of it, Cassie said as she turned to head to the maintenance room to get the tools they would need. As they made their way to the fence running around the front yard of the complex, Cassie gave Nikita a quick crash course in how to start and run the weed eater. The earplugs, safety glasses, and gloves made Nikita feel invincible. Within a few minutes, she was making her way down the fence line and loving every minute of it. She had never used equipment like this, and being outside, smelling the freshly cut grass, made her feel like she was on a break from the routine of running, sparring, mopping, and cleaning that had become her normal day. By noon, Nikita and Cassie looked like they had been rolled in glue and tossed through the grass. They had clippings in their hair, on their clothes, and stuck to their face and arms. As they were busy cutting, Mr. Harris came by to check on them. As he stopped his golf cart behind them, Cassie noticed him and stopped her weed eater. She waved at Nikita to get her attention as they took off their ear protection and raised their goggles. This is looking good, ladies. You are about halfway. Are you two feeling okay? Do you need a break? We are fine, Mr. Harris. We can probably get this whole fence line by the end of the day, said Cassie. What about you, Nikita? I'm doing great, Mr. Harris. I could do this all day. I love it. Well, don't let Instructor Payne hear you say that. She will never use this to punish you if she finds out you like doing it. Yes, sir, said Nikita. Why don't you two take a break? I have an ice chest over there. The lunchroom sends me turkey sandwiches and water bottles for my crew each day, so go help yourself. I think there are some oatmeal cookies in there, too. Cassie looked at Nikita to see if she wanted food, and she looked like a fish stuck to an aquarium window as food was within view. I think we will take you up on that, Mr. Harris. Okay, don't fill up on cookies. You'll regret it when you get back out here in the heat. Yes, sir, said both girls as they walked toward the ice chest. As they got their sandwich and a cookie, they grabbed a bottle of water and sat at the metal table near the building. Cassie sat her water on the blue bench that was attached to the table and sat on top of the table as Nikita joined her. This is a good day, Cassie. I think you're right, little sis. This sure beats washing and mopping. Do you think Instructor Payne will send us here again tomorrow? Judging from that smile on your face, Payne will figure out how much you are enjoying this and never send us here again. Cass, have you ever wondered what these people have planned for us when we leave here? I mean, we just get up and do what we are told without questioning what all of this is about. I wonder about it sometimes, little sis. Then I remember that I have good food, a nice bed, clothes, and friends. If I get sick, I have a medical staff. If I get hungry, I always know food will be served on time at the same time every day. So yes, I wonder what this is about, but I also know I don't have a better option, so I just do what they tell me. But what if they are planning to sacrifice us to a volcano or something? A volcano? Not necessarily a volcano, but you get what I mean. What if we are being trained to do something we don't want to do? Little sis, if they are training us to do something we don't want to do, we will be great at it because I have been doing stuff I don't want to do since I got here. Payne doesn't do things if it's not something we don't want to do. I know, Cass, but we are just floating through this program with no clue about what the beta facility is or what we will be doing when we get there. Little sis, if Payne is here and beta is the next level, whatever is waiting there for us must be intense. I doubt these people are spending all this money to train us for something that we will refuse to do. You are assuming we will have a choice. That's true, but I also know right now I don't have a choice. If I refuse to go along with this program, they will get rid of me. I can't handle that. I like good meals and nice beds. I don't care if they are training me to club baby seals. I will be out there smashing them cute little suckers. You would club a baby seal. Why would you even think of that? I'm just saying, there is not a lot that I would refuse to do when it comes to having to miss meals and sleep on a street corner. I would club Payne's mom if I had to. Cassie, you know, Payne doesn't have a mom. That is a machine. Well, I'd club her motherboard. You're an idiot, Cass. I'm serious. These people may have something crazy in mind when we get past beta. Why give us all this training if they don't need something big from us? What do you think they have planned, little sis? First, I think they plan to send you to a therapist for your seal clubbing issue. After that, I think they plan to have us do some dark and secretive stuff for the government. It makes sense, really. We are being trained like soldiers, and beta will probably be like real soldier stuff. Then they will give us guns and tell us to go somewhere and pop off some evil dude as he steps out of his house to jump into his pool. Bang. Mid-air hit. He leaves the diving board feeling great, hits the water feeling dead. We sneak off into the dark, and no one knows we exist. Cassie stared at Nikita for several seconds without saying anything. What? Said Nikita. It could happen. Little sis, I have a question. If your evil dude is jumping off his diving board and you slip off into the dark, why is he swimming at night? He has a pool with lights. He is out all day being evil, so he has to swim at night. And you wait until he is in the air to shoot him? Why not shoot him while he is standing still? They wouldn't need highly trained super soldiers to do that. They could just get anybody to do the simple stuff. Okay, little sis. So in your mind, they called in a highly trained expert who has been through years of training so you can shoot an evil guy in swimming trunks as he flies through the air instead of just shooting him while he was standing still. No, that would be stupid. Well, I'm glad you see that. Yeah, evil dudes don't wear swimming trunks. He would be in one of those leopard thong things. Oh my God, little sis, he really is evil. Why would he do that? Why would you help him put that image in my head? Well, maybe you aren't cut out for this line of work, Cass. It's a dark and dangerous place. Perhaps you should open a cake shop or something and leave the evil dude killing stuff to the experts. And you are the experts? Well, I'm one of them, but yeah. My spy name will be the Swan Dive Killer. Little sis, there are days when I wonder if you are joking or if you have actually lost your mind. You can't lose what you don't have, Cassie. Cassie just looked at Nikita, shaking her head in disbelief as she said, It amazes me that you made it this far unsupervised. Don't worry, little sis. I will be here to protect you from yourself. Aw, shucks, Cass, you so nice. Yeah, let's get back to work. Your mind shouldn't be left idle this long. As both girls made their way down the fence, Nikita noticed two guards with rifles slung over their shoulders, walking the fence line holding back two large dogs. The dogs were sniffing along the fence, under benches, and dragging the two guards along as they fought to keep them moving in the right direction. It looked as if both dogs would break free at any moment and run in every direction all at once. As they continued getting closer, Nikita stopped the engine on her weed eater and signaled to Cassie. What are they doing? Asked Nikita with a curious look on her face. Oh, they do that every day. It's part of the security here, said Cassie as she took off one glove to wipe the grass from her arms. What are they looking for? Cassie looked down the fence at the approaching team. I don't really know. Security stuff, I guess. Dogs can detect all kinds of stuff. Like what? Asked Nikita. I don't know. Drugs, bombs, weapons, people. Just stuff, said Cassie. Dogs don't like me, said Nikita. Which dogs? All of them. I have never met a dog that didn't hate me. Well, how many dogs have you met? Maybe you're just meeting the wrong dogs? Maybe you're right. I wonder if these are the right dogs. I guess we will see, said Nikita sarcastically. Do you think they like being guard dogs? Little sis, you have the weirdest questions. Animals don't know if they like their job. Of course they do. Why do you think their tails wag? Before Nikita could continue her interrogation, the two guards had come within several yards of where they stood. Nikita was about to ask them what they were looking for when suddenly both dogs stopped. Their eyes locked on Nikita. One dog screeched and pulled back to break free and run away as the second dog lowered his head and showed his teeth as he started a low, ominous growl that just continued until it became a bark. The first guard fought to keep his dog from breaking free, and at one point, the dog lunged at him, causing him to release the leash as the dog turned and ran until he was completely out of sight. The second dog had squared off with Nikita and was looking for his chance to attack. Both guards grabbed his leash and commanded him to heel, but he continued barking. It became obvious that it was only a matter of time before he snapped at the guards and got loose. Cassie tried to decide whether to run, stand still, step in front of Nikita, or tell her to run. As she ran through the possible outcomes, she looked up at Nikita to see that her face was not showing the look of terror that would have best fit the situation, but instead she was beginning to slowly move toward the dog. Just as Cassie was ready to tell her to stop, Nikita quickly lunged toward the dog, letting out a half hiss, half growl, and showing her teeth, almost as if she was taunting the dog and daring him to attack. The dog instantly yelped in a noise that made everyone involved think that he had been hurt as he turned to run only to be stopped by the leash. To the surprise of his handler, the dog began to growl and pull away, looking as if the guard needed to choose whether he was getting bitten or running away with him. The guard allowed his dog to put distance between himself and Nikita and quickly realized that it was not safe to approach her again. The guard who had lost his dog stared at Nikita, trying to figure out what had just happened. As quickly as the incident began, Mr. Harris saw what was happening and had arrived on his golf cart to see what was going on. "Guard, why is your dog trying to attack these kids?" The guard hesitated and then replied, "I'm not sure who was attacking who." "What?" demanded Mr. Harris. "I was right over there watching the whole thing. These dogs went crazy and almost bit these kids. One almost bit you. I will be reporting this, and somebody better have answers about why there are 2 untrained mutts exposing these kids to an attack. I've never liked the idea of putting attack dogs around kids, and this is exactly why. Go find that stupid animal before he bites someone. Dr. Kennedy will be hearing about this." The guard looked at Nikita. "Kid, do you have anything in your pockets that would cause the dog to go crazy?" Before Nikita could answer, Mr. Harris barked, "I don't care if she is carrying a ham sandwich in one pocket and a cat in the other. Your job is to keep those dogs on a leash and away from these kids. I suggest you go find those mangy mutts and make sure neither of them is brought around these kids again." Seeing that he was not going to persuade Mr. Harris that the dog wasn't dangerous, the guard threw his hands up and walked away as he went to look for his dog. "Are you okay, young lady?" asked Mr. Harris, sounding concerned. "I'm fine, sir. Animals always do that around me. They just don't like me. Usually if I act like I'm going to eat them, they run away," said Nikita with a chuckle. Mr. Harris studied her for a second and said, "You're a tough little cookie. I'll make sure they don't bring those mutts out here again while we are working. You can bet on that." As Mr. Harris got back on his cart to leave, he took one last look at Nikita to make sure she was not harmed and then drove away. Both girls stood watching him drive off as Cassie turned her focus to Nikita. Nikita said, "Still not the right dogs for me, I guess." She could feel Cassie staring at her, but she didn't look up at her. She just put her earplugs back in, started the weed eater, and then looked up at Cassie and shrugged as if to tell her she didn't understand any more about what just happened than she did. As Nikita began weed eating again, Cassie slowly took her eyes off her and began to realize how scared she was and how unaffected Nikita was by what had just happened. Eventually, the work and grass sticking to her face took the place of all the questions she had about what had transpired, and before long, the day was over. Both girls hit the showers and went to eat before spending some time with Sasha and Slider talking about the day. Cassie explained how they were nearly attacked by dogs, but Nikita dismissed the incident as nothing serious. Her experience with animals had always been like the one she had with the guard dogs, so in her mind, it was just more proof that animals hated her. The girls were soon knocked out in their bunk and awaited whatever Payne was cooking up for them the following morning. Chapter 14. Payne's good day. 0500 wasted no time arriving. Payne had been up checking the radar, and was already aware that it would be raining all day. In a normal world, that might sound like a reason to get a day off, but Payne was not in a normal world. She had already decided on a way to use the rain to help her push Cassie and Nikita. Nikita and Cassie had already woken up and gotten dressed before Payne arrived for roll call. The thunder rumbled through the dorm building as the high windows that faced the front of the dorm fired beams of blue light into the room. Rain poured down the gutters, and the sky looked like night. "Cass, do you think Instructor Payne will make us work in this?" Cassie started laughing as she replied, "Little sis, I promise you in about 5 minutes, those doors will swing open, and an enthusiastic woman with a chip on her shoulder will make her way through this dorm with a plan in mind for how to turn this into a teaching moment." "I kinda thought you'd say that, but I had to ask. Feel free to ask her for the day off if you want." Nikita laughed as she said, "Cass, if I ask Payne for the day off, do you really think she will just punish me?" "Crap. I guess you're right. Don't ask for the day off. She will kill me too." Just then, Payne swung the door to the dorm open with a stride in her step that told the cadets that she was excited about the day. That was never a good thing. The only thing that made Payne this happy was the thought of having a new and strange way to put cadets through the gauntlet of pain that she considered her purpose in life. Payne made her way past the first 2 bunks before she stopped and stepped back from all of the bunks. She signaled to the cadets in the first row to walk outside and stay quiet. She went to the second row and signaled for them to do the same. Row by row, she sent everyone into the hall while holding her finger over her lips to tell them to stay quiet. Nikita and Cassie were confused about why Payne had not made them the target of her latest game, but when they walked toward the door, they could see that 2 of the cadets must have stayed up too late and had failed to wake up. Payne led everyone into the hall and left the 2 girls sleeping in their bunks. Cassie already knew that whatever awaited those 2 cadets, it wouldn't be fun, and they were in for a huge surprise when they woke up and realized that everyone had left without them. They would have no choice but to report to Payne and tell her they overslept. The cadets whispered amongst themselves about what would happen to the cadets. Some said she would make them run track all day, while others theorized that the 2 girls might never be seen again. One thing was certain, those 2 cadets were about to have a really bad day. Payne led everyone into the hall by the door leading to the yard behind the dorm room. She told them to line up and await her instructions. Cassie and Nikita hoped that Payne might get so distracted by the sleeping cadets that she forgot to punish them, but they underestimated Payne. The rain had Payne thinking outside the box, and she had a special day in mind for all the cadets, including Cassie and Nikita. As I was leaving my office this morning, I realized that the rain is getting the ground wet. That will no doubt lead to mud, and mud will lead to footprints in the buildings. I plan to head off this disaster before it gets out of control. You will find the cadets from Dorm B, C, and D have already carried 5-gallon buckets and several dozen 4-foot rods to the front of this building. They are standing out there right now waiting to help me fight the pending footprint crisis. You will break up into teams of 2. Each team will find a corner of one of the buildings in this facility. You will place one of your buckets into the gutter flow and fill it with rain. When it is full, you will place your second bucket under the flow. You will then place the rod through the handle of your bucket, which you and your teammate will use to carry your 5-gallon bucket of water to the ditch that runs along the side of the property. You will empty your bucket and carry it back to retrieve your second bucket. I suggest you move your butt because I do not want to see a bucket sitting under the gutter overflowing. You need to have your bucket empty and be back before your second bucket overflows. It is up to us to save this facility from muddy footprints, and we will not fail. I will warn you in advance, a 5-gallon bucket of water weighs 45 pounds. If you or your teammate lacks the ability to work as a team, someone will pick up a bucket too fast and send it sliding across your fingers and pinching your hand. I suggest you communicate. If you spill a bucket of water in my yard, I expect you and your teammate to run to the maintenance building, get a mop, and come mop up the water. You will then return the mop and get back to hauling water. I don't want to hear you crying about bruises and pinched hands. Suck it up and do better. If you work as a team and communicate, we can get this rain to the ditch where it belongs. Let's not waste any time, people. Every drop that hits the ground is a future print on my floors. Cassie and Nikita were the first to head for the buckets, and everyone followed their lead. Nikita grabbed 2 buckets as Cassie grabbed a metal rod for carrying the water. Cassie was thinking ahead and chose a corner of the maintenance building, which was the closest to the side of the property and made their trips a little shorter. The rain wasn't slacking up as Payne stood in her poncho watching the cadets grab buckets and put them in place. Let's go. Rain is getting all over my lawn. Let's get those buckets in place and get this water moving, barked Payne, barely able to hide her enjoyment of the crazy scenario. Cassie saw the first bucket was almost full as she instructed Nikita to slide the other bucket in place. When you get the bucket in place, grab the other side of this rod, and we will lift together on my count. Nikita put the second bucket under the flow of the gutter and grabbed the other end of the rod that Cassie had placed through the handle of the first bucket. Ready when you're Cass. 1, 2, 3, and up. Cassie and Nikita lifted the bucket at the same time and began walking to the ditch as 2 other cadets attempted to do the same but without communicating. As they failed to lift at the same time, Cassie saw the bucket slide to one side of the rod and catch the boy's hand as 45 pounds of water ran over his skin. As the cadet let go of the rod and grabbed his hand, the bucket hit the ground and spilled. The bucket hadn't even bounced twice before Payne had lit out yelling at the team. Why are you putting water on my lawn? I gave you specific instructions about communicating. I warned you that not communicating would get your hand pinched. Obviously, you don't care about getting your hand pinched, or you would have listened. Stop your whining and go get a mop. Move. The water is soaking into the ground. Both cadets ran as fast as they could to the maintenance building where they found Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, exclaimed one of the boys, we need a mop right away. Okay, calm down. What did you spill? There's no time, sir. We have rain soaking into the ground, and Instructor Payne told us to get a mop and get it up. Mr. Harris laughed as he realized Payne was up to her usual games. She had these 2 kids scared out of their minds, searching for a mop to get rain mopped out of the grass. If he hadn't understood Payne's method of creating cadets, he might have assumed this was just cruel, but he understood her very well. He respected the type of work she was doing, and he had seen the effectiveness of her methods in cadets like Cassie. Oh, crap! Exclaimed Mr. Harris. How much rain was it? A whole bucket. Harris grabbed a mop from the wall and said, Take this one. Hurry. The 2 cadets ran out of the building with an urgency that had Mr. Harris doing all he could to hold in his laughter. The 2 cadets barely cleared the door when he burst into a huge laugh. That woman is something else. Mopping up the rain. How does she come up with this stuff? Said Mr. Harris, as he grabbed several more mops and placed them by the door, knowing these 2 cadets would not be the last. The 2 cadets returned running at full speed as Payne stood over the one with the mop, telling him to hurry and make sure he gets it all up. Payne sent the second cadet back to get the second bucket slid aside to put the bucket in place that they had spilled. Hurry, go help him get the first bucket before the second one is full. Get it empty, and then you can come finish mopping this up before it soaks in. As the 2 cadets were struggling to mop and move buckets amid Payne's psychotic game, 2 more cadets dropped their bucket, and she lit them up with the same intensity. Within a few minutes, Payne had turned a simple game of water shuttle into a madhouse of cadets, running and panicking. Mr. Harris was providing mops, and Payne was providing chaos as Cassie and Nikita reached the ditch near the edge of the property at the same time as Sasha and Slider. Sasha was laughing as she realized Cassie and Nikita had joined her and Slider. Cassie smiled and said, This is a good one. I have to give it to her. Sasha replied, I'm just jealous that I didn't come up with this. Both teams wasted no time talking as they ran back to beat the flow of water filling their second bucket. They quickly switched buckets, and Cassie reminded Nikita to lift on the count of 3. They lifted the second bucket and headed for the ditch again. Cassie and Nikita struggled to keep the bucket between the 2 of them as they ran. The weight was trying to shift the water from side to side. As they reached the ditch, Nikita bent down and quickly slipped the lace out of her boot. What are you doing, little sis? We have to move. Trust me, Cassie. I have an idea. Both girls returned and received a third bucket and returned to the ditch as the bucket seemed to get harder to keep in the middle of the rod as they ran. When they reached the ditch and dumped the bucket, Nikita took the shoelace that she had removed from her boot on the last trip and wrapped it around the middle of the rod. What are you doing, Nikita? You'll see. As the two girls reached the building to trade buckets, Nikita sat the handle of the bucket inside the shoelace that she tied on the rod. When they lifted the pole, the handle was stuck inside of the laces. Little sis, you're a genius. Let's just hope Payne doesn't see it and decide we are cheating. As the two girls reached the ditch and met Sasha and Slider again, Cassie pointed to the shoelace on the rod and told Sasha, "This will stop it from sliding." "Will Payne get mad?" asked Slider. "There's only one way to find out, but it beats pinching your hand," said Nikita. Sasha started to untie her shoelace, but turned and told Slider, "I'm not comfortable getting undressed in front of you. Let's use your shoelace." Slider knew Sasha well enough to know that she wasn't planning on spending her day with one loose boot, and she was too tall to be the one to get the water slid toward her. "You're a bully. Do you know that?" said Slider as he slipped his shoelace out of his boot. "I like to think of myself as a wizard who controls the minds of the weak. Get your shoelace on this rod before Payne sees us." Slider quickly tied the shoelace, and the team headed toward the building again. As the other cadets noticed what the four cadets had invented, they began to copy them. Before long, everyone had a shoelace on their rod, and no one was spilling water anymore. Everyone knew that any second Payne could notice what they were doing and stop them, but Payne rarely missed things. She saw what was happening as Sasha and Slider were copying Cassie and Nikita. Payne understood that what the cadets were doing was problem-solving, and she had no intention of discouraging the type of thinking and teamwork that was needed to solve a problem and pass the solution on to the rest of the team. As Payne was admiring her orchestra of madness, the two cadets that decided to sleep in reported to her wearing a look that said they had already made peace with their maker and were ready for the gallows. "Well, what do we have here? Did you two get enough sleep?" "Yes, Instructor Payne," replied the two petrified cadets. "Oh, good. When I saw how comfortable you looked, I just didn't have the heart to wake you up. I hope we didn't wake you up with our daily training. I mean, if you would like more sleep, I will make sure we keep it down so you can get your rest. Would you like that?" "No, Instructor Payne," replied the cadets. "Well, since you're out here, I have something for you," said Payne, as she handed both girls a small cup. The girls took the cup and returned to attention as Payne continued. "While you two sloths were sleeping, the rest of your team was carrying your weight. They were keeping all this rain from getting on the lawn. Lucky for you, some slipped past them, and you can use your special little cups to get it off my lawn. See, everyone else had a bucket, and everyone else is done catching rain. But you two wanted to be special. Well, I have special cups for you two special cadets, and your special job is to find every puddle of water in this facility, fill up your cup, and bring it to that ditch where you will dump it and go get more. Isn't that special?" "Yes, Instructor Payne," replied the cadets as Payne ordered them to get started. By noon, the cadets were soaked, tired, and barely able to lift their buckets any longer. Fate, not being without its sense of mercy, had decided the team had been through enough of Payne's idea of fun, and the storm cleared up. The team found themselves with their buckets under a gutter that was no longer filling them with water. Payne realized that her entertainment had ended and ordered everyone to bring their buckets to the middle of the field. "I think we have managed to avoid the footprint crisis. While the team goes to eat lunch, I want the Special Cup Sisters to stay out here and get these puddles emptied. Walls, Naval, take these buckets to the maintenance department. When you get finished, I want Novikov and Slider to join you and your clone back out here for phase 2 of your day. I suggest all 4 of you get a sandwich before you get back because you'll be busy while the rest of the team is getting lunch." "Yes, Instructor Payne." Cassie and Nikita took the buckets back to maintenance while Sasha and Slider went to grab sandwiches for them. Payne returned to the field where the 4 cadets had scarfed down their sandwich, knowing Payne would return any minute and tell them that lunch was over. Payne approached as the cadets stood up at attention and waited to hear what was next for them and why they got singled out. I don't ask for much from the good Lord in heaven, but every once in a while he will send me a special day that is filled with oversleeping cadets and a yard filled with rain. When he does send me these things, and 4 of my cadets ruin my day by trying to help everyone, it really makes me think, you people don't care about my happiness. I know you can't help yourself. You see people needing help, and you just have to jump right in. That's good because the 2 special cup sisters look like they need your help. The good news is that you can use your shoelaces while you help them. See, I can't have 4 idiots roaming the campus, looking for good deeds to do, so I have you all tied together to form one big idiot. I want you to go get the cups from the special cup sisters and wash them out each time they fill them. I don't want them using a dirty cup to fill up the ditch. You 4 like working together, so I think this will be perfect. Let's get to it. Yes, Instructor Payne, said the cadets as they turned and hobbled along with their boots tied to each other. It took a little adjusting to keep from tripping each other, but before long, the 4 cadets had devised a rhythm to walk. They used it to take the little cups from the 2 cadets that overslept and rinse them between trips to the ditch. It was a ridiculous exercise, but Payne got a lot of entertainment from watching the 4 cadets try to keep running back and forth without falling all over each other. Cassie, why is it that these things only happen to me when I am around you? Asked Sasha. Funny, I was about to ask you the same thing. The team washed cups, and the 2 cadets who were emptying puddles handed them cups. This went on for 2 hours. Cassie was already tired from carrying 5-gallon buckets, but this constant struggle to move and the pointless nature of this assignment had Cassie ready to fall out alongside Sasha and Slider. Nikita was still energetic, but held down by the weight of Cassie on her left side and Sasha on her right. Just as the team felt like they couldn't take another step, Payne appeared at Cassie's side. Walls, I have some questions for you. For each one you answer incorrectly, your team will spend another hour out here tied together, washing cups. Yes, Instructor Payne, said Cassie. Nikita looked at Cassie's face, knowing that she was exhausted and having trouble standing, much less answering questions. The team was tired when this game began, but it had been several hours, and everyone was barely able to keep going. Walls, how many buildings are in this facility? There are 14 buildings in this facility, not including the small electrical buildings on the 4 corners of the property. Cassie barely finished her answer when Payne asked, which building is the largest? The dorm building is the largest, Instructor Payne. A fire breaks out in the dorm building, and you are responsible for accounting for all the cadets' safety. How many cadets are in this program as we speak? There are 124 cadets, minus Radke and Barnes, who I assume are not part of the program any longer. As you exit the building, you realize that the fire is contained to the kitchen, and you see a hose that can reach the kitchen and put the fire out before it spreads. Do you chance putting out the fire to save the building, and anyone left inside? If the fire is in the kitchen, it is likely a grease fire or has spread to an area with grease. Spraying water on the fire would only cause it to spread. I would evacuate the cadets and call the fire team. One of your cadets was overtaken by smoke and is not breathing. You use your CPR training to revive them. How many chest compressions would you give per minute? 100 to 120 per minute, Instructor Payne. Nikita looked on in amazement at how Cassie was answering questions that she would have assumed no one knew the answer to. Nikita was unaware of the 2 years of pressure Cassie had endured and of the fact that Payne saw Cassie as a future leader from day one. She had pushed her to know facts about the facility, her team, survival, and demanded that she knows how to take charge if the need ever presented itself. Payne continued without giving Cassie any time to stop and think as she said, "Where are the first aid kits located in the dorm building?" There is a basic first aid kit located in every hall supply closet, one in the kitchen, and the medical office is stocked with medical supplies and a 24-hour staff. Sasha and Slider looked on, knowing that Cassie was very smart and had a lot of knowledge about the facility and how it operated. But Payne was bound to throw her a curveball. The team was exhausted and wanted to stop. Everything hung on Cassie's ability to remember details while barely able to stand. Last question, Walls. Your team is counting on you to have the right answer and save them from being out here longer. They look tired. I sure hope you don't let them down. Cassie looked at Slider and Sasha, who were visibly teetering on collapsing. She looked at Nikita, who apparently lacked the ability to get tired, and then back to Payne, as she awaited the question that would determine where her team would spend their evening. You and your team are with me on a 3-day hike into the woods. I become unable to make the journey back, and I dropped my food and water supply over a ledge. You only have enough food and water for your team to get back, but you have to choose between leaving me to die without water and food or giving up the supplies you have that ensure your team will get back alive. Do you give me part of your supplies, or do you leave me to die? Sasha looked at Slider and Nikita as her eyes got big. Slider looked at the ground, knowing they were about to be stuck outside for another hour or more. Nikita was studying Cassie's face as she looked at her team, and then back at Payne. Just as everyone had resigned themselves to washing the cups while tied together for a few more hours, a smile came over Cassie's face. It's a trick question, Instructor Payne. The only way you would be unable to keep up with 4 of your cadets in the woods and would need to be left behind would be if you were dead. If you were dead, you wouldn't need our water or food. Payne was hoping to give Cassie a question with no right answer to trick her, but Cassie had turned the tables on her. By disagreeing with Cassie, she would have to say it was possible for her to be weaker than her cadets. The smile that came over Cassie's face before she answered told Payne that she had figured a way out of what was supposed to be a no-win scenario. Payne didn't let it show, but a part of her wanted to pat Cassie on the head and tell her she did a good job. Instead, she ordered everyone to untie their boots and hit the showers before dinner. Yes, Instructor Payne, replied the cadets, as they headed for the showers in a slow but energetic trot. The team was cleaned up and in dry clothes as they met up in the main foyer, where they sat on one of 3 long benches running along the wall. The 4 cadets had made this a regular meeting spot since Slider was not able to join them for their evening chats in the girls' dorm. On days when they wanted to include him, the foyer was the official meeting spot, and today was one of those days. The team had barely sat down when Nikita asked, "What's for dinner? Did anyone look?" "Does it really matter?" asked Sasha. "You are going to be excited about anything they serve. You have never had a meal here that you weren't excited about. What could they be serving that you won't love?" "Fish sticks," said Nikita. "I hate fish sticks." "Really? I thought you said you had fish sticks all the time before you came here," said Cassie. "I did. That's why I hate them. The ones we had were usually out of date. Almost every kid I knew at my last home had eaten a bad fish stick at least once, and they all regretted it. I can't even stand the smell of a fish stick now." "Olive loaf," said Sasha. "We always had olive loaf sandwiches, and just the smell of olive loaf makes me want to hurl." "What about you, Slider? What did you have that you never want to eat again?" asked Nikita. "Corn dogs," said Slider. "We had corn dogs almost 3 times a week. They started tasting like grease and crackers." "If I never see another corn dog, it'll be too soon." "Are you serious?" asked Nikita. "Corn dogs are awesome. We never had those. They remind me of a fair or a circus. I mean, I never went to a fair or a circus, but I read about them, and they always have corn dogs and funnel cakes." "Oh, funnel cakes!" exclaimed Sasha. "I had a funnel cake at the fair in a little town where I lived for about a year. Oh my God, you have to have one." Nikita looked over at Cassie, who was listening quietly and not involved in the conversation. "Cass, what about you? What is the one food that you wished was never served where you have stayed?" "Well?" asked Nikita, who was obviously not picking up on the fact that Cassie didn't want to be in this conversation. "Tuna," said Cassie in a low voice, hoping to satisfy Nikita's curiosity. "Tuna. How can anyone hate tuna? I mean, I get it if you said tuna sandwiches or tuna casserole. That's like saying you don't like beans. There are 100 different recipes with beans. You can't just dislike beans in general. Tuna is awesome. You know what the problem is, Cass? You were probably in those fancy houses with rich families. We were eating garbage while Cass was having steak and hating on tuna. Is that it, Cassie? Asked Sasha. Were you one of those rich orphans? No, I wasn't a rich orphan. Well, why do you hate tuna so much? Asked Nikita. Cassie, tired from her day and not wanting to dance around the subject, pulled back her hair behind her ear, revealing a long scar that had obviously been sewn shut before it healed. It was always hidden by her hair and her ear, but when she pulled back her hair and pulled her ear forward, the team realized that it was a huge scar. Jesus, Cassie, how did that happen? Asked Sasha. You never showed me that before. It's from a tuna can. I was living with a family, and the dad would come in drunk almost every weekend. If I was lucky, he'd pass out when he sat down on the sofa, but those were only on the nights when I was lucky. One night, he came in and demanded that I make him a sandwich. I didn't want to get him upset, so I went into the kitchen and started looking for something to make him a sandwich with, but I couldn't find anything. I saw a can with no label, but I assumed it was cat food. I just set it aside and kept looking. I thought that if I could spend enough time looking, he might just pass out and I could go to sleep, but before long, he busted into the kitchen demanding to know where his sandwich was. His wife walked in behind him and tried to calm him down and have me leave the room, but he shoved her onto a table, and she fell in the corner. I tried to help her get up, but when I turned my back, he had picked up the can that I thought was cat food and hit me on the back of the head with it. He kicked me a few times after that, but I was so out of it that I didn't know what happened until I woke up in a hospital with cops asking me questions about what happened. The guy went to jail for a few days, but after they moved me back to a group home, he got out, and I saw on the news that he finally beat his wife into a coma, and he was going to be locked up for a long time. Whether or not that ever happened, I don't know. So, yeah, I hate tuna, and I was never a rich orphan. I just don't like foods that people have used to beat me with. Sasha, Slider, and Nikita just sat staring at Cassie until she had to recognize the awkward moment she created. What? You asked. Damn, Cassie. We asked about food. That got dark, said Sasha. Cass, I'm sorry. I wouldn't have kept pushing the question if I had known, said Nikita. Slider agreed. Yeah, wow, girl. Sorry that happened. Cassie, realizing that the team was down now because of her story, said, No. No one owes me an apology. I'm just feeling sorry for myself. This has been a long day, and pain putting it on me to keep everyone else from having to be stuck outside right now. Well, it's just a lot to carry. What are you talking about, girl? Asked Sasha. Pain planned to punish everyone if I couldn't come up with the answers she wanted after I had been outside all day. She could have asked me any of that on any other day, and she knows I can answer anything she asks me, but she waited until I could barely walk. She would have actually punished all three of you if I got the wrong answer. It's like she wanted to catch me when I was exhausted and make me be the reason everyone got punished. You know what, Cassie? Asked Sasha. You are a leader. See, I can take charge. But I am not a leader. You are different than we are. And Pain knows it. She puts more pressure on you because she wants to show you that you can lead. She already knows it, but she needs to show you. I know she wants me to lead, Sasha, but putting me in a position to fail in front of my friends doesn't seem like a great way to teach me to lead. It seems like a great way to make everyone hate me if I fail. Sasha got up and walked over to Cassie as she looked at Nikita. Hop up, little buddy, said Sasha as she signaled for Nikita to move and make room for her to sit by Cassie. Sasha sat by Cassie and said, Cassie, you have a flaw. See, when things get crazy, you tend to lose the big picture and focus on the little problems. One day, that will cost you if you don't learn to handle it. Sasha, what are you talking about? Asked Cassie, sounding annoyed. I'm talking about you not seeing that when we are all out there hauling buckets, washing out stupid little cups with our shoes tied together, running, fighting in the arena, and training. We are not your friends. We aren't out there expecting you to have all the answers and never do anything wrong. We are your team out there. If you had failed to know the answers to Payne's questions, we would have continued to do our job until she said stop. No one was planning to blame you or hate you. You seem to think that we are waiting for you to fail so that we can get mad. That could have been me having to answer those questions, or God forbid, Slider. Slider looked at Sasha with an evil eye, which instantly turned to a look of agreement as he thought about the questions Payne asked Cassie. If I had been the one answering those questions and couldn't remember an answer, how would you have reacted? Asked Sasha. I would have just kept working, I guess. So, you mean you wouldn't have felt like I let the team down or that I was less of a cadet because I failed Payne's test? I see your point, Sasha. I know it's just me. I just don't ever want to let any of you down. This place is hard enough without me adding to it by not being prepared. I just feel like she could have waited on all of that until I could think clearly. Slider, who normally stayed quiet as the girls worked things out, said, Cassie, Payne is not stupid. She is not some cowboy out there wielding her hat above her head and firing rounds into the air as she laughs at our failures. I know it seems like it sometimes, but we all know better. Any of us could have answered most of the questions that Payne asked you today if she would have warned us and gave us time to study and do research. What good is that, though? See, Payne needs a leader who can be under pressure, tired, irritated, and on the brink of passing out yet still have the clarity of mind to make good decisions based on accurate information. What happened today was that you got tested, and even though you were under pressure and exhausted like we were, you passed her test. The rest of us were ready to throw in the towel and get back to washing those stupid cups, but you took her challenge and passed. You may feel like you got beat up today, but the truth is, you proved that you are the leader we already know you are. Cassie thought for a moment before saying, Thanks, Slider. I see what you mean. I shouldn't need these pep talks, but I guess I'm just so exhausted that I want to scream or cry or something. Sasha replied, I must be exhausted too because I just saw you tell Slider that his advice made more sense than mine. Don't be dumb, Sasha. I just needed to hear it from a different perspective. Slider doesn't have perspectives. He has random thoughts that come to him in no specific order. I have perspectives. Don't be getting your advice from a vending machine, Cassie. Cassie laughed as Sasha pretended to be upset about her taking advice from Slider. Sasha was always the voice of reason in these situations, and she wasn't about to hand that title over to Slider, who never had anything to say. Deep down, however, Sasha admired the way Slider waited until everyone had their say before making his point. Sasha, go see what's on the menu and shut up already, said Cassie as she pushed Sasha out of her seat. Sasha laughed and said, See, now you don't even need me anymore. I still need you, Sasha. I need you to go see what's for dinner. Stop your whining. Sasha went to check the menu as she mumbled about how unfair it was and vanished out of sight. Cass, said Nikita, if anybody ever hits you with a can again, I will help you kick their ass, okay? Nobody is ever hitting me with a can again, little sis. I was younger at the time, but I can handle myself now. Don't worry. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting about you being a killing machine. Shut up, brat. You're turning into Sasha. Sasha returned looking depressed. What's wrong? Asked Cassie. What's on the menu? I hate to tell you this, Cassie, but it's tuna. Cassie bounced up and wrestled Sasha to the ground. As they laughed and prayed, Payne didn't catch them playing in the foyer. They had no idea that Payne was watching the whole conversation as they talked from the camera over the foyer. She was proud of the team for reasoning through the events of the day and saw that they were all growing and understanding that there was a method to her madness. She ignored the playing in the building because she didn't want to reveal that she was monitoring them as they learned. Chapter 15. A different kind of camping trip. As the weeks went by, Payne's relentless pressure pushed both girls to their limits. The physical wear on their bodies and the mental exhaustion caused by not knowing when the madness would end made them question if they could make it through each day. Day after day, they reminded each other that they made a promise to never give up and never give in. That promise kept both girls pressing forward for weeks of routine work. By week 4, Payne had concluded that she had to include more than cleaning in the training process for Nikita and Cassie, and she announced that all senior cadets with more than 1 year of training would be joining her for a week of survival training in the woods. Payne came into the dorm after dinner on Friday and called Cassie and Nikita to the door. "You two are like Siamese idiots. I have to put your heads together to make a complete idiot. Naval, you will be joining Walls for our little deep woods experience. Maybe I'll get lucky, and you will both wander off together." "Yes, Instructor Payne." Both girls sounded off, trying to hide their excitement about getting away from the facility for a while. As Payne left the dorm, Cassie and Nikita turned and smiled as they walked back to their bunks, trying to play it cool. Cassie offered up the customary fist bump to Nikita. "Field trip?" Nikita squealed quietly. "I love camping trips. One of the homes I stayed at went on a camping trip with a church group once, and we had marshmallows, hot dogs, hot chocolate." Cassie interrupted Nikita mid-sentence. This isn't going to be like that." "What do you mean?" Cassie looked at Nikita with a side eye and said, "Can you picture Payne roasting marshmallows with us?" "Well, it sounds kind of stupid when you say it like that." Cassie chuckled. "It's kind of stupid no matter who says it. Trust me, Payne plans to create a whole new version of camping for you that will make you prefer mopping and washing dishes before it's over. Still, a break from the norm sounds pretty good regardless. Well, you sure know how to rain on a parade. Sorry, little sis. Just managing expectations." Cassie and Nikita sat talking to Sasha about the upcoming trip, and before long, they were ready for bed. Both girls knew Payne would still expect them to give her their PT hours during the weekend, but the thought of getting away for a while gave them the boost they needed to get through the next 2 days and wake up Monday to Payne inspecting the dorm. As she got to Cassie and Nikita's bunks, she just sighed and rolled her eyes, knowing she didn't have time to punish them for something out of place on their bunks or uniforms. "You two got lucky today. You're no more organized than you were weeks ago, but I'll have to settle for giving nature a chance to straighten out your act. You two should fit in well in the wild. Your bunk looks like you live there now." Payne soon had everyone on a bus headed for a wooded area almost an hour away from the facility. What could have been a peaceful drive became a learning experience as Payne stood in the center of the bus aisles and began to explain how each bus used by the facility is equipped with a list of items that will always be present if an emergency should arise. If you look here below the driver's seat, you will find a package marked Road Flares, which includes a small orange gun that fires one of 6 flares that are also in the case. This set is used to signal your location should you get lost in a remote area. The bus manual says that these flares are to signal for help if you are broken down in a remote area. Trust me, if you are too lost for someone to see a bus, you can bet they won't see a flare. I prefer to think of these as portable fireballs that can be used for a variety of uses not listed in the manual, for safety reasons. If you ever have to leave the bus in an isolated area, you take this flare kit with you. Nikita noticed everyone looking around as if they were searching for someone who had a clue what Payne was talking about. Little did they know that the information Payne was giving could save their life one day. Under your seat, you will find a bag that is designed to quickly tear away from the bottom of your seat in an emergency. Inside each kit, you will find 7 protein bars, 1 water filtration straw, a lighter, a first aid kit with bandages and antibiotics, a small flashlight, a foil blanket, and a 6-inch boot knife. When we arrive this morning, each of you will retrieve that kit from under your seat and take it with you. If you forget to get your kit, you will spend a week without food, drink, and medication and probably die a painful death at some point during this exercise, so I recommend pulling your head out of your ass and remembering your kit. I realize that we skipped breakfast, so the cafeteria has provided an ice chest with 1 turkey sandwich, an apple, and 1 bottled water for each of you. Walls. Yes, Instructor Payne. You and Tweedledum grab these sandwiches and drinks and start passing them toward the back until everyone has one. Yes, Instructor Payne. The fact that Payne chose them to pass out the food was not lost on Nikita or Cassie. They both realized that Payne still considered them to be capable of carrying out her instructions, regardless of how much name-calling she included with her orders. I suggest you take this opportunity to eat, because where we are going there will be a shortage of turkey sandwiches and fruit trees. As the bus arrived at a wooded area at the end of a long road covered by trees, the squeaking of brakes woke Nikita, who had fallen asleep in the breeze of the bus window. "Let's go. Grab your kits and move your butt," yelled Payne, as she stood at the door, ushering each cadet from the bus and visually observing each one to make sure they didn't forget their survival kit. Payne noticed that Cassie reached under the driver's seat and grabbed the flare gun as she exited the bus. "There may be hope for you yet, Walls," said Payne as she watched her exit the bus. As the morning turned to noon, they reached an opening where Payne instructed the cadets to form a circle. "You may have noticed that you do not have a mattress, blankets, or a pillow. This is called roughing it. For the next 4 nights and 5 days, you will live on what you have in your survival kit. You will learn to use the elements around you to survive. For those of you who have been on camping trips with your friends, this is not going to be nearly that pleasant. Brace yourself. This is not a vacation. This is a training exercise designed to teach you to be prepared to survive on nothing but the things you have around you. Personally, I think giving you a survival kit is ridiculous, but Instructor McFerris wants me to bring everyone back alive, so I guess you get to do this the easy way. You have 7 protein bars. If you eat more than once a day, you will be hungry when you run out. No one is sharing food on this trip. It is your responsibility to manage your resources. The good news is that we are not far from a creek that has fish, and this area is overrun with rabbits. Everyone here will have a chance to kill, prepare, and eat a meal that you killed." As Payne described the process they would learn for catching, trapping, and killing the food they needed to survive, many of the cadets looked around to see if they were the only ones unsure if they wanted any part of this. Cassie looked at Nikita to see if she was showing signs of being queasy at the thought of hunting for food, but Nikita was almost smiling. Noticing Cassie looking at her, Nikita looked at Cassie, and her eyes got big as she smiled to show how excited she was by the thought of all of this. Cassie raised one eyebrow as she looked back slowly toward Payne, who was continuing her lecture on survival. "If you look around, you will see all the tools you need to survive. Before we were taught to live in the air-conditioned comforts you enjoy at the facility, humans lived in the woods year-round, so you should keep in mind that this is where we belong. If you don't starve, freeze, die of a heat stroke, or get eaten by an animal, you will be just fine," said Payne, adding her own unique style of drama to the situation. "You will be broken up into 3 teams of 4, Cassie Walls, Nikita Naval, Sasha Novikov, and Slider. I want you 4 idiots together where I can watch you all screw up at the same time." The 4 cadets sounded off, "Yes, Instructor Payne." As Payne divided the rest of the cadets into teams, Nikita and Cassie found their way over to Sasha and Slider to give them the customary fist bump. As mean as Payne could seem at times, all 4 cadets suspected that they were not teamed up because they were the worst of the group, but because Payne knew they were friends and would likely work better together. As the day turned into evening, Payne had walked with the 3 teams to the creek that was located just a few hundred yards from the campsite. One thing you can find in any wooded area is a stick. Sticks are your lifeline to surviving in the woods. They are perfect for making a fire to stay warm, a cover to stay dry, a spear or bow to stay safe. And more importantly, right now, they are great fishing spears. Find a straight stick about 1 or 2 inches in diameter. Now, look in your survival kit and get your boot knife. We will use these to sharpen the end of your spear. For the next 2 hours, every cadet stood in the stream, stabbing at anything that floated down the stream. It became obvious to Payne that if it was left up to these cadets to catch a fish to eat, everyone was going to die in the woods. Before long, Nikita became frustrated with how the stick was bent and seemed to miss everything she aimed at, so she decided on a change of strategy. Setting the stick on the rock she stood near, she crouched down and put her hands in the water, and in no time, she saw her first target. Like lightning striking a tree, Nikita snatched a fish from the water that was every bit 18 inches long. Water splashed as she struggled to keep the squirming fish in her hands. Before the drama ended, she had the fish in a bear hug and wasn't about to let this one get away. Sasha, who obviously knew her way around the woods better than the other cadets, grabbed the fish by the lip and helped Nikita carry it to the shoreline. Looks like Team Screw-Up will be eating fish tonight. The rest of you may want to get a taste for protein bars, mocked Payne. As Nikita and Sasha laid the fish on the shore, they went right back into the water to try again. Within a few minutes, Nikita had snatched another fish from the water. "Sasha, take this one to the shore and I'll try to get another one," said Nikita. Before Sasha could make it to the shore with the second fish, Nikita had snatched another large fish from the stream. Payne, realizing that this was more than luck, made her way toward the area where Nikita was standing. She said nothing as she watched Nikita hand the fish to Cassie, who was obviously unfamiliar with holding a fish. Cassie made a disgusted face as she forced herself to grab the fish by the lip and carry it to Sasha, who was waiting for her to reach the shore. Nikita crouched down once again, and Payne noticed something that all the other cadets had missed. Nikita's eyes were golden yellow. As Payne was trying to decide if Nikita's eye color was just a trick of the light reflecting off the water, Nikita grabbed another fish with so much speed that Payne lost track of her curiosity about her eyes and started thinking about how fast she could move. Over the next half hour, Nikita pulled 7 large fish from the stream using just her hands. Payne looked at the other cadets who had abandoned their spears and started trying to catch fish with their hands like Nikita, but with no luck. "Okay, that's enough for today. We have enough fish to open a restaurant. Let's leave a few for the next group." "Instructor Payne, may I ask a question?" asked Nikita. "What is it, Nival?" "Instructor Payne, I have 7 fish. My team can't eat that many fish, and it seems like a waste to let them go bad. Can we share our fish with everyone?" Payne, not prepared for anyone to catch 7 fish, was caught off guard by the question and for lack of anything clever to say. Told Nikita, "Your team caught the fish. They are your fish. I don't care what you do with them as long as they don't go to waste." "Instructor Payne, my team only needs 2 fish. We would like to give 2 to each team. I'm not sure where you learned math, Naval, but if every team gets 2 fish, that is 6 fish, and you have 7. Nikita, being careful not to appear to be offering charity to Payne, replied, "I just assumed you would need one to demonstrate how to clean and prepare it. There's no way we can eat all this fish, and if you take one, we will have just enough to avoid eating protein bars. I doubt anyone here knows how to eat a fish that isn't prepared in the cafeteria without bones, so if you can show us the right way." Payne was no idiot and understood that Nikita was attempting to share her good luck with everyone, including her, while not appearing to be doing Payne any favors. The thought of fresh fish sounded much better than a protein bar. Payne interrupted Nikita. "Okay, I get it, Naval. You don't know how to eat real fish. I will show you this time, but pay attention because I won't always be around to hold your hand." "Yes, Instructor Payne," Nikita replied, knowing both she and Payne had struck a momentary truce in the interest of everyone having a decent meal that evening. Night sat in as Payne showed the teams how to make a fire from dry straw and wood. Nikita looked at Cassie as Payne was demonstrating the technique to light a fire without matches. Nikita, half smiling, showed Cassie the lighter from her survival kit as if to say, we have a lighter." Cassie's eyes got huge as she silently sent the message through her facial expression that Nikita better put the lighter away before Payne saw her making jokes about the training. Nikita slid the lighter into her pocket and continued smiling as Cassie tried not to look at her out of fear of laughing. The night consisted of learning to clean fish as each cadet took turns in the cleaning process. Soon there was a fire with fish cooking on a stick as the cadets talked about the day and how badly they failed at stabbing fish with a stick. Payne watched the team as she took a few moments to enjoy her fish. Her instinct was to make everyone be quiet, to teach them not to be discovered in the woods. But she was enjoying the short break from the office and decided tomorrow would be a good day to cover stealth. For the time being, one good night wasn't going to hurt anyone, so Payne let the team eat, talk, and eventually get ready for bed. Payne instructed the cadets to use their cloth survival kits as pillows. Soon, all 3 teams were knocked out after a long day of hiking, fishing, and learning. Payne got comfortable at a distance to keep an eye on the group as she planned to sleep light and be aware of anything that moved in the area. Morning came fast, and Payne had the cadets up at 0600 hours, and by 0630, everyone was ready to begin a hike that Payne called Taking in the Scenery. After an hour of taking in scenery, with Payne barking at each cadet as they walked to her constant song of left, 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 right, left, the cadets came to a clearing where they were ordered to stop and take a 5-minute break. Payne spent the morning demonstrating how the water purification straw could be used to get clean water, and if that failed, the foil in their survival kit could be used to collect the condensation. The day was a montage of ways to drink, eat, hide, build traps, and find directions using moss on trees. Payne dumped a lifetime of experience from her years of combat into the cadets as they struggled to understand how any of this new information could be of use to them. Nikita leaned over toward Cassie and whispered, "Is she planning on abandoning us out here or something?" Cassie chuckled, being careful not to be spotted by Payne. In an unexpected moment of bravery, Sasha raised her hand and asked, "Instructor Payne, when will we need to use all these things?" Payne sat the stick down that she was using to draw diagrams in the dirt for the cadets to understand how to build a covered pit as she replied, "Novikov, where are your parents?" Sasha paused to make sure she heard Payne correctly. Sasha knew that Payne was aware that none of the cadets in the program had families. "I don't know my parents, Instructor Payne." "Is this the life you planned for yourself, Novikov? Did you plan to be here today with no family?" "No, Instructor Payne, this was never my plan. Yet here you are. So, life didn't check with you about what it had planned?" "No, Instructor Payne. I had no idea that life would give me the opportunity to spend time enjoying the scenery today," Sasha said, knowing she was playing with fire by joking with Payne. "That is my point, Novikov. You found yourself in the woods today, and if I were not here to tell you how to survive, you'd be out here starving, walking in circles, drinking dirty water, and probably crying yourself to sleep at night. We are here to make sure you know what to do the next time life unexpectedly drops you in the woods. Life has plans for each of you. This program will teach you to be confident that regardless of the environment you find yourself in, you know how to survive. Do you understand?" "Yes, Instructor Payne." Payne continued, "Life should have already taught each of you that nothing goes as planned. This is not a fairy tale that ends with everyone getting a fair shake and a happy ending. Each of you has and will continue to get dealt a bad hand. You will face one challenge after another. But we are survivors. We are fighters. We will be stronger and smarter than the people who have had life handed to them if you can simply learn to work harder, stay more focused, and take advantage of every opportunity to learn something new. Do you understand, cadets?" All 12 cadets sounded off enthusiastically. "Yes, Instructor Payne." "Good. Then you will all be excited to hear that we are going to learn about hiking back to camp and eating protein bars for dinner." As the teams began their journey back to camp, Sasha whispered to Cassie and Nikita, "Remind me not to ask questions in the future." Slider, overhearing her comment, replied, "Why? If you keep asking questions, we will have extra protein bars after Payne kills you." The 4 cadets quietly joked and ribbed each other all the way back to the camp. After having all 3 teams start their own campfire without using a lighter, Payne instructed the cadets to use one of their protein bars and let them spend the evening talking and spending time around the fire. Day 3 of the Deep Woods training experience was all about how to set traps and use stealth in the woods. As luck would have it, a rabbit found its way into one of the pits that the cadets dug, and Payne spent the evening showing them how to dress the rabbit and cook it. Everyone got a small piece of meat, but once again, protein bars were the main course. Payne picked some wild blackberries and added them to the meal, but everyone went to bed hungry that evening. On day 4, Payne decided to return to the fishing area, and once again, Nikita proved that fishing was her strongest suit. The other 2 teams managed to spear 3 fish, and by the time they returned to camp, Payne had everyone cleaning and preparing their own fish. This time, the fish tasted much better after skipping a good meal the night before. By day 5, everyone had gotten used to sleeping on the ground and eating whatever they could get their hands on. Payne used the week to teach, demonstrate, and let the cadets practice a slew of survival techniques. As Friday morning began, Payne informed the teams that they would be cleaning up the campsite and getting ready to return to the dorm that day. Despite their desire to get away from the facility, all the cadets were missing the luxury of a hot shower, warm cafeteria food, and air conditioning. Payne felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing that the team seemed to get a solid grasp on surviving in the woods. Knowing that the years ahead would probably find them spending months at a time in the woods, this was a good way to introduce them to what they would learn a great deal more about later. "Let's get to the loading area. I want everyone ready to load the bus when it arrives," announced Payne. As everyone lined up at the bus loading area, Payne took a visual head count and realized that 2 cadets were missing. After looking over the group, she realized that the names Nikita Naval and Sandra Parker were unaccounted for. "Walls, where is your twin?" demanded Payne. She went back to help Parker find her boot knife. "Instructor Payne." Before Payne could think of a random insult to issue Nikita for being late to the bus, Parker screamed so loud that everyone instantly stopped talking and looked toward the woods. Without a moment's hesitation, Payne ordered, "Walls, you are in charge. Stay here, and when the bus arrives, tell the driver to stay put until I get back." "Yes, Instructor Payne." Payne pulled back the green jacket that she had been wearing over her black military-issue shirt and produced a handgun that she had been concealing in a black holster on her belt. Payne knew all too well how many dangers there were in the woods and was prepared to protect the cadets with her sidearm if necessary. It took Payne less than 30 seconds to arrive at the campsite to discover Sandra faced with a large cat showing its teeth and preparing to pounce at Sandra. "Don't move!" yelled Payne as she aimed her weapon past Sandra, knowing that she may not have time to get to a safer place to take a shot. As Payne was angling for a better shot, Nikita stepped around Sandra and positioned herself between Payne and the target she was trying to take down. Payne yelled, "Naval, don't move." Nikita kept moving toward the animal as if Payne had said nothing. This time Payne knew she was not mistaken. Nikita's eyes were bright golden yellow. Nikita raised her hand toward Payne as she slowly walked toward the cat, despite Payne's orders to stop and move away. Nikita continued walking, and the cat shifted its focus from Sandra to Nikita, showing signs of fear and submission. Payne kept her weapon trained on the cat, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The cat showed its teeth and hissed at Nikita, and she crouched down and hissed back, causing the cat to lay flat to the ground as if it was ready to be attacked. Nikita moved within inches of the cat, with her hand out toward its face while staring into its eyes. Payne watched in disbelief and confusion as she studied Nikita's golden yellow eyes and the way the cat cowered and lay down, as if she had taken control of its mind. Nikita put her hand down on the cat's head and gave a calming shh. She reached into her back pocket while keeping her eyes on the cat and took out her last protein bar. As she put it to the cat's mouth, it snatched it and held it in its teeth. To Payne, it looked like the cat was waiting for permission to move. Nikita slowly stood up and took her hand down, and the cat turned and ran away into the brush. Payne stood speechless for a moment as Nikita slowly backed away from the brush line where the cat was standing. Nikita knew she was in big trouble for ignoring Payne and was preparing herself for the wrath that would follow. Payne looked at Sandra, who was shaking with fear. "Parker, stand here where I can see you until I am ready to go to the bus," ordered Payne. "Naval, get your ass over here, now!" Nikita stepped over a fallen tree branch and walked over to Payne, awaiting her punishment. "Start talking, Naval. I want to know what you were thinking by walking up to a wildcat and ignoring me when I told you to back away." "Instructor Payne, I stepped in front of Sandra because I could see that the cat was focused on her, and she was about to run. If she had, the cat would have attacked her, and I was trying to divert its focus on me instead of her. How would you know what an animal is about to do? It could just as easily have attacked you as her. Instructor Payne, I can't explain why I knew, but I knew the cat wouldn't attack me, and I could tell that it was afraid of me. The cat was not afraid of you, Neval. You got lucky. I don't know what type of mind trick you managed to pull on that animal to keep from getting your ass torn off, but you are lucky to be in one piece. Not to mention you ignored my order. Instructor Payne, when I ignored you, it was because I had already engaged the cat, and if I had turned my back or started backing up, I believe he would have charged me. I had already committed to what I was doing, and as dumb as it may have been, it was too late to change my mind. It was not an attempt to disrespect you, Instructor Payne. Payne studied Nikita for several seconds. Neval, you will soon find yourself in a world where following orders without question will be all that keeps you alive. That being said, I don't disagree with your logic, and I arrived in the middle of what you were doing. My orders were based on what I could see at the time. My gut says I should have you running track until your feet fall off for ignoring an order, but you put your life on the line to protect your team. That fact is going to save you this time. The one attribute I demand from a leader is the ability and willingness to stand between their team and the danger it faces. You're a brave cadet. You're still an idiot for walking up to that cat, but you are brave. Thank you, Instructor Payne. Now what the hell is going on with your eyes? My eyes? Asked Nikita, looking confused. Yes, your eyes. They were yellow and now they are brown. How did you do that? Nikita, remembering that Nicole had said her eyes changed colors when she got scared before, started to ask Payne why everyone keeps saying her eyes changed colors, but before she spoke, she reconsidered. That would lead to having to explain the situation involving Nicole in the locker room, and she couldn't risk that. Instructor Payne, my eyes have always been brown. Payne, not wanting to risk sounding nuts, replied, It's not important. Let's get on the bus before we get left out here. Payne knew what she saw, but she had seen enough crazy things in life to learn that sometimes not knowing is better than looking crazy, so she put the thought aside, but she didn't forget what had happened. As Payne and Nikita turned to walk toward the bus, Payne said, Neval, Parker, listen up. The cat just ran off. If you start telling people about the cat whisperer disobeying my order and petting wild animals, you'll find yourself in group therapy discussing your imaginary story with a psychiatrist. Am I being clear? Yes, Instructor Payne, replied the cadets, knowing they would sound crazy and Payne would deny seeing anything. Sandra stopped, still visibly shaken by the event, turned and gave Nikita a hug. Thank you, Nikita. Payne rolled her eyes. Save it for Valentine's Day, you two. Get your asses on the bus! Nikita stepped back from Sandra and gave her a smile and a subtle nod to let her know she appreciated the gesture. As they reached the bus, Payne found the bus waiting and the other 10 cadets standing at attention outside of the bus where Cassie had instructed them to stand and wait for Payne. Load up, barked Payne. The cadets began the trip home and talked quietly. What happened in the woods, Nikita? Asked Slider. Sandra saw an animal and screamed. No big deal, explained Nikita, remembering Payne's warning. Sandra, overhearing Nikita's story, nodded in agreement, while still trying to hide her hands shaking. We thought you got hurt, explained Sasha. You screamed like you saw a ghost. It just caught me off guard, but when I screamed it ran into the woods, said Sandra. As the cadets changed the subject, Payne sat listening with her back to the team. She thought about what she saw, and it only added to the questions she had about Nikita. So much just didn't fit. Why is she so fast and fearless? Why do animals seem to be afraid of her? How can she be so aware and steady at such a young age? Most of all, what is with the eyes? Payne spent much of the trip back thinking about the oddities surrounding Nikita. By the time the bus returned to the facility, Payne had made up her mind that at some point she wanted to dig deeper into where Nikita came from and why she was so unique. Nikita and Cassie hoped that when they returned, the weekend would be calm and Payne would let them recover from the trip, but Payne had other plans. It was back to business as usual. Just before the lights went out Friday night, Payne appeared at the dorm door and called for Cassie and Nikita. As they reported to the door, Payne had transformed back into her normal, relentless self. You two campers will be having coffee with me at 0600 in the morning as usual. Wait, I'll be having coffee, and you'll be catching up on a week of PT. It'll be like a girls' day out. Doesn't that sound fun? Said Payne sarcastically. Yes, Instructor Payne, replied both cadets. As Payne turned to leave, she began whistling as she walked away. Cassie looked at Nikita with a puzzled look. She's whistling. Well, she's happy. Yeah, that's what scares me. If the thought of watching us suffer makes her whistle, we may not survive this, little sis. Don't be ridiculous. She loves us. She just has trouble expressing herself. Think of PT as a big hug from Payne, said Nikita with a chuckle. The term child abuse comes to mind, but whatever you say, little sis. Both girls laughed and joked for a bit until they realized Payne really would be expecting them to be on the PT field at first light. Soon they were sound asleep to find that the constant punishment was far from over. Payne was nothing if not consistent. Chapter 16. A Lesson About Loyalty. Monday morning rolled around as Payne stood over Cassie's bunk at 0445, waiting for her to wake up. As Cassie opened her eyes and saw Payne standing over her, she couldn't get out of bed fast enough. She jumped to her feet, threw her hat on, and stood there with one sock on her foot and her hair flipped out of the front of her hat and hanging in her face. Payne stood up to look at Nikita and give her the same scare that she gave Cassie because Payne's sense of humor had a serial killer type vibe to it. As she looked up at Nikita's bunk, Nikita was missing. Walls, where is your twin? Cassie, still trying to remember where she fell asleep, replied, She is in her bunk, Instructor Payne. Before Payne could destroy Cassie for giving a dumb answer, Nikita said, Instructor Payne, I am right here. Payne's heart skipped a beat as the voice behind her startled her. She didn't let it show by flinching, but Nikita had caught her completely by surprise. Payne slowly turned around, giving herself time to refocus, and saw Nikita in her uniform, waiting for roll call. Naval, if you ever sneak up behind me like that again. Payne paused to keep from saying something she would regret. Why are you already up and dressed, Houdini? I haven't been sleeping much, Instructor Payne. Is that a fact? Well, maybe I should give you a day off to catch up on your sleep. Would you like that? No, Instructor Payne. I plan to sleep when I die anyway. I am just excited about getting back to cleaning dishes and mopping, ma'am. So, you're a comedian. You think my punishments are a joke? You think they are fun? What about you, Walls? Does your clone speak for you too? Instructor Payne, I've never seen a more clear-cut case of brain damage in my life. I'm pretty sure I heard her fall out of the bunk and hit her head last night, ma'am. She doesn't know what she is saying. Is that it, Naval? Do you have a head injury? Asked Payne, ready to use whatever Nikita said to beat her with. I'm beginning to hope so. Instructor Payne, you two have 3 minutes to meet me in the hall. When I finish the inspection, be waiting for me. I think I can fix whatever is wrong with your sense of humor. Yes, Instructor Payne, said the girls as Cassie turned to get dressed. Payne woke everyone up 5 minutes early, knowing she had a reason to punish Nikita and Cassie this morning, and she couldn't wait to get to work. Cassie cleared the door with Nikita when she asked, What are you doing? And don't you dare say it wasn't you? Oh no, Cassie. This one was definitely me. To answer your question, I don't know. I woke up in a weird mood. I keep having this dream about hearing animals and seeing myself dressed in a black suit of armor. Nikita, I dreamed I was floating in a cloud of cotton candy last night, but it didn't make me want to wake up and piss Payne off. Cassie, I wasn't trying to make her angry. I just woke up and she didn't see me get out of bed. I'm pretty sure it was the part where you told her you were excited to get back to washing dishes and mopping that pissed her off, Nikita. She was coming to tell us that she had some insanely hard thing for us to do anyway. All I did was help her avoid making up a reason to tell us about it. You don't know that? Cassie, she was 15 minutes early, standing over our bunk, dying to wake us up. Do you think she did that because she missed us? No, she cooked up something that she couldn't wait to torture us with and just needed a reason to do it. Now she has one. Little sis, are you okay? You don't seem like yourself. I have never seen you go out of your way to irritate Payne. I don't know, Cassie. I have been feeling weird lately. It's like something in me isn't right. Does it hurt? No, I feel great. I just don't feel like myself. You don't feel like yourself. Well, before you get me killed, please tell me who exactly do you feel like? I feel like me, but better. I slept well. I have plenty of energy. I am thinking clearly. You are not thinking clearly. No one encourages Payne to punish them if they are thinking clearly. Cassie, trust me. Payne will bust through that door any second, pretending to be mad at us, and will give us a punishment that she cooked up long before I ever pissed her off. Today was going to be what it is before I even woke up. You are really beginning to scare me, little sis. Don't be scared, Sassy Cassie. Sassy Cassie? Nikita, what is wrong with you? It can't be more track. What? If it was just running more track, she wouldn't have woken us up early. This is going to be something awesome. Cassie stared at Nikita, worried that something was really wrong with her. It's okay, Cass. It's going to be a great day. I can feel it. Cass, the sass. Sassy Cass, the cassaster. Assy, Cassie. Cass, the ass-caster. Nikita continued playing word games with Cassie's name as Payne completed her inspection. The dorm was amazed at how quickly Payne conducted her inspection and how she didn't have a problem with anyone's bunk or uniform. As quickly as she finished her rounds, she was in the hall with Cassie and Nikita. When the door flew open, Nikita stopped rambling and stood against the wall at attention with Cassie. You two idiots may be comedians this morning, but I promise you by the end of the day, maintenance will be able to plant your asses in the dirt and watch your tears water the lawn. You'll be my funny little lawn sprinklers. I will get a cup of coffee and just laugh my ass off at your comedy routine as you water the lawn. Now get your ass to the pool. We start water training today. Payne turned to walk toward the pool house as Nikita and Cassie followed. Nikita's eyes got big as she smiled and quickly pumped her fist to let Cassie know how excited she was. Cassie continued staring at Nikita as if she had lost her mind as they walked behind Payne. Payne reached the pool house and unlocked the door while Nikita was practically beaming with excitement. Cassie had a look of concern, mixed with anxiety, knowing Payne could be creative when it came to punishment. The door opened and Payne turned on the large lights that ran the distance of the metal roof above a large pool. Nikita wanted to skip the lecture and get straight into the pool, but Payne pointed at a changing room and 2 black swimsuits laid across the bench alongside the pool's edge. The fact that Payne had to come by in advance to lay out the swimsuits for them did not escape Nikita. It was proof that Payne had planned this all along. Get into the swimsuits and be in front of me in 5 minutes. I can't wait to start a comedy routine of my own. I'm already laughing inside. Yes, Instructor Payne, said the girls as they grabbed the one-piece, black swimsuits and headed to the changing room. 3 minutes later, they had returned and were waiting to discover Payne's idea of a joke. Payne had made her way to the far end of the building to start brewing coffee in a pot near the entrance. As they waited, Cassie couldn't help herself and had to ask Nikita why she was acting like this was a game. Cassie, think about it. The swimsuits were already here and ready for us to put them on. This was planned. Cassie thought for a second and said, You may be right. I still don't know why that makes you think playing games with this woman is a good idea, but I see your point. Stop looking like a puppy bouncing up and down to get a treat. Payne is going to turn this pool into a nightmare for us. I guarantee it. Cassie, I'm like a fish. I love water more than land. My best memories were of my days at the stream at my last home. We would swim all day. The only thing I like more than swimming is running. Cassie continued staring at Nikita as if her head was missing. She had been around Payne long enough to know that today was not going to be like mopping floors or washing dishes. Payne had that look in her eye. It was the same look a lion gets when it is about to attack baby sheep. This was going to be a bad day from where Cassie was standing, and Nikita seemed to be begging for it. As both girls stood in front of Payne, she asked, Naval, do you know how to swim? Yes, Instructor Pay. Before Nikita could finish her sentence, Payne shoved her into the pool backward. Nikita landed in the water and quickly regained her balance as she looked up to see what Payne would do to Cassie. In the water walls barked Payne, knowing that Cassie had been a strong swimmer for the 2 years that she was at the facility. Cassie jumped into the pool and swam next to Nikita to await Payne's instructions. "It's 0600. I have a pot of coffee and a day with nothing to do but spend time with you two comedians. Do you have any jokes for me?" "No, Instructor Payne," replied the girls. "Oh, well, that's disappointing. I was looking forward to more of your humor, Naval." "Hey, I know, why don't I tell you a joke? Would you two comedic geniuses like to hear my joke?" "Yes, Instructor Payne," they shouted. "Here's my joke. You two will be in the middle of the pool treading water until one of you gives up. When you give up, I will get you a hot cup of coffee and let you go back to the dorm with the whole day off. You can sleep, go eat, or whatever you want to do with your free day. Here comes the funny part. When you give up and go on your little vacation, I will make your partners swim laps until they go under, get out and do push-ups until they can't get themselves off the ground, and then get back in the pool until they go under again. We will do this for the rest of the day. Isn't that funny?" Cassie looked at Nikita, who suddenly realized that she was never going to get out of the pool and make Cassie get punished, and she knew Cassie wouldn't get out and let her get punished either. Worse yet, Payne was never going to quit the game until one of them gave up. What started off as a fun swimming day had just become a nightmare, as Cassie predicted. Payne continued, "You two feel free to talk about who is giving up and who will be getting punished for the next 6 hours as a result of that. I will be over here making my coffee while you decide." Payne walked back to the entrance to make a cup of coffee while Cassie and Nikita treaded water in the middle of the pool. "Cassie, I started this, so I guess I need to be the one who gets punished. Just tell her you give up, and I will spend the day doing whatever this game is." "Little sis, I am not getting out of this pool to sleep while Payne spends the day torturing you. If we stay here treading water, she won't make us do all that other stuff. Cassie, I am a very strong swimmer, and I can tell you, we can't tread water for 6 hours. I don't care. I am not getting out of this pool while you stay and get crucified. We just have to suck it up. Cassie, there is no way to suck this up. No one can swim that long. Tell her you give up. I can take whatever she throws at me. Little sis, when Payne said she will make you swim until you go under and do push-ups until you can't lift yourself, she wasn't bluffing. She will do exactly what she said. I can't walk out of here and leave you to that. I won't do it. Well, Cass, we are screwed. We can't give up and we can't survive this. I guess this is the end. No, we will take turns and tread water while we hold each other up. We can rotate every few minutes after we get tired. How long do you think we can tread water, Cassie? We are both in good shape, and the water is warm, so I would guess about 2 hours. If we take breaks and help each other, we can probably double that. I read that a person with a life jacket can last up to 10 hours, but without one, most people last 2 hours. We may be able to rest by taking turns holding each other up. If so, we will last much longer, but how long is something I don't know. Then we better get started, because if we wait until we are tired to start trying to help each other, we won't last long. Stay close enough for me to grab the back of your swimsuit and hold you up. When I get tired, I will let go, and you can grab mine. Hopefully Payne won't see what we are doing. The girls got busy on their plan to escape Payne's wrath, but Payne was not someone who missed details. She saw what Cassie and Nikita were up to right away. Payne was not the type of person who inflicted pain for no reason. That didn't mean she didn't get a sense of enjoyment knowing that when pain had to be dished out, she knew exactly how to dish it. Still, she had a purpose behind her punishments. This was no different. She had no desire to see either girl give up. She also had no desire to make one swim laps and do push-ups while the other slept. She gave that speech knowing that she was about to strengthen the bond between Cassie and Nikita by making them sacrifice for each other. Payne had trained enough soldiers to understand that nothing builds a bond between soldiers like suffering in the same molten heat of Payne's crucible. Suffering together would test the bond between them, but Payne already knew the outcome. She saw the girls helping each other but pretended not to. How they survived this day would not be as important as knowing they survived it together. The first hour, Cassie and Nikita had hope that they could get through this. As the second hour dragged past, Cassie began to question if she had what it took, while Nikita looked like she was having a fun day at the creek. By hour 3, Nikita was holding Cassie up twice as long as she was holding her up. As Payne walked back around the pool to the coffee pot, out to the restroom, and back to sit and watch them swim, the girls whispered back and forth. Nikita, I have you working twice as hard as I am. Cassie, I am okay. If you give up, I will be working even harder. This isn't your fault. Just rest, and I will hold you up. We will get through it. Payne made her way back to her seat as the girls got quiet again. Hour 4 came and went as Cassie had all but stopped treading water, and Nikita was holding her up almost 2/3 of the hour. By hour 5, Cassie was just trying to keep from slipping under the water as Nikita was holding the back of her swimsuit and keeping her up. After 6 of the longest hours of Cassie's life, it was clear that Nikita was a far better swimmer than she was, and Payne had underestimated Nikita's resolve. Nikita's legs were burning, and she was starting to get cramps in her toes, but she didn't let it show. She knew that if Cassie saw her beginning to struggle, it would cause her to try to do more, and Nikita could see that Cassie had no more to give. As the 6 hours ended, Payne stood up and came to the edge of the pool. When I was much younger, began Payne, I was sent on a mission. It was supposed to be a simple in-and-out operation that was designed to gather intel on a group of insurgents that had broken through a military blockade and established a supply line for weapons and supplies. It was only a matter of days before they had enough resources to mount a real resistance. My partner and I were sent to determine the number and strength of their insurgency. Nikita and Cassie took their mind off how much they were hurting and began to hang on Payne's every word as she continued. As we got inside their perimeter and began making our way around the camp to observe what was happening, I was struck in the back of my head and woke up in a dark room, tied to a wooden pillar that held the roof up. My hands had been tied around the pole and I couldn't get free. My head was bleeding and I had a crushing headache. At first, I could barely make out the faces and sounds. I was seeing 3 of everything, and it sounded like I was underwater. That was until one of the soldiers in the room threw a pail of water in my face. My senses came on like a light switch, and the pain in my head doubled. I don't know what I was hit with, but it did the job. I remember the man's greasy hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in months, and the smell of garlic or a dead rat on his breath. He was shouting at me as I woke up enough to realize that I couldn't understand a word he was saying. I tried to figure out what language it was because it wasn't Spanish, and the few words I know in Mesopotamian Arabic were not coming up as he was shouting and slapping me in my face. He hit like a bitch, but I didn't bother pointing that out since he looked angry enough without my help. Eventually, I realized that he was speaking English, but he was doing such a bad job that I couldn't understand him. It didn't matter anyway because I wasn't planning on telling him a damn thing no matter what language he asked me in. After a few hours, a man came in and called him aside. After they talked, the man with the rat breath left, and the man who talked to him came over and took his place. He looked like he knew more about hygiene than his friend, and he was much easier to understand. He told me that he was the leader of the insurgents. He gave me his name, but he had just as soon been blowing his nose because it sounded like all consonants to me. He explained to me that he planned to leave me tied to that pole until I told him who I was, who sent me, why they sent me, and who else was with me. Nikita could see that Cassie's interest in Payne's story had helped her take her mind off the exhaustion she was feeling. She held Cassie up as she continued treading water and listening to Payne's story. The man told me that I would not get food or water until I talked. I already knew that there was no chance in hell that I was telling these people anything. That was an easy choice to make. At least it seemed like an easy choice at the time, because I had just had an MRE with pasta and a brownie. 2 days went by, and I was dehydrated and hungry. The man had stopped by every 2 hours to ask me if I had changed my mind. Each time I would just stare at him like he was crazy. The problem is he wasn't crazy. He was patient. On day 3, The man came into the room and gave me a half cup of water that tasted like warm piss, but it was water, and I knew I wouldn't last much longer if I didn't drink something. He held the cup to my mouth as I drank the water, and when I had drunk the water, he reminded me that he had fresh water and food if I would just tell him what he needed to know. He pointed out that he had not hit me or raised his voice because he was a reasonable man who understood that I was just a soldier doing my job. He said he was just doing his job, and if I gave him the information he needed, he would give me a good meal and fresh water. He said he had no plans of hurting the people I came there with if I told him where they were and how many others were with me. When I refused to speak, he just reminded me that I could change my mind if I wanted to, and he left the room again. For 2 weeks I stayed tied to that pole with just enough water and a few scraps of bread to keep me alive. I began to fade in and out as my body was trying to deal with the lack of food and drink. Some days I would not remember the day before, and he would come in and have to remind me where I was and why I was there. The thought of food and drink was no longer working because I was so far gone that I barely felt anything, much less hunger. He began focusing on how I could leave and go back to my friends and family. He said I must have a life back home that I miss, and he wanted me to be able to go back to it. When you are that far gone, it's hard to reason your way through things. I started wondering if maybe the man was really just trying to help me get back home, and all I had to do was give him what he needed to do his job. After all, he hadn't hit me or used any type of violence to get me to talk. He was sneaking me bread and water to keep me alive. Maybe he was just a soldier doing his job like he claimed and was not really my enemy. There was only one thing keeping me from giving up or caving under the pressure. It was my belief that my partner was still out there somewhere trying to get to me. I believed that if I could just hang on just a little longer, my partner would bust through the door and rescue me. The man who was questioning me was no fool, though. He understood that hope was a powerful thing, and he began chiseling away at that hope. At first, he reminded me that it had been nearly 2 weeks, and if I did have a partner or a team with me when I arrived, they were, no doubt, gone by now. They would have assumed I was dead and returned to their base. He tried to convince me I was all alone and there was no one coming to my rescue. That would have probably worked, but he didn't know my partner like I did. I was sitting there tied to a pole, starving, dehydrated, and delusional. But I still knew that my partner would never leave me there alone. Until he found me or discovered my dead body, he was not leaving. I was more certain of that than I have ever been of anything in my life. After several days of trying to convince me that no one was still waiting around to rescue me, the man realized that I was not buying it. He was clever, though. He came into the room one day and told me that I was right. My friends had attempted to rescue me, but they had been captured, and the men who questioned them were not like him, so they killed them. Cassie had been listening to every word Payne was saying. Nikita had become just as interested in the story as she continued holding Cassie up in the water. The minute he told me that, I knew I was never leaving that room, but my reason for being there changed. I realized that if they had captured my partner, he might not be dead. He may be in another room, hoping I would come to rescue him just as I had been. I gathered my thoughts enough to ask the man if I could have some water and food since he no longer had a reason to hold me. He said that his commander wouldn't allow him to release me until I told him the names of the people I was with and why they were there. He said that my friends wouldn't talk, and his commander wanted answers before he could release me. I realized that he was referring to my friends as if there were more than one, and I began to realize that he had no clue who I came there with. I told him I came there alone, and he was wasting his time trying to get a name because I didn't have anyone with me. See, I realized that my only hope was my partner. If I gave him up, I was sealing my fate. If he didn't survive, then I wouldn't survive. If he was captured, his ability not to tell them anything was all that was keeping us alive, just as my refusal to tell this man anything may be all that was keeping him alive. Payne became silent as she thought back on the incident until Nikita said, "What happened then? Instructor Payne?" Payne snapped back into the present moment as she continued. When I told the man that I was alone and no one was with me, I could see that he was growing tired of the weeks of questioning as he stood up and paced the room before returning. He bent down and grabbed my face really hard as he stared into my eyes. I saw a different look come across his face that I couldn't interpret. I thought it might be frustration or anger. Maybe it was confusion. "What was it?" asked Cassie as she grasped for the next insight into Payne's tragic story. "It was the blade of my partner's knife going through the top of his head as he rescued me. He cut the ropes that tied me to the pole and picked me up over his shoulder. I was too weak to help him do anything, but he carried me out into the dark and into the tree line. It took us 2 days to get back to camp, but he had water and food which gave me enough strength to get to the medic, and several weeks later I was as good as new. He had been hiding in the camp for 3 weeks, trying to figure out where I was being held. When he found the room where I was being held, he waited until he had an opportunity to slip in unnoticed, because he had no one to help him if he got into a firefight. 2 days later, my command laid waste to the entire camp and ended their insurgency." "What was your partner's name?" asked Nikita. "His name is Daniel, but everyone called him Ace." Nikita could see that Ace, whoever or wherever he may be now, meant a lot to Payne by the way she talked about him. The point of this story is that I wouldn't be alive if I could not place my trust and my life in my partner's hands, knowing that no matter how painful things got, he would not leave me behind or give up on me. He would fight until he couldn't fight anymore, and he knew I would do the same for him. It is that understanding between soldiers that keeps the enemy from using them against each other. That understanding is the hope you will find yourself clinging to if you ever find yourself in your enemy's hands. If you surround yourself with people who will never abandon you or sell you out just to make things easier on themselves, you will always have hope that all is not lost. Payne stood up and looked down at Nikita with her arm around Cassie's neck, struggling to keep treading water and hold Cassie up. "Get out of the pool. Dry off and take tomorrow off. You earned it." Payne watched as Nikita helped Cassie out of the pool. She thought about the level of commitment these two girls had to each other, and it was clear to her that nothing she could do would ever come between them. When it came to teammates, she couldn't ask for 2 more committed cadets. What appeared to the girls as a punishment was really one of Payne's final tests, for them to see if she could cause them to choose themselves over each other. In the end, both girls chose suffering together over taking the easy way out. Payne left the room as Nikita helped Cassie to the changing room and eventually back to the dorm where they both collapsed into their bunk and didn't move until dinner. Nikita woke up to Cassie moaning. "What's wrong, Cassie?" "I have cramps in both of my legs." "Maybe you should go get a warm shower, Cassie." "Shower. Nikita, I never want to get back in the water again. That is going to make sleeping in this bunk a real challenge, Cassie." "Nikita, tomorrow when we get up, can you do me a huge favor?" "Anything for you, Cass." "What is it?" "Little sis, can you avoid pissing Payne off? It would really mean a lot to me if we could avoid ever doing anything like this again." "I guess so, Cass, but only because it's you." Chapter 17. A Day Off. The following morning, Cassie woke up to find Nikita sitting on the edge of her bunk with her head in her hands. "What's wrong, little sis?" "My head. It hurts really bad, Cass." "Do you think it is from being in the water all day yesterday?" "Maybe, but I have been in the water all day before and never had a headache like this." "Well, we are off today. We can get dressed and go by medical and see if they can give you something." "That sounds like a good idea. I am seeing white spots in the corners of my eyes, and the echo in here is killing me." "I don't hear an echo, little sis." "Really?" I can hear the building moving. "Yeah, you need to go see the nurse. Get dressed and let's go there before we eat." "Cass, I don't want you to waste your 1 day off at the medical department. Go eat, and I will catch up with you." "Are you kidding? Everyone is out doing PT and training. What do you expect me to do by myself? I will go with you." "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. Let's get you over there and see if you have a loose screw." "Shouldn't that be maintenance?" "Good point. I need to work on my metaphors." Cassie and Nikita got dressed and headed toward the medical department as Nikita rubbed her forehead to ease the pain. As they arrived, Nikita saw a thin woman wearing blue scrubs sitting behind a desk as they entered the room. "Ma'am, can I see about getting something for my head? I have a bad headache," said Nikita as she continued rubbing her head. "I think we can help you with that. What is your name?" asked the nurse. Nikita Naval. The nurse looked at Nikita, then looked at her desk where she had a line of yellow notes stuck to the edge of her paper tray on the top of the desk. Naval, I remember that name. I think I have a note here. Nikita looked at Cassie with a puzzled look as the nurse continued searching through her sticky notes. Cassie shrugged to let Nikita know she had no idea why the nurse would have a note about her on her desk. Here it is. Yes, I need to call the doctor real quick before I can give you anything. If you two want to have a seat right over there, I will let you know when he gets here. The nurse picked up the phone to dial a number as Cassie led Nikita to the plush blue cushioned chairs across from the nurse's desk. As they sat down, Nikita looked at Cassie with a puzzled look. Why would she need to call the doctor? And why does she have a note with my name on her desk? I have no idea, little sis. I have had to get medicine before, and they didn't go through all of that. I guess they need to have a doctor check me out to make sure whatever they give me isn't going to hurt me. It's not like they are giving you heart medication, little sis. I don't know why they would need a doctor to approve an aspirin. Well, my head hurts too bad to think about it, so let me know when she calls me. The light in here is hurting my eyes, and this room is so loud. Cassie looked around the room, wondering what Nikita was talking about as Dr. Kennedy came into the door where they had entered. What seems to be the problem, young lady? Said Kennedy as he approached Nikita. Nikita, unaware that the nurse meant Dr. Kennedy when she said she was calling the doctor, said, "My head is killing me." Kennedy took out a pen light and asked Nikita to look up at him as she sat in the waiting room chair. When did this start? I woke up this morning and I had a headache. I am seeing white spots and everything is so loud. I see. Okay, just wait here until I get the nurse to give me a hand. Dr. Kennedy spoke to the nurse behind the desk, who stood up and followed him as he signaled for Nikita to join him. Cassie, you don't have to wait for me if you want to go eat. I don't know how long this will take, but I can come find you afterward. You won't need to find me, little sis. I will still be sitting right here. I'm fine. Go with the doctor. Nikita agreed and followed Kennedy to a small exam room with a computer on the shelf and gadgets attached to it. The nurse stood next to Nikita as Kennedy picked up a stethoscope and listened to her lungs. No issues there, said Kennedy. Next, he used a stainless steel light with a black attachment on it to look in Nikita's ears and nose. What would be wrong with my nose to make my head hurt? Asked Nikita. Young lady, I have seen people put things in places for reasons you wouldn't believe. I just need to be sure you didn't decide to clean your nose with a pen or something and left part of it in there. Same thing for your ears, but I was also looking to make sure you don't have an ear infection or anything to make you have a headache. So, what do you think it is? Well, from what I understand, Rachel ran you through the ringer. Who is Rachel? Kennedy chuckled and said, Instructor Payne. I heard she put you and Cassie through the wash cycle yesterday. Oh, well, she did. I was feeling okay last night, though. What did you two do to cause her to put you through a day of treading water? I have no idea, but we certainly regret doing whatever it was. That sounds like Rachel. There's a purpose behind whatever she is doing, even if you don't see it. Everyone keeps telling me that. Well, it's true. She doesn't just punish you kids for fun. She has a reason for everything she does. There is a lesson to be learned from every punishment she gives. Nikita didn't respond to Kennedy as she realized how much her head was hurting. I think what you have here is a good old case of dehydration. When was the last time you drank water? I was up to my eyeballs in water yesterday for 6 hours. The last thing I wanted when I got out of that pool was more water. Well, unless you have a set of gills that you're not telling us about, being in water doesn't count as drinking water. So, if I drink water, will my head stop hurting? I would think so. If you don't feel better in a few hours, just let the nurse know, and we will take a closer look. Can I have something for my headache to make it stop hurting? Can you give me an aspirin or something? It really hurts. I don't think so, young lady. I don't want to cover up the pain just in case it gets worse. If I give you pain medication, you may not be aware that the problem is getting worse, but I am pretty sure you will be feeling better soon. Just drink water and go lay down to give your system a chance to rest. I will check on you in a little while. Dr. Kennedy had his own reasons for refusing to allow Nikita to take aspirin, but he knew she wouldn't understand, so he gave her a simple explanation. Nikita got up and followed Dr. Kennedy to the lobby where Cassie was waiting. As Nikita met Cassie, Dr. Kennedy told the nurse to call him if she returned saying her head still hurt. "What did they say was wrong, little sis?" "They said the problem is that I don't have gills." "What?" "The doctor said I am dehydrated. I have to drink water even if I am in the water." "You didn't drink any water at dinner last night?" "Cassie, remember when you said you were never taking a shower again?" "Yeah, I guess I see your point. Still, you have to drink water after you are exercising all day." "Is that what we were calling yesterday? Exercise?" "You know what I mean, little sis. You have to stay hydrated. I drank 2 waters when we ate last night." "Well, thanks for that information. I could have used it yesterday." "Wow, some big sister you are." "Oh, shut up, brat. I didn't know you were never told to drink water after you exercise." "Cassie, you have been here for over 2 years. I have been here like 10 minutes. How would anyone tell me to drink water?" "Okay, fair enough, little sis. I should have thought about that between drowning and crawling to my bunk." "That's right. Do better." "You're such a brat. Shut up. Did they give you something for your headache?" "No. Dr. Kennedy said he didn't want to mask my pain in case it was something more serious. He said I wouldn't know I was starting to hurt worse." "Nikita, I came in here 2 days in a row and got aspirin when you made me punch you in the fist with my face. They never called a doctor and I came back the next day and got more. Why did they call Dr. Kennedy when you needed aspirin, and why was your name on a note at her desk?" "Okay, let's stop for a moment and appreciate the fact that you are still sticking with that story about your face in my fist. You plan to take that version to your grave, don't you?" "Well, the other version is the truth, but the truth involves you attacking pain. So are we going with the truth now?" "So how is your face? Did it ever heal?" "I can't tell you how much it pains me to know that you hurt your face like that to teach my fist a lesson." "Yeah, I'm fine. I hated that you had to see that side of me, but sometimes I just lose my temper." Both girls laughed as Nikita said, "Seriously, I have no idea why they called the doctor and they don't seem to think I need aspirin, so I guess we are going to eat and I will drink water." "You do realize that your head won't stop hurting when you drink water. That will take several hours, if not all day." "You underestimate me. Pain is my friend." "Well, let's go get your friend a bottled water and see how long this lasts." "You know we missed breakfast, right?" said Nikita. "Yeah, I started to go grab some while I was waiting for you, but I decided to wait." "Ah, that is so sweet. You waited for me." Cassie shoved Nikita away from her. "Shut up, little sis. What is with you lately? You're a little brat. Am I just getting to see the real you?" "Yes, I have been secretly hiding my identity, posing as a homeless girl with no friends, no family, no library card. A young girl lives a double life. By day, she is a mild-mannered psychological football for the evil mastermind, Instructor Pain. By night, she transforms into a pain in the ass. It's time for the adventures of Drumroll Cassie. It's the big introduction. Cassie rolled her eyes as she watched Nikita's performance. "Okay, fine. The audience will have to imagine the drum roll. It's time for the adventures of Fish Girl." After 6 hours in a pool at the hands of the evil instructor, Nikita grew gills and now roams the halls of Alpha fighting crime and searching for bottled water. "Little sis, the counselor's office is right down that hall. Do we need to make a stop there too? Do you think it would help?" "I doubt it, but she would have a great story to tell her friends." "Cass, I have a serious question." "Why do I doubt that?" "No, really, what do people do here on a day off? I mean, I haven't had one since the week I got here." "Well, on a normal day off, Sasha would be off too. We would probably be sitting in the dorm talking or outside kicking a soccer ball." Nikita was quiet for a moment before saying, "I have never seen a soccer ball here or anything else that looks like fun. Pain keeps all the recreational stuff locked up. She takes it out on weekends." "Well, isn't that fun? I have never been off on a weekend." "You're off today. Do you want me to ask Pain if we can get the soccer ball?" Nikita looked at Cassie like she had 3 ears. "You want to go find Pain? the woman who has made it her life's mission to find something for us to do every day for months. You want to call her attention to us and see if she decides to give us a ball to play with. Am I getting that right? The idea sounded better in my head. Oh no, I think it's a great idea. Maybe she will let us go play with it in the pool. Wait? No. Maybe we can push it around the building with a mop. We can call it mop soccer. Okay, I get it. It's a terrible idea. So, what do we do around here on a day off? I have no idea, little sis. I guess we take a walk and remember what freedom feels like. Ah, yes. The sweet smell of freedom. Shall we go check out the barbed wire fence that surrounds the compound, or the guard dogs that keep us from escaping? I never know what to do first. Perhaps a stroll through the PT area to gaze upon the peasants who must run track today, added Cassie, joining in on Nikita's sarcasm. Lovely. Shall we bring our bottled water to parade in front of the thirsty souls? Indeed, indeed. As Cassie and Nikita continued pretending to be royalty strolling about the campus, looking down on the mortals who had not received a day off, Nikita drank several bottles of water and began feeling better. Before long, she realized she was not hurting. Well, what do you know? The old doctor knows his stuff. My headache is gone. That was fast. When I get a headache from hot days, it sticks with me all day long, said Cassie. Ah, but you are not a specimen of perfect physical fitness as I am. You are but a mortal. Little sis, you are going to have a really hard time explaining to Payne how my foot got stuck in your ass if you don't stop. How do you even start a conversation like that? Excuse me, instructor. It appears that I have lodged a rather large, almost clown-like object in my rectum. Clown-like. That's it. You're dead, exclaimed Cassie as she tried to grab Nikita and wrestle her to the ground. Nikita escaped her attempt to grab her and started running. You sure are slow to have such big feet, yelled Nikita. Cassie chased Nikita through the yard as Nikita laughed and yelled insults at Cassie for being too slow to catch her. If you keep following me, I will lead you back to the circus where you can find your clown family. Wait till they see how your feet have grown. As Nikita reached the sidewalk near the dorm building, she looked back to make sure she was staying just far enough ahead of Cassie to make her believe she could catch her. When she reached the corner, she looked back just in time to see Payne appear in front of her from around the corner. Nikita had nowhere to go but straight into Payne. As her knees buckled to avoid hitting Payne straight on, Payne grabbed Nikita with both hands on both sides of her shirt and jerked her back up and onto her feet. Nikita gasped as she realized that she had just repeated the same tragic event that earned Slider his name. She remembered him telling the story of weeks of running and punishment. Cassie, who managed to stop before becoming part of the collision, stood at attention with a terrified look on her face. Nikita quickly stood up straight and mimicked Cassie as she stood at attention. Payne, who was unfazed by the impact, saw the look of terror on their faces as she got right into Nikita's face. Neval, there are 26 acres of land surrounding this facility. There is a running track designed specifically for running. There is 1 mile of sidewalk and 14 buildings. What are the odds that you would need to be in the same exact 1 foot square of space that I am in? Cassie looked straight forward, thinking, please don't say anything crazy, Nikita. Instructor Payne, we were playing. I didn't see you. It was an accident. Payne stared at Nikita's face and could see that she was waiting to have her 1 day off stripped away. As Payne walked over to Cassie, she got right in her face as she had with Nikita. Walls, what's your excuse? I chased her into you, instructor. This was my fault. So you two get a day off and feel the need to come outside and run around like you have lost your mind, screaming and laughing like this is a game. Am I getting that? Yes, Instructor Payne, said both girls, knowing it was pointless to argue with Payne. Walls, said Payne as she reached into her pocket. Yes, Instructor Payne. Go to the supply closet and find a ball. If you two idiots are going to play a game, at least do it right. Have my key in my hand before the day is out. Carry on. Yes, Instructor Payne. said Cassie, looking confused. Payne handed Cassie the key and kept walking, but inside she was dying to look back to witness the look on both girls' faces as they realized how close they came to death, only to surface with a key to the recreation room. Nothing made Payne happier than throwing her cadets a curve and doing exactly the opposite of what they expected. On another day, Cassie and Nikita might have found themselves running track or mopping floors for running into Payne, but she was not the heartless machine they saw on the outside. Her actions had a purpose, and she knew Nikita and Cassie needed a break from her constant punishment this day, and she chose to let them have one. Cassie looked at Nikita as Payne walked away, and her eyes said everything. They had just escaped a bad situation. "Did that just happen?" asked Nikita. Cassie held up the key that Payne handed her. "So, will it be soccer or hoops?" Nikita smiled and said, "Don't you dare tell Slider." Cassie laughed. "Oh, he must be told. That was epic, and it will be public knowledge, little sis." "Cass, why aren't we mopping or running right now? Why didn't she kill us?" "Little sis, you will learn that Payne is a lot of things, but she is not cruel, and she keeps her word. She said we had today off, and she meant it. As far as why she didn't kill you, I have no idea. I had already started planning to replace you with Sasha." "Oh, please. Sasha don't want a friend with them big feet." Nikita laughed and hugged Cassie. "Let's hold off on the running before I run into Payne again. I guarantee you she doesn't give us a key to the recreation room the next time I do that." "Yeah, that's a pretty safe bet, little sis." Nikita and Cassie reached the room where Payne kept the recreation equipment and opened the door. Inside, they found a neatly organized room of equipment on shelves. As they grabbed the soccer ball, Cassie shut the door and locked it, putting the key on her ID chain for safekeeping. Both girls headed out to the field and began kicking the ball. The day seemed to fly by as Nikita and Cassie realized that it was time for lunch. They had become so accustomed to eating a sandwich and cookie on their break from punishments that the sound of a hot meal made them get to the mess hall 10 minutes before everyone else arrived. They waited outside the door as a line formed. Soon, Sasha and Slider appeared, looking like they had been plowing a field. They were both sweating and had dirt on their faces and arms. "Oh, look, Slider. It's the vacationing couple from Dorm A," said Sasha, showing a big smile. Cassie and Nikita turned to see Sasha and Slider. As Cassie said, "Oh, look, little sis. It's the two friends we used to have before we became part of the maintenance department around here." Sasha threw her arms out, pretending she was going to hug Cassie. "Sasha, I swear, if you hug me smelling like that, I will tell Payne you said she has been going easy on you lately." Sasha's arms fell to her side as she said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I was coming over here to give Nikita a fist bump. Here, Nikita, take your fist bump." Sasha bumped Nikita's fist and folded her arms with her head down and her bottom lip out. "It's okay, little buddy. There are lots of kids here who want a hug from a stinky kid with mud on her shirt. Don't give up. You'll find that special someone." Sasha's frown turned into a huge smile as she looked over at Slider and threw her arms out again. "Special someone." Slider looked at Cassie with a concerned face. "It's probably easier for everyone if you just get it out of her system. Somebody's getting that hug, and you're already as sweaty as she is," said Cassie. Slider turned and opened his arms, saying, "Fine." Sasha put her arms down and looked at Slider with a mean face as she said, "What kind of girl do you take me for? I am saving this hug for someone special." Slider rolled his eyes as he said, "You should hug yourself. You're as special as it gets." Sasha waited until Slider looked back at Cassie and threw her arms around him. "Sorry, I already had that one loaded up and ready to fire. It had to go somewhere," said Sasha. Slider laughed as Nikita asked, "What does Instructor Payne have everyone doing today?" Slider said, "We are learning how to low crawl." "What's that?" asked Nikita. "Apparently," said Sasha, "Instructor Payne anticipates that we will be getting shot at because she is teaching everyone how to stay close to the ground and climb under a bunch of wire stretched between sticks. Every time we stick our head up too high, she starts yelling. You have no idea how many insults that woman has in her vocabulary. I have been called a hockey puck, a snot gobbler, a pimple-headed piss ant. That one hurt because I take great care of my skin. Cassie chimed in. She didn't. Not the skin. Sasha, you have amazing skin. We need to go have a word with that woman at once. Yeah, you go do that. I'll be here eating my lunch and planning your funeral. Cassie chuckled. If you think I'm skipping pork chops and white beans to confront Payne about your skincare habits, you really are a hockey puck. Nikita said, What are pork chops? Cassie, Slider, and Sasha all looked at Nikita like her head was missing. What? I never heard of that. You have never had pork chops at any of the homes you have been in? Asked Slider. Evidently, you people came from the rich orphanage because we had fish sticks that were donated by the grocery stores after they expired. We had oatmeal that tasted like old socks. We had chicken soup sometimes. We even had hot dogs, but we never chopped pork. Little sis, you are in for a treat because they have the best pork chops in the world here. Well, I wouldn't know if they were the worst because I don't know what they are. The four friends continued discussing the menu and how it compared with the food they had before getting to Alpha until the door opened, and everyone was allowed to get in line for food. Nikita looked at the trays full of food and saw what had to be the thing they were calling pork chops. As she got her tray, the smell of hot food made her want to eat it with her hands on the way to the table, but she remembered the rules Cassie had taught her. As she waited for everyone to file in and get food before making their way to the tables, she felt like an eternity had passed. Finally, she was given permission to eat, and Nikita cleaned her plate in under 3 minutes. When everyone had finished and put their trays away, the four friends left the mess hall. What did you think about the pork chops, little sis? It was all a blur. I just remember having food 1 minute and looking at an empty plate the next. I must have liked them. Sasha asked. What are you two planning for the rest of the day while the rest of us return to building the Great Pyramids? Cassie pulled up the beaded chain around her neck, showing Sasha the key to the recreation room. No, you mean to tell me you two have the key to the recreation room and we are stuck crawling through mud? Someday, if you work hard and apply yourself, you too can enjoy the finer things in life, little buddy, said Cassie, trying to hide a smile. Cassie, if you give that key back before we get finished training today, I will tell the weird kid in Slider's dorm that you like him. I thought Slider was the weird kid in his dorm, said Cassie. The other weird kid, said Slider. Oh yeah, we don't want that. Okay, I will be out by the track area when you two get finished. We can play soccer for a while before it gets dark. As Slider and Sasha turned to head back to their training with Payne, Cassie said, Slider, remind me that Nikita has a great story to tell you about what happened to her today. Nikita put her hand over Cassie's mouth as she said, Ignore her. It's the pork chops talking. She doesn't know what she's saying. Cassie was waving her hands and trying to signal to Slider not to forget, and Nikita dragged Cassie away and out of sight of Slider. Cassie and Nikita returned to the field and spent the evening playing soccer and talking. Cassie and Nikita had rarely had time to just do nothing since Nikita arrived and got onto Payne's radar. This was a good day, and one that they would remember for a very long time. At 1700 hours, the rest of the cadets had finished training, and Sasha appeared with Slider, who looked as worn out as she did. Sasha began. Cassie! I know I said. Cassie interrupted Sasha. Girl, don't even bother. You two look like you have been kicked around today more than this ball. Let's get together after dinner and hang out on the benches in the main entrance foyer. Sasha, looking relieved, said, Oh, thank God. I wasn't sure Slider could handle a soccer game after the day we had. Slider added, Yeah, Sasha is always looking out for me like that. Sasha punched Slider in the arm and said, Say it like we rehearsed? Slider repeated himself more enthusiastically. Yeah, Sasha is always looking out for me like that. That's better. You have to sell it, joked Sasha. Well, you two go figure out what a shower means and get poor Slider some food and meet us in the foyer. Sasha agreed and disappeared with Slider as Nikita and Cassie began discussing what was on the menu for dinner. As they were talking, Dr. Kennedy appeared and asked Nikita how she was feeling. "I'm feeling better, doctor. My head isn't hurting anymore." "Good. So you drank water and rested like I told you?" "I certainly did. Drink water like you told me." "And the rest?" "Well, with my head hurting and not having any aspirin to make it stop, I might have misunderstood what you said. I thought you told me to go play soccer with Cassie. That's not what you said?" "Close enough. If you feel better, then you feel better. No need to fight fires where there are none." "Next time I guess I need to be clearer," said Dr. Kennedy sarcastically. "It's okay, doctor. I know you have a lot on your plate, so mistakes happen. You are every bit the little Spitfire I suspected you would be." "Yes, sir, that's me. A little Spitfire. No need fighting little Spitfires where there are none." "How does Payne do it?" asked Kennedy as he turned and walked away from Nikita, shaking his head. Cassie, looking on with a curious gaze at how Nikita interacted with Dr. Kennedy, asked, "Little sis, why are you giving that man such a weird attitude? He's the person who oversees everything here." "I don't like him." "What do you mean? What did he do?" "He didn't do anything. I just don't like him. I never have." "Little sis, you don't even know him." "I don't know the man who invented oatmeal either, but I know I don't like him." Cassie laughed, then warned Nikita, "Little sis, just keep in mind that if you piss that man off, he doesn't have to fill out a form to get rid of you. He just tells somebody to come get you, and you are gone." "You're right, Cass. I just got a bad feeling about that dude. The second he called me Nikki, it's like he looks at me like I am some pet in a cage. The man patted me on the head when I got here like I was supposed to smile and beg for a treat. I could have taken that cane and smacked him with it." "So, you're saying you don't like the man. I get it. Just be careful. Don't mess with the wrong people here, little sis. I don't want them booting you out." "I'll try to play nicer, Cass. I still don't like him, though." "Yeah, I got that." Before long, Sasha and Slider arrived in the foyer, looking like new people. The four friends sat and talked about their day and how pain had made them crawl so much that they had bruises on their knees. "Slider," announced Cassie, "Nikita has been dying to tell you what happened to her today." "Have I really, Cassie?" "Well, I have been dying to make you tell him, and that's the same thing." "Slider, before Captain Clown Shoes has a seizure trying to hold this in, I repeated the same stupid mistake that got you your name." Slider studied Nikita and Cassie as Cassie was smiling from ear to ear. "Wait, you ran into Payne in the hall?" "No, not in the hall. I was not trotting through the hall to get to the mess hall. I was running wide open outside around a curve, and when I made the curve, I understood exactly what you felt the day you ran into her." Slider, looking concerned, said, "Oh, God. You're already cleaning clothes, mopping, cutting grass, doing extra Pete, water training. She took your soul, didn't she? Tell me she didn't reach into your throat and yank out your soul. She can do that, you know." "No, worse," said Cassie. "Worse than taking your soul?" asked Sasha. "She made you listen to Slider's story about when he got a summer job mowing a lawn for the old lady across the street from his last home. That's horrible. Who would make another human being go through that?" Nikita studied Slider as he stared at Sasha, waiting for her to finish. "You done?" asked Slider. "Yeah, I think so." "Yeah, please continue." Slider slowly looked back at Nikita and asked, "What did Payne do to punish you? Do you have a new nickname now?" "Well," said Nikita, knowing she was going to over-dramatize this whole event, "I ran around the corner of the dorm building moving as fast as I could. Cassie was right on my tail, and I was just a fingertip's length from Cassie catching me, and I decided to take a turn around the building and hit the gas. As I did, Payne was coming the other way. As I prepared for impact, Payne grabbed my shirt and brought me to a complete and sudden stop. I saw Cassie standing at attention before I even got my feet under me again, so I decided I better do what she was doing. There we were, both standing at attention, trying to figure out if we had any last words as Payne walked up to me. I could feel my life force being drained as she got closer. She asked me something, but all I could hear was white noise, so I said, Yes, Instructor Payne, which seems to be the correct answer to anything she says. It must have been right this time, too, because she left me and walked up to Cassie, who I could see had already made peace with her maker as Payne asked her a question that I couldn't hear over the sound of the screaming in my head. Cassie, like a soldier taking a last stand and throwing herself on her sword, said, "It was me, Instructor Payne. I made her run into you. This was my fault." But Payne was not buying it. Sasha and Slider had leaned in to hear the story Nikita was telling as Cassie sat back, rolling her eyes at how much Nikita was embellishing the details. Payne looked over at me, then at Cassie, then back at me, then at Cassie, then at her hand, which she had put into her pocket and pulled out an object. "What was it?" asked Slider, looking like he was about to fall off his seat. It was the object that Payne would use to seal our fate. At first, we turned our faces away as she slowly opened her hand, but we mustered up the courage to gaze upon the object in her hand. The sun caused a bright gleam to blind Cassie for a moment, but I could see clearly what Payne had taken from her pocket, and I couldn't hide the fear that was building inside me. I almost screamed, but before the sound would come out, Cassie had reached out and taken it from her. "What was it, Nikita?" begged Slider. Cassie broke the mood and said, "For Christ's sake, Nikita." It was the key to the recreation room. Payne didn't do us anything. She said if we wanted to run and play, we should at least have a ball or something, so she gave me the key. Nikita was just staring at Cassie like she had robbed her of her ending. "Hey, I was working here." "Yeah, well, you were working too hard. All you had to say was that Payne gave us the key. There's nothing scary about a key." Cassie stopped and felt her neck as she exclaimed, "Oh my God, the key!" I never returned the key. Cassie jumped up and said, "I have to get this back to Instructor Payne. She is going to be so pissed when I have to knock on her door and hand her this." Nikita said, "Well, we both forgot, so I will go with you." "Are you sure, Nikita? She is not going to be happy. She has already gone to her room, and she is not going to want to be disturbed." "Well, I doubt this is going to get any better the longer we wait. Let's go." Cassie and Nikita made a beeline to Payne's office where she had a cot and a makeshift room to stay in. Cassie knocked on the door expecting the worst. After a moment, Cassie and Nikita stood waiting for the wrath that would follow as the door unlocked. The door only opened a few inches, and Cassie saw Payne's hand stick out of the door with her palm up. Cassie placed the key in Payne's hand, and the hand disappeared back into the room as the door closed. Cassie looked at Nikita with a confused face and slowly tiptoed away from the door as their walk became a fast trot. The two girls looked like they had just escaped a bank robbery as they cleared the hall and stopped. "Cassie, what does that mean?" "I have no idea, little sis, but you may want to brace yourself because tomorrow morning, I would be willing to bet we have already given her the reason she needs to start punishing us again. I would say our break is over." Both girls went back to the foyer, where Sasha and Slider were waiting to hear what happened when they saw Payne. Cassie and Nikita were looking shocked and confused as they rejoined Sasha and Slider. "What happened?" asked Sasha. "Nothing. Instructor Payne never even talked to us. She just opened the door and stuck her hand out like she already knew I was going to show up there," said Cassie. "That woman is in her room laughing herself to sleep right now, Cassie. You do realize that by now, I hope," said Sasha. "Why?" asked Nikita. Cassie explained. "Little sis, Instructor Payne has a strange sense of humor. She knows we are here shaking in our boots, and by not opening the door, she knows we are left wondering what she will do about me forgetting to return the key. To her, that is entertainment." "I hate to admit it," confessed Sasha, "but I do respect the woman's style. There is something funny about knowing she left you two guessing." "That's because you're going to grow up to be just like her, Sasha. You're going to be the next Instructor Payne if you aren't careful. You'll be Instructor Novikov. I guarantee you that day will never come. When I get out of this program, the only thing I plan to instruct is the man I marry," said Sasha. Slider chuckled. "He sounds like a lucky dude. What guy wouldn't want you instructing them and telling them bad jokes? I know, right? My Mr. Perfect is in for quite a surprise when he gets a load of me. Slider rolled his eyes and shook his head as Nikita and Cassie laughed at the exchange. The four friends talked for almost 2 hours before Cassie reminded Nikita that Payne had been consistently getting them out of bed on the weekends to do PT, so they needed to get some rest. Nikita agreed, and the friends said goodnight as they brought the day to a close. It had been a great day and a much-needed break for Nikita and Cassie, but tomorrow they would be at Payne's mercy, and anything was possible. The four cadets may have believed that they were having a normal evening chat, but they did not know that Payne, who was forced to get up from her seat to get the key from Cassie, had decided to monitor them with the cameras. At first, she just wanted to see the humor that would result in her not opening the door for Cassie, but as she watched, she began to see more than just a funny moment. Payne had been in places where all that mattered was teamwork and trust in others who had her back. As she watched Cassie and Nikita sit with Sasha and Slider, she saw something that had never stood out to her before. She knew they were friends and that they spent time talking, but this time, she realized something else. Cassie trusted Sasha and Slider, and Nikita trusted Cassie, which made it easy for Nikita to trust Cassie's opinion of them. Sasha treated Nikita like she had known her as long as she had known Cassie. Slider fit into this group by not being the dominant force. He didn't mind being the butt of Sasha's jokes, and he didn't take any of it seriously. It wasn't weakness, as some might think. It was the confidence a person has that doesn't mind being picked on. Slider was quiet but not weak. He observed when others talked. Sasha, while obviously cut from a much more rugged cloth than Slider or Cassie, was clever and even-tempered while still capable of becoming brutal. She reminded Payne of someone, but she couldn't figure out who. She was a well-controlled force to be reckoned with and had proven even to Cassie that in fight training, she was not the one to piss off. Although Payne never figured out how to fix the problem that connected her mouth to every silly thought that entered her head, Sasha was someone who Payne realized would be a leader when the chips were down. There are different types of leaders. Some are in charge and learn to lead, and some see a lack of leadership and fill that void until someone starts acting like they know what they are doing. Sasha was the latter. She had no desire to be in charge of anything, but a lack of leadership always found her running things. Payne saw something of value in this group that went beyond Cassie and Nikita. She wasn't sure what to do with the potential, but if the opportunity presented itself, she already had these four in mind to work together. Slider, Sasha, and Cassie had over 2 years in the program, and they were more than capable of following orders and completing tasks. They all possessed confidence and a level of dependability that Payne approved of. The only thing Payne was still uncertain about was Nikita. After all these weeks of training, Nikita had become more of a mystery than when Payne first decided to test her. She was far stronger, faster, and more dangerous than anyone else in the program. But she was also the most unpredictable. She wasn't a rebel, but she had no fear. She didn't fear anything she might face from Payne's program. And as much as Nikita attempted to copy Cassie's version of respect for Payne, Nikita wasn't afraid. She put on a good show, but Payne knew that she was wasting time trying to scare Nikita into place. She did more by putting pressure on Cassie and letting Nikita follow her. It wasn't disrespect that Payne saw in Nikita. It was just a lack of fear. The real question for Payne was whether Nikita could be made to follow under real pressure, or would she finally say she had enough and resist. With Cassie in the picture, it was hard to tell because one thing was certain. Nikita loved her new sister more than she minded the punishment. After 8 weeks, Payne was left right where she started. Nikita was either a fearless leader who needed to be molded or a problem that was waiting to show itself, and Payne still had no idea which version she would become. Chapter 18. Back to work. At 0500, Payne burst through the door of the dorm as she always did, looking for her daily sacrifice. As she worked her way around to Cassie and Nikita's bunk, she looked at Cassie from head to toe and then Nikita. She circled the bunk and made her way back to Cassie. "Walls, who made your bed for you?" "I made my bed, Instructor Payne." So, you made your bed and you made Naval's for her too? No, Instructor Payne. I only made my own bed. Nikita made her bed. Impossible. You mean both of you managed to make your bed all by yourself and you didn't even screw it up? That is just amazing. I think I feel a tear coming on. After 8 weeks of punishment, you finally made your bed. Well, I have something for you. Payne took out the key to the recreation area and held it up in front of Cassie. This is for you. Thank you, Instructor Payne. For what, Walls? Thank you for giving me the key to get the ball from the recreation area today, Instructor Payne. Oh, you're welcome. You can get the ball. You can also get the hoops, the horseshoes, the jump ropes, and every piece of equipment in the recreation area and move it out onto the PT field. Wash every piece of equipment and get every speck of dirt and every grass stain off. Then sweep and mop the recreation room. Afterward, I want everything placed neatly back in its place. Lock the door, and this time remember to return my key, or I will have you painting the walls and replacing the floor tiles tomorrow. Yes, Instructor Payne, replied Cassie as her joy turned to anxiety. As Cassie stood at attention waiting for Payne to finish her inspection of the dorm before dismissing her, Payne said, Walls, are you waiting for me to give you something else to do? You have enough to keep you busy until 1700, but if that's not enough, I can give you more? No, thank you, Instructor Payne. I have enough to keep me busy, replied Cassie. Cassie stood waiting for Payne to dismiss her, knowing that Payne was hoping she would run out to get started, and she could punish her for not waiting to be dismissed. Well, said Payne, get moving. Yes, Instructor Payne. Cassie ran to the door of the dorm as Payne waited until she put her hand on the door to yell, Walls! Cassie immediately turned and ran back to stand at attention in front of Payne. Yes, Instructor Payne. Payne came back to face Cassie and said, Did you forget something? Cassie, holding her head straight and standing at attention, scanned the bunk and floor to see what she had missed. I'm certain of it, Instructor Payne. I just don't know what it is. Walls, I assigned you a cadet. When you are in trouble, she is in trouble. She is your team. You left your team behind. That seems like a pretty serious oversight. I'd hate to be stuck with a leader who forgets their team behind when they run into a battle. I misunderstood your instructions, Instructor Payne. So I'm not being clear. You left your team behind, but it's not your fault. It's my fault for not being clear. No, Instructor Payne. Your instructions were crystal clear. I simply lack the ability to follow clear instructions. So, you're an idiot. Yes, Instructor Payne. That is the only logical conclusion. How am I supposed to turn over leadership responsibilities to an idiot? That would make me irresponsible, wouldn't it? Cassie hesitated, knowing that saying Payne was irresponsible would be the wrong answer. Instructor Payne, you are obviously intelligent enough to put an idiot in charge, knowing that I will need to be able to communicate with my team in a language they understand. So, now your team is made up of idiots? Ma'am, if I ever have a team and I am selected as the best choice to lead, I will have to conclude that they are no smarter than I am, and we have already established that I'm an idiot. Until then, I only have Naval, and it's kind of obvious. Payne stared at Cassie the way she looked at Nikita on her first inspection, as she tried to decide if her comment was disrespectful. Cassie waited, knowing she would probably get destroyed for her comment. Walls, you may amount to something yet. Take your idiot and go clean the recreation room. Yes, Instructor Payne, said Cassie as she turned and grabbed Nikita's sleeve and gave it a tug to signal to follow her. Cassie and Nikita left the dorm, and Nikita barely cleared the door when she said, So, I'm your idiot? Cassie smiled and said, Sorry, little sis. I guess my clown shoes are too tight. I wasn't thinking clearly. I understand, Cass. One day I will be asked to lead a team, and I will have you as my example. Those will be some big shoes to fill. You know we wear the same size boot, right? Asked Cassie. Really? I didn't know that. Maybe I just wear mine better. Do you ever get tired of hearing yourself, little sis? Do you? Cassie laughed. Not really. You're a pain in my ass, but I would hate to be stuck here without you. Oh, you so sweet. Yes, I am. You are one lucky little sis. Now shut up and let's get our job done. Cassie took the key out of her shirt for the recreation room and opened the door. The two girls began taking everything out of the room and carrying it out to the field near a water hose. Nikita took the rag that Cassie grabbed from the shelf and held up a soccer ball. Cassie, how do we clean this stuff? There's no way to clean a jump rope. Little sis, Instructor Payne said to clean this stuff. I plan to wipe off soccer balls, jump rope handles, horseshoes, hoops, and anything else that I can wipe off. And then I plan to sweep and mop the floor in the recreation area. I don't know if Payne will be able to even tell the difference. But there's no way I am telling her we didn't try. You're the boss, Cass. Before long, every piece of equipment had been washed, dried, carried back to the recreation room, and set outside the door while Cassie and Nikita swept and mopped the floor. It was back to business as usual, and both girls were more than ready to play Payne's game as long as she wanted to keep throwing them curveballs. It had become apparent, even to Payne, that Cassie and Nikita were aware that this was all a test, and they were planning to hold out indefinitely. Most cadets would have broken down and cried within days of the type of abuse Payne had put them through, but they had adapted to the chaos as if it were just a normal day. Nikita and Cassie ate another turkey sandwich and oatmeal cookie for lunch without complaining. They finished eating and went right back to work. Neither girl knew that Payne had been checking the cameras throughout the day to see what they were working on, but they worked just as hard as if they had known she was watching. Cassie had learned through experience not to play games with Payne when she assigned her a task, and Nikita had learned to trust Cassie and follow her lead. Both girls worked until 1,700 hours before reporting back to Payne with the key and telling her that they had finished the job she assigned to them. Payne was not in the habit of wasting energy on games that had no purpose. Every time she gave Cassie and Nikita a new chore, she had a lesson in mind and a reason for the abuse. Payne was a tough woman who had been through so many harsh experiences in her life that all she knew to do was prepare her cadets to be ready for the worst possible scenario. In a strange way, Payne's punishment and constant pressure were her way of telling a cadet that they mattered and that their lives were important to her. It would have been much easier for Payne to let things slide and just grumble about how the young people today were not made of the same stuff her generation was, but Payne took it upon herself to find what was lacking in a young life and pull it out of them. It was a task that couldn't belong to a trained therapist or a counselor. This was a job that required getting into the day of a child and discovering their weakness, realizing what needed to be done to remove it, and then rebuild them as stronger people. The term tough love didn't seem quite harsh enough to explain the job Payne was doing. This was more like strategic abuse, but it was with purpose and produced life-changing results. It would be years later when most cadets understood that Payne was not only not their enemy, but was likely the person who invested the most in their life. It was a thankless job, but one that Payne was built for. She required no validation from anyone to know that she was serving her purpose. The exchange she had with Cassie at roll call had been on Payne's mind all day. She knew Cassie better than Cassie knew herself, so she didn't believe it was a display of disrespect. It seemed apparent to Payne that what she was seeing in Cassie was that she had resigned herself to Payne's game and knew they were playing a game of word chess earlier that morning. Payne was ready to pounce on Cassie if she could just trick her into suggesting Payne was not being clear or that she was irresponsible. Cassie had learned what Payne was doing and was avoiding the traps. This, for Payne, was a sign that Cassie was beginning to think for herself and not let her fear of Payne's wrath influence her confidence. It had been over 2 years, and Cassie had proven that she was made of something special, and Payne had tested her resolve to the point that she had almost allowed herself to appreciate Cassie as an individual as much as a good cadet. Payne knew that her cadets would be put through more training, and the level of pressure she was putting them under would pale in comparison to what was coming. For now, Payne's only concern was building a group of young people who could process pressure and have the physical capability to withstand whatever level 2 would throw at them. Payne rarely failed at a task, and this was no exception. All her senior cadets were strong, healthy, and able to think for themselves, but Cassie most of all. Payne instructed Cassie and Nikita to go get a shower and get to the mess hall in time for dinner as Cassie placed the recreation room key back in her hand. She watched them walking away as she returned to her office to make a call to Dr. Kennedy. Chapter 19. The Meeting. Cassie and Nikita knew they were in for a tough ride, but neither of them imagined Payne could keep this up for 8 weeks in a row. Both girls had gone through moments when they wanted to give up, but each time one was ready to give up, the other was there to keep them moving. Payne threw everything she had at them to see which one would give up first, but they just wouldn't give in. After 8 weeks had passed, Payne called Dr. Kennedy and asked to meet with him about Nikita. As Friday evening approached, Cassie and Nikita made it to the dorm where they had started finding a few minutes each evening to spend time with Sasha. But before long, they were too tired to stay up, and they turned in early. Payne sat in her office as Dr. Kennedy appeared at the door with Instructor McFerris. As Payne stood up, they both entered, and she pulled out a seat for Dr. Kennedy as he handed her his cane. As the trio sat down, Dr. Kennedy got right to business. "So, let me guess, Nikki won't break," Dr. Kennedy concluded before Payne said a word. Payne looked up from her folder at Dr. Kennedy, as if she wasn't sure how he knew what she was about to say. "Oh, don't look so shocked, Rachel. I didn't need 8 weeks to tell you what I knew the day that Kid walked in the door," Payne replied. "The child is made of steel. She is unbreakable. Worse yet, her senior cadet, Cassie Walls, has bonded with Nikita in a way that makes both unbreakable. It's like Nikita has the willpower to take anything I throw at her, and then carries Cassie too. I've watched Nikita attempt to take shortcuts and break the rules, but Cassie keeps her on the path. I'm not sure anyone can get through to Nikita the way Cassie has, and as a team, they will never break. I'm convinced of it." Instructor McFerris interrupted their exchange by saying, "I realize that my department is focused on recruiting the right candidates for our program. But if you don't mind me asking, what is the purpose for wanting to break their will?" Payne clarified, "I don't want to break their will. Perhaps breaking them is the wrong term. I want to know how much Nikita can take before she reverts to her true nature." "What is her nature?" asked McFerris, looking lost. Payne reached for a tan folder on her desk and opened it. "Nikita is not like these other kids. She is smarter, more clever, stronger, faster, and mostly she is more unpredictable than they are. To explain what I am referring to by her true nature would take all day, but I can show you an example of what she is capable of. These are her physical monitor stats. It may not be clear by looking at these readouts, but I read these every day. Look at the other cadets in the program on the same days doing the same activities. When other cadets are running and their hearts are racing, Nikita's chart reads like she is sitting down under a shade tree. Her breathing isn't even elevated. When other cadets are struggling to climb a rope, she is already at the top and not even trying. I've watched her run track until she nearly killed Cassie, and she was still not tired. I've put her up against Cassie in the arena, and she is more dangerous with little to no training than Cassie is after 2 years. Cassie is our best cadet, and this kid makes her look like a rookie. Physically, the child is amazing." Instructor McFerris continued staring at Payne intently to let her know that she was engaged in her point as Payne continued to explain what was odd about Nikita. "If all we were looking for was physical excellence, I'd say we found it. But we need to know that these cadets can take and follow instructions regardless of how they feel about them. To be completely straightforward about this, my problem with Nikita is not one I can put my finger on. Call it intuition or a gut feeling, but something is off, and I mean way off. I may sound crazy, but everything about this child is setting off red flags in my mind, and I have learned not to ignore my instincts about people." Instructor McFerris interrupted. "Instructor, I'm hearing you say that Nikita is fast, strong, smart, clever. I don't understand how any of this points to a problem." Payne reached over and grabbed the mouse to her computer and said, "I'll show you." As she pulled up the video of the orientation room, Payne explained, "I took notice of Nikita the first day after seeing how she let Cassie win a race, thinking the loss could benefit her. I decided to do some digging and keep an eye on her. When I realized that she was bonding with this Eric boy in the video, I waited. I saw that the boy was asking a lot of questions that Nikita had fed him earlier, so I sent instructor Morris to pull Eric from the class and let Nikita believe that they were both in big trouble. Eric was never going to make it through the physical part of this program, and I had plans to ship him out anyway, but I saw an opportunity, and as I suspected, Nikita stepped back and threw the kid under the bus. Payne played back the interaction between Nikita and Eric. She had edited the 10-hour-long class to only show the moments of Nikita meeting Eric, exchanging ideas about the oddities Nikita noticed, and then stepping back as Eric took the fall. She no sooner watched him get in trouble than she saw an opportunity to take his notes. As McFerris watched the portion of the video showing Nikita using her notes to convince Dr. Ham that she was the most attentive student in the class, she was trying to decide if she was impressed or disappointed. She imagined Nikita in 2 years after being taught how to use the skills that she was already proficient at without knowing she had them. McFerris said, "That's unbelievable. This child seemed so sweet and scared just 24 hours earlier when we brought her here. She sacrificed that boy to save herself and then used his work to look like a little angel. I would have never suspected that from such a sweet kid." Dr. Kennedy leaned back in his chair and said, "That's the point now, isn't it? Isn't this exactly what we are looking for? Rachel, you talk about loyalty and teamwork, but we need someone who sees the objective and is not distracted by emotions. Loyalty is built on emotion. Nikita is a rare find. She is a chameleon. No matter what environment you drop her in, she adapts to her surroundings without even knowing she's doing it. She can act without remorse, justify her actions, and reason her way through intense situations with a cool head. Instead of teaching her to bond with a team, we should be teaching her to reach her objective at any cost. These are children, Dr. Kennedy. If we forget that, we are going down a dark path," said Instructor McFerris. Dr. Kennedy interrupted her and said, "Children. In Vietnam, our country had kids this age, fighting a war. This kid is 2 steps ahead of every other cadet in this facility. We are either running a daycare or creating assets that can do a job no one else can do. We can't have it both ways. I don't think the answer is to start treating Nikita or any other child in this facility as if we don't plan to put them in harm's way when the time comes. They need discipline and direction. Fearing how dangerous they may become or worrying about how this will affect their childhood might very well get them killed one day. I don't plan to let anyone go easy on them for their own good." Payne added, "The girl in this video is not the girl on the files we received from the home. Something is off, and in our business, an unknown is a potential weakness. Nikita is not what she is pretending to be." Dr. Kennedy looked at Payne and said, "I know. She is so much more. She is exactly what we are looking for. Let's see what happens when you take away her friend and then apply pressure. My guess is that we will find out very quickly if she is as unstable as you suggest." "Oh, but Dr. Kennedy," explained Payne, "I never said Nikita was unstable. I said she was unpredictable, not a team player and potentially dangerous, but let me be clear. Nikita Naval is not unstable. She is the most clear-headed kid I have ever met. She knows exactly what she is doing and why. My fear is that we are the ones who don't understand what she is up to, but I'm certain she does." Dr. Kennedy rubbed his eyebrow and was silent for a moment before replying, "Well, the best way to see what she is made of is to turn up the voltage and wait. One way or the other, she will make it clear." Payne replied, "I'll make that happen right away." McFerris stopped Payne from concluding the meeting and said, "Before we do that, let me offer a suggestion." Payne and Dr. Kennedy had already begun to stand, but sat back into their chairs to hear what McFerris had to say. If the idea here is to train Nikita to be tough, smart, determined, and able to blend in while still able to follow instructions and be a team player, why not stop thinking of Nikita as an individual and Cassie as an expendable cadet? As a team, they are proving to be too much for you to break. Instructor, they have taken everything you threw at them, and here we sit scratching our heads. If we isolate them, who knows? Maybe we can get them to fall apart and then watch how that affects them. But as a team, we can build them into something unbreakable." Dr. Kennedy was glued to McFerris as she spoke. "So, You are suggesting that our first sentinel should be a team. Yes, Dr. Kennedy. You can have the best of both cadets in a team rather than breaking a good cadet, or possibly even two. If you break them, we can build each of them back up. But if you break this team, we may never get them to rebuild the trust they have in each other. Payne chimed in. How would that work for the Sentinel program? Dr. Kennedy refocused on McFerris as he explained. For now, let's not lose focus by discussing that program. In time, we will have plenty to discuss in that regard. But now our time is better spent creating the type of cadets we can count on, no matter what the mission might be. Payne added, there are advantages to working with both cadets rather than separating them. We may have inadvertently created a situation where the pressure we put on these two helped create a bond that makes them more effective as a team than apart. Dr. Kennedy said, this deserves some thought. Rachel, do you agree? Payne agreed. Teams are easier to build and work with than individuals, in my experience. Individuals have feelings and opinions, but teams have procedure. Walls is a sharp cookie and knows how to follow instructions. I've watched her on these cameras for weeks, and more than a few times, Nikita pushed her to break rules and take shortcuts, but she had enough influence on her to keep Nikita inside the lines. I like this idea, and if we decide to move forward with it, I think we have 2 cadets who are ready to start training for Phase 2. Dr. Kennedy began to stand up as he struggled to grab the desk and get his cane under him as he said, well, that's good news because the last trip I took to Washington made it clear that we need to produce results soon. It's been 3 years since we started this program, and I can only convince them that we need time to build the program for so long. Payne and McFerris stood up as Dr. Kennedy shuffled to the door. As he reached for the doorknob, he turned and said, I want both kids in Phase 2 Monday morning. Give them the weekend to rest up and select 4 of our best cadets to join them. The competition will be good, and we are going to need to have more than 2 cadets to demonstrate how effective this program can be. Payne replied, I will see to it right away, Dr. Kennedy. If you don't mind, I would like to get your permission to investigate one final detail about Nikita before we send her into Phase 2. I will need to take a day this weekend to travel to her last home. I want to look around and see if I can answer a few questions that have been bothering me. Dr. Kennedy put his hand on the doorknob to balance himself as he looked back at Payne. What questions? It's not one thing in particular, Doctor. I just feel like there is a part of Nikita that doesn't add up, and I want to get a look at where she is from and how she lived before she arrived here. Call it intuition or just being thorough, but I'd like to look around before we move her. If you want to spend your weekend on the road, it's up to you, but I am convinced that Nikki is our girl. I understand, Doctor, and I'm sure you are right. I just want to get a better understanding of who Nikita was before she arrived. What we plan to teach these cadets in the years ahead will make them dangerous, to say the least. We can't be too careful when it comes to understanding who they are, in my opinion. Do what you think needs to be done, Rachel. I trust your judgment. Just have them ready to ship out Monday morning. Dr. Kennedy walked out of the door and closed it behind him, as if to say the conversation was over. As the door closed, Payne and McFerris were left in the office alone. McFerris said, I have a lot of respect for the work you do with these kids, but I worry that your job forces you to forget that these are just kids. Payne walked back to her chair and sat down as she motioned for McFerris to have a seat. When you find these kids, they are less than nothing, Instructor Payne said as she leaned her arm on the armrest and continued. We give them a life, a purpose, and a direction. There are people in this world who are born with everything and still can't find those 3 things. They have food, clothes, shelter, and even safety here. In exchange for those things, we expect them to wake up early, stay healthy and strong, learn to follow instructions, and become responsible and reliable. So, tell me something, Instructor. Are we mistreating them in some way? Or are we everything that every parent should have been to these kids but failed to do so? McFerris smiled and said, as I said, I have a lot of respect for what you do. I think these kids will owe their lives to you when all is said and done. You are the only structure and discipline that many of them will ever know, and they are better off for it. Most of them will probably want to come back one day and thank you for that. My concern is not about how you treat your cadets. I am more concerned about the Sentinel program. Payne interrupted her and said, "Instructor, I prefer not to talk about that program without Dr. Kennedy in the room." McFerris agreed and added, "I realize that, and I don't expect you to. I just want to remind you that while this place may be good for our kids, Phase 2 will turn them into weapons. I'm not so sure any of these kids will come back one day and thank us for that." Payne leaned back in her chair as if she was sizing McFerris up and thinking about her words as she said, "I used to jump out of planes at night during my military days. Did you know that?" McFerris replied, "I didn't know that, but I have to say I'm not really surprised." Payne continued, "Well, I had a lot of sketchy missions where I didn't know what was waiting for me on the ground, and the whole time we were flying, I was thinking about what could happen, whether I really wanted to jump, and what my options might be other than diving into whatever was waiting." McFerris listened as Payne continued. "At some point, though, I would find myself on the back of that gate stepping off. At that point, I stopped questioning what might happen and what could go wrong. I started focusing on what was happening right then and how to handle the things I could see, knowing I trusted myself to handle what might happen when and if it did. Instructor, we have already jumped. I suggest we take our mind off of what might go wrong here and realize that our attention should be on what is happening rather than what might go wrong." McFerris studied Payne for a moment. Unlike Payne, McFerris had a background in child psychology and realized that she was not thinking the same way Payne thought. Payne was a hammer designed to beat things into shape, and she was good at it. McFerris concluded, "I see your point, and you are right. We are past the point of no return, but I also know that you teach our cadets the importance of teamwork. Am I right?" Payne replied, "Absolutely. Then you will understand what I mean when I say you are also part of a team, and as your teammate, I am reminding you that there is more to these kids than their skills and abilities. They are people, and someone needs to think about what happens when they are too old to be of use to this program. Will they still have a soul? Will they still be able to live in a world where people are not targets or missions? Will they be able to survive in a relationship?" Payne sat silently looking at McFerris for a moment, and then looked at the wall of medals and awards next to her desk as she thought about being single, unable to make friends, and uncertain about where she would be when she was too old to be of use. After a few seconds of silence, Payne replied, "Like I said, Instructor, the time to change direction is behind us. We have jumped, and I suggest we all start focusing on the mission instead of the options we should have taken." McFerris knew that the conversation was not going to accomplish anything at this point, so she smiled and stood up as she added, "Like I said, Instructor, I have a great deal of respect for the job you do. I understand your point, and if I can be of help to you, I am here." Payne walked her to the door and closed it as she said, "Thanks for your time, Instructor." As Payne closed the door, she turned and put her back on it. She looked at the wall of awards again and thought for a moment about how much of her life had been sacrificed to make her who she was. As she stood there, she could hear the voices of every drill instructor and teammate she had ever known, telling her to suck it up and stop being such a little bitch. She swallowed her attempt at having something resembling an emotion and sat back down, burying herself in her work as she planned the future of Nikita and Cassie. Chapter 20. Confirming Payne's suspicion. Saturday morning, Payne had already set out on a 10-hour drive back to Nikita's old home in Alabama. The sound of the road could be heard just above the music playing quietly on the radio. Payne thought back on the years that she had spent alone and how much she hated who she had become. On the outside, she was a tough woman, but inside there was a void that she found herself constantly filling with more work. The more she worked, the less time she had to realize how much she hated being a cold, emotionless machine. A family and a life would have been a better choice. It was too late to change course, but now she was putting other young people into the same position she ended up in. As she weighed the pros and cons of being in the program versus being left to the foster system, she concluded that her work, while not optimal, was better than the option they would face otherwise. As she put the miles behind her, She eventually resigned herself to the fact that most people have no say in where life takes them, and at least she was giving these kids the strength they would need to face whatever came their way. Cassie and Nikita popped up at 0530 and had their uniforms on as they waited for Payne to make her usual entrance. 0600 came and went, and they stood next to their bunk, wishing they could sit down but knowing it would mess up the sheets. They stood there, looking at the clock and whispering to avoid waking up the other cadets. After a few minutes, both girls realized that if Payne wasn't on time, she wasn't coming. "Is this some kind of game?" asked Nikita. Cassie, looking just as confused as Nikita, replied, "I don't have the foggiest clue." Nikita whispered, "What do we do?" Cassie thought for a moment and said, "All I know is that whatever we do, it's going to be the wrong thing." Half an hour passed as the girls stood by their bed, whispering about what was happening and wondering what to do. Payne had not forgotten to tell the girls she was going out of town. This was just another game she was playing to teach them to be ready for anything. As Payne looked at the clock on the car dashboard, she chuckled a bit, knowing that both girls would be standing by their beds confused and not knowing whether to sit down, stay standing, or go look for her. She knew they would eventually figure out she wasn't coming, but knowing she made them get up early one more day was enough to keep her chuckling for several miles. Eventually, Cassie told Nikita that she was going to go look for Payne. After a few moments, she came back looking irritated. She left for the weekend. Nikita raised one eyebrow and asked, "Does that mean we don't have PT?" "I guess not. I'm certainly not going to stand here all day wondering about that. I'm going back to bed." Nikita agreed and climbed back into her bunk. Several minutes passed as both girls lay in their bunk staring up. After a few minutes, Cassie let out a sigh. Nikita replied, "I know, right?" "I don't even remember how to go back to sleep," said Cassie. "We have been waking up every morning for weeks, and now I can't sleep past 0530 even if I want to." Nikita laughed and said, "So, do you want to go for a run? Are you insane? We have a day off from Payne and you want to run? I love running. I don't like Payne deciding how long I have to run, but running makes me feel good." Cassie didn't reply for several minutes as both girls laid silently looking up. "Damn! Okay, fine, but no racing, and we only run 10 laps. Nikita jumped out of bed and said, "Deal?" Cassie added, "And don't even think about climbing ropes or push-ups." Nikita replied, "I'm crazy, not stupid." As both girls started the routine that Payne had engraved into their minds, they unknowingly proved that Payne had done her job well. She had both girls in a routine of staying in shape and starting off their day with exercise. If she had known they were out running, she would have probably smiled all the way to Alabama, but Payne was halfway through her trip and busy trying to make calls to have prints made and name tags engraved. She spent the better part of her drive accomplishing as much on her day off as if she had been in an office. Around noon, Payne arrived at a rusty old gate in front of an old house that was half standing and half burned down. The gate was open, and the chain was lying on the ground in the same place where the fire department had broken the lock to put out the fire the night Nikita left. Payne pulled up to the front of the house, which was mostly hidden by tall weeds. The grass was left uncut, and the house was empty. She could tell that no one had set foot on the property since the fire. As she stepped out, her foot landed on a stuffed toy that had been faded by the sun and rain. She kicked it aside and went to look around the house. Payne walked past the burnt end of the home to see what she recognized as the result of an explosion. There were plant pots and gardening tools at the ignition point of the explosion, and Payne concluded that there were likely chemicals being kept in the greenhouse that were ignited during the fire. She had seen enough explosions and destruction in her career to know that something took out a lot of the house suddenly. There were flower pots 50 feet from the house, and none of the walls on the burnt side of the house were left standing. She continued her walk around the house to the side left standing and carefully made her way inside. Knowing that the building might be unstable, she could see the room where Nikita's guest had paid Mama May. She made her way up the steps to the room where Nikita had slept. She walked over to the large window to see the view over the yard and gate where she had parked her car. The roof had light shining through, and the floors were barely able to keep from falling through. It had only been 2 months since Nikita lived here, and the fire had not damaged this end of the house, she thought as she made her way back down the steps. As Payne looked around the room, she wondered how anyone would allow children to be kept in such terrible conditions legally. As she walked out of the front door, she saw the fence that ran around the back of the house and opened into the field. Walking toward the field, she could see the oak tree that covered the gravestones of some of the children who had died in the home. Payne understood how these places worked. She knew that burying children at the home may have seemed like a generous offer by the owner to keep the children nearby to visit their graves, but really, it was a way to avoid questions. Most of these kids were nobodies and would be missed by no one. Having a small graveyard for them helped avoid attention being drawn to children who died and questions being asked about who they were and how they passed. The homes that were involved in selling children had a system and connections with the right people who all got their cut for causing paperwork to disappear and new identities appear. The system was so disturbingly simple and effective that one would even imagine how easy it was to take a child with no family and have them vanish. Payne approached the small gravestones and began reading the names when she was stopped in her tracks. All her suspicions had just paid off when she saw the name Nikita Nival carved into the small headstone. She took out her phone and took a photo of the name. This was all the evidence she would need to show Dr. Kennedy that her suspicions about Nikita were correct. Whoever the cadet she trained was, she was not Nikita Nival, and if she was pretending to be someone she was not, what else was she hiding, thought Payne. Payne remembered the confrontation with Nicole Radke and how she claimed Nikita was really Leanna Wells. Who is Leanna Wells? Payne scrolled through her phone and dialed a number. Hello. Hey, Chuck. I need a favor. Can you look up a name and give me everything you have on them? Yes, I owe you one. Okay, I owe you several, but I need this, so I'll have to owe you this one too. The name is Leanna Wells. She would be about 14 and was at a home in Sandview several years ago. She may have been in a home in Alabama a few months ago. Yes, that's all I have. Okay, thanks. Payne continued looking around and studying the house where the fire took place for over an hour. She looked at the kitchen area where the gas stove had ignited the fire and could see that the door, now lying in a pile of rubble, was burned at the bottom but had been thrown from the fire before it could burn. Payne had enough experience with explosives to know that whatever burned the door had to have been the ignition source of the fire to leave a burn, without lighting the door on fire, before causing it to be thrown from the house. She examined the door and found tape on the base of it. She couldn't prove it, but her experience told her that the fire was no accident, and she knew Nikita leaving the night it burned could not be a coincidence. Just then the phone rang. Hello? Are you serious? Are you sure you haven't missed anything? I understand. So, the only record you can find is a 3-year-old police report at Sandview Foster Care. What was the report about? I see. Can you send me that? Great. I appreciate you getting right on this, and you can put this on my tab. Next time I am in Washington, I owe you lunch. Okay, bye. Payne returned to her car and pulled out of the yard, still looking at the home in her rearview mirror. She knew that this would all have a serious impact on Nikita's future, regardless of what her real name might be. But one thing was certain. Her real name was not Nikita Nival. The files for the home were all lost, and Nicole, the only person who claimed to know her, had been shipped back to foster care after Nikita accused her of stealing her necklace. If it weren't for the gravestone, there would not even be a record of Nikita Nival. The girl Payne had been training was a ghost. The only proof she ever existed was lost and other than the name Leanna Wells, which was only a name on a police report connected to a home where Nicole claimed Nikita lived. There was no such person as Leanna Wells either, at least not anymore. Payne knew that her first order of business had to be locating Nicole to ask her what she knew about the girl calling herself Nikita. Payne's phone beeped, and she looked to see the copy of the police report. She glanced at it as she drove the back roads leading away from the home. Payne read the details of a girl who had drowned while swimming in a creek by Sandview Foster Care. The report said that the girl named Leanna Wells was swimming in a creek near Sandview and she suddenly went underwater in the creek and never came back up. According to the report, the police had no reason to suspect foul play, and there was no follow-up investigation. The incident was filed away as an accident, and was apparently the only record Payne's connection could find of Leanna ever having existed. Payne barely realized how long the drive back actually was because her mind was sifting through questions. How can a girl that drowns be mistaken for someone who is pretending to be someone else? It was all so confusing. If Leanna drowned, wouldn't Nicole have known that? Why would she accuse Nikita of being a girl that she knew had drowned? Was Nikita telling the truth about Nicole just making the story up to get her necklace? Could the gravestone just be a mistake or a practical joke from one of the other kids at this home? Everything about Nikita was beginning to confirm Payne's suspicions that she was not the girl that her test results claimed. Payne returned to her office after a long day of driving and called Dr. Kennedy. "Dr. Kennedy, do you have time to meet with me tomorrow?" "Yes, I understand it's the weekend, and I wouldn't ask you to meet me if I didn't think it was important." "Yes, sir, but I think it would be best not to have this conversation over the phone." "Yes, 10 o'clock will be fine." "Yes, sir. Thank you. Bye." Payne was in her office early Sunday morning waiting for Dr. Kennedy. This time he arrived alone, and Instructor Payne saw him approach the door and met him to help him in. He made his way to the desk and sat down as Payne took his cane and held his chair as he struggled to sit down. "So, what's this all about, Rachel?" As Payne made her way around to her seat, she said, "I'll cut right to the point, Doctor. I know you don't like small talk. Nikita Nival is not who she claims to be. We have already been over this, Rachel. I get that she probably had someone fill out her paperwork or answer the test questions for her, but I have been doing this for a long time. I knew the second that kid walked in here ready to fight that she was going to be great for this program. Nikki is one of a kind. I see it in her eyes. She is not your typical kid. I'm not being clear, Dr. Kennedy. Nikita Nival is dead. I don't have a clue who is in Dorm A. All I do know is that she is not Nikita Nival." Dr. Kennedy adjusted his glasses and looked at Payne. "Dead?" "Yes, sir. I visited the home where we got this kid, as I said I would, and I found a lot of interesting things. The home has a graveyard in the backyard. I took this photo." Payne handed her phone to Dr. Kennedy, showing him the photo of the gravestone. Well, that's very interesting, I'd say. So you took this at the home where we got Nikita?" "Exactly. I have no idea who our girl really is, but Nikita Nival is buried in the backyard of this house. Better yet, I found some interesting things when I looked at the fire that killed the old woman the night we came to get this kid. It was not an accident." "What do you mean?" "I can't prove this girl had anything to do with it, but the fire was set on purpose," Payne explained, reaching for her phone. As she changed the photo to show the door, she handed it back to Dr. Kennedy. "As you can see, there is evidence of a fire at the base of this door that was blown from the structure before it had time to burn the door in the fire. You know what that means given your experience. Someone used the door to ignite the stove. Think about that. If this kid is claiming to be Nikita Nival and the place she lived was destroyed along with all the files and proof that she existed, what are the odds that she didn't start the fire?" "Amazing. So clever," Dr. Kennedy said as he showed a bit of a smile. "I'm not sure you understand what I'm saying, Doctor. The girl we have in our facility is dangerous, unpredictable, and possibly a murderer." Dr. Kennedy took his glasses off and rubbed his brow. He set his glasses on the table as Payne waited to hear his response. "Rachel, I'm not talking about Nikita or Leanna. I'm talking about you. You are amazingly clever. You are my right hand in this place, but if people knew who you really were and what you are capable of, half the staff would be afraid to come to work tomorrow. I don't understand. The fact that you put all of this together by walking around a house that burned down months ago is both amazing and clever." "Well, thank you, sir, but I'm not sure you appreciate the urgency of this discovery. The girl we call Nikita Nival is in the dorm with these cadets, day and night. and she is more dangerous than either of us understand based on the facts I am submitting to you. Dangerous. Rachel, if people knew who you really are, where you have been in your life, things that you have seen and done, people would be afraid to be in the same town with you, much less the same facility. Since when are you afraid of danger? Comparing this kid's actions to my own is inaccurate and a little insulting. Everything I have done in my life has been in the best interest of my country. I followed orders. I have never taken it on myself to act on my own. I don't make decisions in the field to kill or act in my own interest. This child acts out of her own sense of self-preservation. She manipulates people to ensure the outcome she wants, and she has no sense of obligation to anyone, including her own identity. She literally disposed of her own life and took on someone else's identity to be here. The fact that she does not need orders to act is exactly why I wanted her here. The problem here is that you are failing to see the positives. Positives. This child has been lying to us from the day she arrived, and apparently everyone she has ever known for years. Dr. Kennedy put his glasses back on and said, "Don't forget, she also manipulated the kid in orientation, and according to your report, the girl who she claimed stole her necklace was probably the one telling the truth about knowing Nikki." "Exactly," Payne said as she leaned back in her chair. "She made us ship Nicole Radke back to the foster system, and she was probably telling us the truth. In fact, my guess is that she is the only person on Earth who knows the truth about this girl, and I plan to contact her and find out exactly what she knows. With your permission, I might even want to have her return to this program after we sort all of this out." Dr. Kennedy tapped his fingers on the edge of Payne's desk as he chose his next thought. "Rachel, do you know what I think?" Payne waited quietly for Dr. Kennedy to finish his thoughts. "I think you are the smartest, toughest, most formidable person I have ever known. You have earned my trust and admiration more than anyone could have ever hoped to." "Well, thank you, Doctor, but I don't understand what that has to do." Dr. Kennedy interrupted. That is why I am more certain than ever that Nikki is the right girl for the Sentinel program. Again, Doctor, I don't understand what one has to do with the other. I appreciate the respect you have for me, but if you respect me, you will respect my opinion that this girl is trouble. Yes, I understand, and while I do respect your opinion, you got outfoxed by a 16-year-old girl. If you had not gotten suspicious about the necklace incident, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It was sheer luck that allowed you to stumble upon the information you have. This kid fooled everyone. She managed to become Nikita Neval, erase her tracks, and even convince us that the only eyewitness to who she really is was nothing more than a thief and a liar. Better yet, we were planning to promote Nikki to Phase 2 with only 2 months in this place. If that's not what we are looking for, nothing is. Payne stared at Dr. Kennedy for several seconds, then said, "Doctor, I've always been a team player. I follow orders and do my job. I plan to do the same here regardless of my personal feelings about this kid. I just want to make myself clear. This girl is unlike anyone I have ever met. She is dangerous, and aside from Cassie Walls, I don't think she has a sense of connection to anyone or anything that she will not sell down the river when it comes to her survival. I don't know just how strong the bond is between her and Cassie, but I would hate to be Cassie. It almost seems unfair not to tell her that the girl she is calling her little sister could be the most dangerous person she will ever meet." Dr. Kennedy tightened his grip on the arm of his chair. "You not tell Walls a word of what we know. Not a word." "I understand, Doctor. I'm just making it clear that Walls is in danger the moment our Nikita decides she is in the way of her goals. Rachel, do you trust me?" Payne hesitated as she looked at Dr. Kennedy. "Doctor, trust is a big word, and I doubt we both have the same definition for it. But I do respect you and believe that you have a plan. I am on board with this team, and whatever you decide, I will carry out your orders as I already have. I have always preferred respect over trust. You see, trust requires that I explain myself, while respect means you don't need to have all the answers to follow my instructions. You get our girl ready for Phase 2 Monday." "Yes, Doctor. I have said what I have to say. I appreciate you taking the time to hear me out. I will get the job done. I have no doubt One thing I count on in this place is that I can count on you to get your job done. Get our team ready to leave in the morning. It's time to see what our girl is capable of. You can count on me to do my part, sir, but do I have your permission to contact Nicole, question her about who Liana Wells really is, and at least attempt to understand who Nikita may be? That's gonna be a problem, Rachel. Nicole was in a terrible accident on her way to her new home. I'm afraid she didn't survive. I was hoping not to have to tell you about this, but I see now that you aren't going to let this go. Payne stared at Dr. Kennedy silently, as the wheels in her mind were running wide open to process everything she was hearing and beginning to understand. Dr. Kennedy, you said a few moments ago that Nikita's personality is why you wanted her here. Did you have something to do with selecting her? Rachel, have you ever heard of Operation BioBlend? I've done more than hear about it. My team was assigned to help clean up that nightmare. What does that have to do with this? When Operation BioBlend was first presented for funding, it was supposed to be an attempt to isolate the best traits of animals and see if they could be used to enhance assets in the field by giving them an advantage over their enemy. Improved hearing, smell, sight, endurance, strength. The possibilities would be endless if researchers could crack the genetic code. The hope was to make superhuman soldiers that could outperform ordinary people. Doctor, I was there and saw what those idiots created, and it wasn't a superhuman soldier. It was disfigured children bordering on animal behavior. You already know I have said more than I am allowed to say about that type of operation, but I will tell you that nothing good came out of that. And when we were sent in to... Payne paused as she recalled what her team was required to do to erase this program and all of its results. Let's just say, we made sure that no one and nothing ever left that facility, so I don't understand what that has to do with Nikita. Rachel, I don't have to explain to you what need to know means. You have been to plenty of places where you did your job, based only on the information you needed, not on all the facts. Operation BioBlend was not completely terminated in 1978. The research notes and all the data were relocated, and the decision was made to stop live testing and await advances in DNA research. Payne's face began to turn beet red as she locked eyes with Dr. Kennedy. You have got to be shitting me. Tell me these people did not reopen that box. They did, but the circumstances were different. Advances in technology allowed them to run simulations before using live subjects. It was a far more humane system of development. They were experimenting on children. I'm not defending what the government allowed to happen, Rachel. It's terrible to think of what we have all had to do in the name of defending our country, but what is done is done. Doctor, was this facility, your company, involved in these experiments? If you were, I will be turning in my resignation effective immediately. Of course not. I had nothing to do with the program, but I was aware that they had succeeded in creating 2 prototypes. Prototypes? You make it sound like they were building toys. Are you saying there are kids out there who have DNA from animals enhancing their? Jesus Christ! Payne stopped mid-sentence as she realized they were talking about Nikita. As her face turned pale, she looked at Dr. Kennedy and asked, Are you telling me that Nikita is one of those 2 girls? Yes, but calm down, Rachel. You need to understand. Payne interrupted. You mean we put a government experiment in the same dorm with kids who could push her buttons and cause her to... Wait, what can she do? Dr. Kennedy adjusted his balance in his chair. I have no idea, but I can tell you that we haven't seen anything yet. It's a bit more complicated than just waiting to see what her abilities are. I saw what came from the first attempt to do this, and I wouldn't lock myself in a room with those creatures, so what can this one do? Said Payne. Instructor, I need you to calm down and remember that you are a professional, and I am your boss. I understand you are upset and confused, and I give you my word that I will tell you as much as I can, but I need you to compose yourself. Can you do that? Payne looked away at the wall for a moment and turned back to Dr. Kennedy to say, I'm sorry, Doctor. You just have no idea what I've seen. What they did to those children was unspeakable, and what they produced was, I can't even describe. One of our guys was bitten by one of these. things they created. An hour later, his blood had turned so thick that his heart stopped. It was like a snake had bitten him, and within minutes he was feeling weak and sick. These kids were dangerous and hideous to look at. Getting scratched or spit on could kill a grown man. Why would you put one of these things in this program? It's not like that. Those were different times. They were doing surgeries to implant cell clusters and add animal parts to see which ones would continue to grow and adapt. It was a circus, and that's why it was shut down. The research that was done later was only the manipulation of DNA by adding and subtracting strands of DNA. It's all too technical, but I can assure you that there are no two-headed children or kids with fangs walking around out there somewhere. What resulted from that program was data that was later given to researchers who had a better understanding of how to use only the traits they wanted without changing the appearance or mental stability of their subjects. Doctor, what do you know about the girl who drowned and the police report says is Leanna Wells? Well, I can tell you that her name was not Leanna Wells. How do you know? Because I paid to have the police report altered to say the girl who died all those years back was Leanna Wells. I needed to create a dead end for anyone who went looking for a girl named Leanna Wells, and by showing that she drowned, it allows anyone looking for what happened to Leanna to get the answer they need without finding her. So, you're saying that our Nikita Naval is Leanna Wells. See, I have been watching our Nikita for a long time, and her being here was by design, not by accident. But who is the girl buried in the backyard of the foster home? Nobody. Not anymore. Her name really was Nikita Naval, but she got very sick. I began providing medication to help her get better, but within a few weeks she died and was buried in the back of the old home. I saw the opportunity to contact the old woman running the home and offer her a huge sum of money to convince the girl known as Leanna Wells to take on the identity of Nikita Naval, and I sent McFerris to pick her up and sign her into our program. So McFerris knew she wasn't Nikita Naval? Of course not. I went through a lot of trouble to be sure no one knew the identities had been switched. Only the old woman knew because I needed her to convince Leanna to assume Nikita's identity. But the old woman, she died. I saw the house. I showed you the pictures. That was no accident. Did Leanna kill this woman? No. How can you be so sure? I mean, wait, you're telling me you had this woman killed? Rachel, if you would like, we can open each other's closet and start pulling out skeletons. But we both know that we have blood on our hands. None of it is out of hate or greed, but because we are doing what it takes to keep this country at the top of the food chain. And when we fail to do so, a bigger, nastier monster will take our place and probably do much worse. But why kill the old woman? We had the girl. Because she knew who Nikita really was, and I can't have that kind of loose end out there. Next week, next month, next year. Eventually, we would get a call from her or someone like her demanding more money to keep their mouth shut. I can't afford to turn on the news and see that someone had a moment of repentance and decided to spill all our national security information to the public. So yes, she had to go. Our job is dirty, but it is necessary. You and I both are tasked with doing some despicable shit, and I don't plan to apologize to anyone, including you, for the choices I make. Doctor, I don't need a lecture on patriotism or the need for cleaning up loose ends. The woman was actively engaged in trafficking children for profit. She can rot in hell. My concern is that you are keeping me in the dark while exposing me and my cadets to who knows what. Don't you think you owe it to me to tell me what you are doing with my cadets, instead of keeping me in the dark? Rachel, I'll only say this once. You are the heart and soul of this facility. You will be the single most transformative person most of these kids will ever meet, and their lives will be better because of it. You will likely change more lives, save more lives, and improve more lives by doing what you have done here than most programs designed to help ever could hope to do so. When I tell you that you are respected, appreciated, and admired by me and all the people here, I truly mean it. With that being said, I want you to listen to me carefully. I'm not a cadet. I'm not another instructor or a department head. The cadets in this facility may be under your care, but make no mistake about it. They are my cadets. This is my program, and I am your boss. If any of this is too much for you to handle, this is as good a time as any to speak up. Otherwise, we have a job to do. We have and will continue to get our hands dirty doing it. Payne was quiet for several seconds as she thought about everything Dr. Kennedy had just said. It wasn't her first time being reminded that she was a soldier, and her job was to take orders, so it wasn't the speech that was bothering her. Perhaps it was learning that Nikita was as much a victim in all of this as the kids who were experimented on years ago, or perhaps it was just feeling like her life choices had taken her down one too many dark roads. But nothing about this situation sat well in her stomach. 2 more questions, Doctor. What really happened to Nicole? Was she another necessary casualty in all of this? And does Nikita know what she is capable of? It was a car accident, Rachel. Nothing more. Just an unfortunate situation that happened at the right time. And no, Nikita knows that she has been in the foster care system since she was a baby and has no idea of what was done to her in the crib. That is why it had to be you that taught her about discipline, respect, punctuality, commitment, and endurance. You did the job I knew you would do, but not all that Nikita is capable of will be decided by her training. She has to be activated, so to speak. Payne studied Dr. Kennedy's face for several seconds silently. Activated. Why do I get the feeling there is plenty you are not telling me about Nikita Naval? How do you activate a child? First of all, I would caution you from this point forward to stop thinking of Nikita as a child. It suggests that she needs compassion and protection when in reality, she has the potential to become a dangerous person under the wrong circumstances. Payne started to interrupt when Dr. Kennedy held up his hand to stop her. Rachel, we won't let that happen. I just want to be clear that we are not dealing with a sweet little girl. This is and always has been a weapon, and the moment you forget that, you put yourself at risk. That would have been useful information to have before she nearly sent Cassie to medical in the arena. And Payne hesitated as she realized that she didn't plan to tell anyone that Nikita attacked her in the arena also. The fact is, you left me in the dark, Doctor, and someone could have gotten hurt. I didn't drop her off at the local grade school instructor. I left her in the care of the most qualified professional I know. Besides, she isn't dangerous yet. Not like she will be. What did you mean when you said she had to be activated? Dr. Kennedy was silent for a moment as he thought about how much information he should give Payne and how he should phrase that information. When Nikita arrived, she was given a basic medical checkup just like all of the other children here. But I oversaw her checkup because I had to turn on the first of 3 locks that are implanted in her. It was a simple process, but it requires a very specific level of radiation and ultraviolet light that prevents anyone else from accidentally or even purposely activating one of these keys. This is exactly the type of bullshit that I was afraid of. How does a child end up with keys implanted in her skull? Calm down, Rachel. I didn't put the keys in her head. The child is what she is. I just happen to know what she can do and how to make her reach her potential. Activating the 3 keys in the right order at the right phases in her training will ensure that she is not harmed and her progress can be monitored and kept within acceptable parameters for our needs. Doctor, give me one good reason why I shouldn't walk out of this office and leave this mess in your lap to deal with. I can give you more than one reason, Rachel. Be careful, Doctor. You may be my boss, and you may also have my respect, but if you are about to threaten me, I would caution you to remember who I am and how that would end. Oh, come now, Rachel. I have no intention of threatening you. I don't have to. I know you. I know that you understand how this works. And if you leave this program, it will carry on under someone else's supervision. I also know that you are as aware as I am that no one has a better chance of helping this child become something more than a lethal weapon than you do. Now more than ever I need you, and you know it. Nikita needs you even more. Payne leaned back in her seat, realizing that Dr. Kennedy really did know her well enough to know that her desire to be part of training young soldiers, even Nikita, outweighed her anger. Payne stared at the blank computer screen for several moments as Dr. Kennedy waited for her to process everything he had said. Everything began to make sense to her. Nikita's ability to run without getting tired, her speed, strength, it was all beginning to make sense. She was not just excelling, she was learning how to use the advantages she was given without even knowing she had them. I am of more use to Nikita and these other children as a part of this than I am at home, regretting getting involved. I am curious, though. What are these 3 keys? Nikita has 3 keys that consist of 3 chemicals that are contained within a protective capsule in her forehead, buried within her skull bone. Short of a horrific head injury, she is not at risk of being accidentally activated. What does activated mean? The chemicals in her skull open pathways in her mind that allow her to use skills that were considered too dangerous for a child to possess. The keys protected her from herself. As she becomes more mature, she will become capable of controlling the abilities that come with the other 2 keys. But when she arrived here, I activated the key that let her begin to use her physical abilities. She has always had some ability by the nature of what she is, but now she will become far faster and stronger. Her tolerance for pain will make her almost unstoppable short of killing her. You have already begun to see the way her body handles exercise compared to the other kids by looking at her biostats. But believe me, she is just getting warmed up. So, what do the other 2 keys give her the ability to do? Dr. Kennedy fidgeted with the cane hanging on the edge of Payne's desk. I'm not ready to discuss that just yet, Rachel. Frankly, the next level of her training will be at the beta facility, and they won't know what you know. The less people know about our Nikki, the better. Let's just say, at the end of Phase 3, all 3 keys will be activated. When that happens, she will be deployed, and God help the enemy that faces her. Okay, I think I've heard all I want to know about this. Why do I get the feeling I need to be looking over my shoulder after I leave here today? Dr. Kennedy let out a short laugh. Rachel, you and I are stuck on the same hook. I have as much dirt on you as you have on me, and whether it was done out of patriotism or not, the world would see both of us as monsters if either of us decides to start confessing our sins. We have worked together long enough for me to know that I don't have to worry about you telling anyone what I do for this country as much as I should be worried about you taking me out yourself. It's faster and easier for you, and we both know I can't run away. Doctor, I don't see you as the enemy. I don't agree with some of your choices, but I have the luxury of not having to make your choices, so I can disagree and still believe you have this country's best interest at heart. If I wanted to work with perfect people, I would be a nun. I'm not here to be your judge. I just hope tomorrow we don't both find ourselves facing the monster we create today. Well, Rachel, if that day comes, we will face it together. As Payne walked Dr. Kennedy to the door, she opened it and held it as he stumbled past her. Good evening, Doctor. Payne closed the door behind him, and she put her head on the door, resigning herself to the fact that she, as she had said to McFerris, had already jumped, and it was too late to second-guess her choices. Dr. Kennedy made his way to his office and closed the solid wood door behind him as he locked the handle. He reached for the edge of his wooden desk that faced the door and made his way around to sit in a large leather seat. As he hooked his cane on the arm of his chair, he leaned back and took a deep breath, releasing the obvious stress in his expression. After a few moments of staring at the door and thinking about his conversation with Instructor Payne, he reached for the phone on his desk and flipped a small metal switch attached to the phone line to ensure that no one was able to listen in on his call. He dialed a number and waited for an answer. Hey, Ben, it's me. That went about as well as could be expected. Yes, she knows. No, not everything, but enough. No, that's not necessary. Rachel is a team player, and if she believes what we are doing is in the interest of the country, she will not be a problem. No, she thinks the girl that drowned was just a coincidence. I told her that we were sending medication to help Neval, but she was too sick and died, so we used that opportunity to switch our girl into her place. No, she knows what we did with the old lady, but she wasn't heartbroken about it. The wreck, too. As far as she knows, it was just another coincidence. Yes, I understand that, But I've known her for a long time, and I will know if she becomes a problem. Besides, knowing who she really is and the things she has had to do in her career, I doubt she would want to start talking about a program in which she is as involved as we are. I plan to keep an eye on her, but my instincts are rarely wrong, and Rachel is not a problem. If that changes, I will handle it myself. Yes, they ship out to the beta facility Monday morning. I understand, and I will keep you up to speed. You too. Bye. As Dr. Kennedy hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair, the thought of how much effort he had put into getting one of the two most enhanced humans on Earth into foster care to escape being discovered, tracking her all these years until she was old enough to begin training, manipulating police reports, erasing witnesses, paperwork, and staff to create this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have the perfect weapon both encouraged and emboldened him at the same time. It had been a lifetime of work that began with developing the program for enhancing humans that had consumed most of his career, and soon he would have proof that his system could create perfect weapons as spies and soldiers. All he needed was a little more time to train the girl who was now reborn as a ghost, with no traceable past, and make her into the prototype he would use to become the only supplier of biologically enhanced assets in the military world. The memories of disfigured children used in his company's experiments so many years ago were about to pay for the advances he would soon achieve in the months ahead. All he had to do was keep all the skeletons in the closet, and soon his life's work would pay off. This thought settled in his mind as he grabbed his cane and stumbled to the door to enjoy the rest of the weekend, knowing he was so close to achieving his dream. Chapter 21. Graduation. Cassie and Nikita spent the day relaxing and talking about how great it was to have a break. Soon it was time for the lights to be shut out, so they prepared for bed. They had already shined their shoes, squared everything away, and even their bunks were still made from that morning. Most of the dorm was already asleep. They were ready for Monday morning to return to the insanity they had begun to expect from Payne. Cassie and Nikita were just about to crawl into their bunk when Payne walked in. The entire dorm sprung up and stood at attention. At ease. Go back to bed. Walls Naval. I need to have a word with you. Payne made her way to the bunk and stood in front of the girls as the rest of the dorm laid back down, but some of them were too tense to sleep, so they just listened. She just stood there staring at them for almost a full minute. Neither one said a word, and they kept looking straight ahead, wondering what this new game was that they were playing. Payne walked around their bunks and came back to face them. 8 weeks, she began. I have been on your ass for 8 straight weeks, and here you are standing at attention with your bunks made, shoes shined, locker organized, and looking as sharp as you did 8 weeks ago. It appears that nothing I do is going to break you or turn you against each other. You leave me. No choice. You are both out of here. Cassie's heart sank. And Nikita couldn't imagine what the words even meant, much less where she would find herself in a week. Both girls were so shocked they kept their eyes straight forward, still standing at attention out of habit. As Nikita was about to ask what they did to deserve this, Payne added, "Get your crap into a bag and get ready to leave. You're graduating to level 2 of the program." Cassie needed a minute to process what Payne was saying as she broke character and said, "Wait! I graduated." Payne, still looking serious, replied, "Am I using too many big words again?" Cassie completely forgot all her discipline as she squealed and woke up the girls who had fallen back asleep. She looked at Nikita and saw that Nikita was smiling at the good news Cassie got. Payne looked at Nikita and said, "Am I using too many big words for you two? I said get your crap together, you two are graduating." Nikita was unsure if she was misunderstanding Payne and said, "I have only been here 9 weeks, and I'm graduating." Payne replied, "Are you trying to change my mind because I will be happy to take another 9 weeks and give it some thought while you mop the floors again if you'd like?" Nikita looked at Cassie to see her reaction to the news. She thought Cassie would be upset that she was graduating after just 9 weeks, since she had to work 2 years to graduate. Cassie threw off her hat and gave Nikita the biggest hug she had ever had. Nikita looked like she had just gotten out of the spin cycle as her face showed her confusion about everything happening. Payne, always uncomfortable around displays of emotion, said, "Okay, that's enough. Pull yourself together, Cassie." "Yes, Instructor Payne," Cassie said enthusiastically. Nikita was just standing there working everything out in her head to be sure she wasn't confused about what Payne said. "I want all your stuff packed and ready to leave at 0500 in the morning. Say your goodbyes and wrap up any unfinished business you have here because you won't be back. Your next stop is our beta facility where you will begin Level 2 training." Before either girl could ask questions, Payne had turned and walked away. As the door closed behind her, Nikita snapped out of the trance she had been in and looked at Cassie. They both hugged and jumped up and down as the entire dorm heard what was happening and began to congratulate them. The celebration lasted for almost a half hour before the dorm settled down to go to sleep. Cassie and Nikita barely slept, wondering what the future would look like at a new facility. Neither of them understood much about the plans that awaited them, but the change sounded great. Graduation meant no more mopping and washing clothes. Having food, clothes, and security had a way of making the kids in the program resign themselves to the wait-and-see attitude that seemed to be the daily routine. Cassie had spent many nights wondering what they were all being trained for, and while she had a few theories, she had accepted not knowing the way things would be. Graduation was going to answer some of those questions, but Cassie already knew they were going to be kept in the dark until someone decided they needed to know the whole picture. Hearing Cassie moving around in her bunk, Nikita sat up and whispered, "We did it!" "Yes, we did, little sis. You're not upset that I graduated without having to do 2 years here like you did?" Cassie leaned over the edge of the bunk and looked up at Nikita. "Why are you so hard-headed? Little sis, how many times do I have to remind you that when you win, I win, and when you fail, I fail?" Nikita said. "So you're okay with this?" Cassie smiled at Nikita and said, "I am graduating, and I get to bring my little sis with me." Nikita realized that for the first time in her life she had been put to the test and survived. They laid back in their bunk, and by the time morning arrived, neither girl had gotten much sleep. By the time 0500 arrived, Nikita and Cassie had already made their way to the main entrance of the building where Payne had ordered them to be. As they stood in the lobby waiting, they could hear feet shuffling down the hall and several voices whispering as they moved toward the lobby. As the noise turned the corner, Cassie saw Slider and Sasha walking with 2 other cadets, holding large black duffel bags like the ones that were issued to her and Nikita to travel with. "What are you doing?" Cassie asked. Sasha replied, "We couldn't let you leave without us, so we packed our stuff and decided to join you." Nikita and Sasha laughed as Cassie repeated, "No, really? What are you doing?" Slider explained, "Payne came in this morning and told me to get my stuff and meet her in the lobby because we were shipping out with you two." Nikita asked, "You graduated too?" Sasha replied, "It looks like they graduated all 6 of us. I guess they figured they would get rid of all the riffraff at one time and make this a better place to live." Nikita laughed as Cassie introduced her to the 2 cadets who had been standing silently looking confused. "Nikita, this is Darnell and Brianna." Darnell nodded his head at Nikita as Brianna said, "I was wondering what you look like, chick. I hear your name every day around here, but no one ever sees you. If you were seeing me, it meant you were washing dishes, doing laundry, or mopping floors like me, so be thankful you only heard about me." Darnell added, "Yeah, I heard you only spent 9 weeks here and now you're graduating. Hell, I'd mop floors for 9 weeks to graduate. I've been in this place for almost 2 years. Cassie said, "Oh, let it go, Darnell. You're just jealous that she figured out in 9 weeks what took you 2 years. Darnell, obviously feeling that Nikita didn't earn her graduation, replied, "What did she figure out? How to wash a plate?" Cassie replied, "She figured out how to piss off Payne so bad that she decided to send her out of here with the rest of us." Think about that, Darnell. A cadet pissed off Payne, and after 9 weeks, she got so tired of trying to break her that she decided to send her out of here with the rest of us. Do you really think that's the cadet you want to make into your enemy where we are headed?" Darnell replied, "Whatever," as he tried to walk back his confrontational approach. Nikita looked at Darnell and said, "No, he's right. I didn't earn this like you guys did. I shouldn't be graduating just because pain couldn't break me after a few weeks, but I didn't ask to be here. I didn't drive myself to this facility, and I certainly didn't have a say in anything going on here. Unless you have a suggestion on how I should handle this, I think I'll just get on the bus and do what these people tell me. I have nowhere to go, and I'm not going back to the dorm and telling Payne I refuse to leave. So do you have any other suggestions on what I should do next, or can I just get on the bus with everyone else? Darnell just looked away, knowing he had no idea what other choice Nikita had but to do what she was told. Slider broke in to diffuse the tense feeling that was building between Darnell and Nikita and said, "Does anyone know where we are going?" Cassie replied, "Payne told us we are going to the beta facility." Slider, still confused, replied, "Oh well, that clears everything up then. Beta facility sounds wonderful, and it's got to be better than an alpha facility, which I assume is where we are now. Unless it's the Charlie facility and we are working our way backwards up the alphanumeric chain." Nikita and Sasha laughed as Cassie stared at Slider like he was annoying her. "Well, how are we supposed to know where we are going, Slider?" asked Cassie. Slider replied, "I just thought you might have gotten a brochure. I know how tight you and Nikita are with Payne. I just assumed she gave you the details while you were scrubbing dishes or something." Cassie laughed and said, "Yeah, Payne really opened up to us, and we got to see the softer side of her." She shared all the details about the beta facility and asked if we could catch up with her for a girls' day when we get there. Cassie looked up at Slider expecting a laugh, but his face was blank. As she looked at Sasha, she could see that something was wrong. Cassie didn't bother to even turn around as she continued. "All I know is that Instructor Payne has been an inspiration to me, and there is no one I have more respect for than her. So no, Slider. She didn't tell us what the beta facility is, and I'm sure she had her reason." Cassie stopped talking and slowly turned around, already knowing that her worst fear was a reality. As she turned, Payne was standing almost on top of her. Cassie snapped to attention as Payne said, "That was a lovely speech, Cassie. Truly inspirational." Cassie didn't blink as she replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne?" Payne stepped past Cassie a bit as she said, "We're past all that, Cassie. From here forward, you six are no longer cadets at this facility. Come with me." Payne began walking to the far end of the hall, and as she entered the large room where cadets met to talk between classes, the 6 graduates following her couldn't believe their eyes. There was a photo of each of them on the wall with their name and the year under it. As the team stood taking in the moment, Payne said, "You are the first team to graduate from this facility. As more follow, they will join you on this wall. Each of you are here because you proved that you are made of the type of character and strength required to move forward in your training. It took some of you longer than others, but all of you are here for the same reason. That reason is simple. You are here because you are ready. As you arrive at the beta facility, you will be met with a new set of challenges that will build on what you learned here. Make no mistake about this. What you endured here will pale by comparison with where you are going, but as I said, you are ready. Remember the photos on this wall and that they stand for something? They are not here to tell other cadets that you graduated. 2 years from now, no one here will even remember you, and these photos will just be faces on a wall, but they are not here for them. These photos are here as a reminder to you that you were put to the test and you had what it takes to survive. Never forget that you are survivors, and whatever you face in the months to come will only serve to make you stronger." The team was silent for a moment as they tried to process Payne's compliments and encouraging speech. They had never heard her speak like that, and it took them a moment to be sure she wasn't about to follow up with a list of insults or threats. "Yes, Instructor Payne," the team replied. Payne, not to be remembered as a softy, added, "Now get your asses on the bus before you get left here, and we have to start over." The team turned and headed for the bus without even responding to her order. Payne put a fire under them, and they headed straight to the lobby where a bus had arrived at the front door. As they turned to run to the bus, Payne stopped Nikita and said, "Naval, I want a word with you." Nikita stopped and stood at attention. waiting for the group to leave as she replied, "Yes, Instructor Payne." Payne looked at Nikita for a moment and said, "Nikita, you have been here 9 weeks, the last 8 of which I have been hard on you, but trust me when I tell you that in the years ahead, you will look back at this and see that it was nothing. None of this was a punishment, despite what you may have been led to think. This was designed to make you strong and allow you to begin discovering that you can survive under pressure. You haven't been here nearly as long as the cadets you are graduating with, but you are as tough, capable, and ready as any of them, if not more so. You are a quick study." "Thank you, Instructor Payne," said Nikita, unsure of how to react to compliments from Payne. "I'm not telling you this because we are going to be pals, Naval. I'm telling you this because I have been around long enough to know that you are going to continue to excel in this program, and in doing so, you are going to wake up one day and realize that this is all you know. This program will consume every part of you. Eventually, you will wake up and look in the mirror, and the person looking back at you will be the one you create. You will have no one to blame for who is looking back at you other than yourself. No one gets a fair shake in life, but some of us get nothing but obstacles. Never forget that all the obstacles you have been given are also the reasons why you will be stronger and smarter than the people who have life handed to them. Nikita, become a good person. Be stronger, faster, smarter, but most of all, be better than the people around you. Never let them be your excuse for bad behavior. Life isn't going to be easy for you, but you are tough. Keep your head up and don't ever become a person you wouldn't want staring back at you in that mirror. Do you understand?" Nikita's training urged her to just say, "Yes, Instructor Payne." But this was different, and she paused to think about everything Payne had just said. After a moment, she looked at Payne and stared directly into her eyes as she said, "Instructor Payne, I will become what you have taught me to be. I will be punctual, dependable, determined, and most of all unbreakable. I will fight when it's time to fight, and I will fight to win. I will know the difference between winning a race and winning the game, and I will remember that the toughest, scariest woman I have ever met was more of a parent to me than anyone I've met in life. Thank you." Payne was left speechless and completely unable to find the right reaction to Nikita's words. She realized that Nikita may be a monster someday, but if she was, it would not be her fault because today, she was a kid, and all she wanted was someone to make her feel like she had a family. After several awkward seconds of Payne having no idea how to react, Nikita broke the silence by putting her hand out and saying, "I will make you proud, Instructor Payne." Payne, almost paralyzed by the moment, managed to reach out to shake Nikita's hand, knowing that she probably wanted to hug her instead, but couldn't break character to do it. "Good luck, cadet. Keep an eye on Walls. She needs supervision," said Payne to break the awkwardness of the moment. "Now get on the bus before they leave you here." "Yes, Instructor Payne." Nikita sounded off one last time as she smiled and ran for the bus. Payne stood unnoticed inside the lobby window as she watched them board the bus. She showed no emotion on her face, but her eyes told a different story as she realized that she had just cut off a part of herself that she had built and sent it off with no idea if she would ever see them again. Chapter 22. Dr. Kennedy's Secret. As she stood watching the team board the bus, bound for the Beta facility, Dr. Kennedy made his way to her side, where he stood silently watching for a moment. "Once again, you did a good job, Rachel. They are ready." "I hope so. I was just thinking, the next time we see these kids, they will not be the same. Whatever childhood they may have had ends here. What happens next will change them forever." Dr. Kennedy, still looking out of the window, said, "You're a soldier. You know that sacrifices are part of freedom. No disrespect, Doctor, but I've sacrificed enough to know that it's rarely ever about freedom. When the smoke clears, it has always been about money and power." Dr. Kennedy took his stare away from the window and looked at Payne with a serious look. "I'm a little shocked that you don't think the two things are one and the same. Freedom is maintained by money and power. I'm getting too old to afford the luxury of questioning the system I have dedicated my life to. I have put all my chips on the table, and for better or worse, I have chosen my path. These kids, they seem more like sacrifices to greed than willing defenders of freedom. Rachel, are you second-guessing your role here? Not at all, Doctor. As I said, I am too old to change directions, but the one freedom I still have is my opinion. And what is that opinion? These kids are about to become dangerous weapons that are maintained by a thin leash. That leash is their sense of respect and dedication to us. And you have taught them to respect you, and the beta facility will continue their training and teach them to respect our goals and our purpose. Not Nikita, Payne said. Nikita will never know what it means to be a team player. Her sense of obligation is to herself, and I am convinced it always will be. I just hope we have a plan for what to do when she breaks free from our leash and turns on us, because she will. I'm certain of it. Rachel, as always, you are right. The day is coming when the girl we call Nikita is going to turn on us. She is not going to stand being ordered to do things she doesn't want to do. The looks she gave me the day we met told me that much. She will resist. Payne looked at Dr. Kennedy with a puzzled gaze, waiting for him to clarify. So why train her? Remember what we discussed about working on a need-to-know basis? Payne studied Dr. Kennedy suspiciously as he continued. Nikki has a leash. You can't see it, but I assure you she has one, and the end that's not tied around her throat is in my hands, where it will remain until I need to give it a tug. Doctor, you know that I have no idea what you're talking about, and you've already told me too much to think I'll talk, so what are you hiding from me? Rachel, for now, let's just say I have no intentions of watching the most important military asset ever created walk out of here unsupervised. For now, you are my leash, and I plan to keep you tied tightly around Nikki's neck until I am ready to remove her restraints. You will be shipping out to join Nikki and her pals at the beta facility in 1 week. Payne's face showed a mix of frustration and whatever she substituted for excitement as she asked, "Why did you wait until the last minute to drop this on me? I haven't made any preparations to leave. Who will take over the training here?" Dr. Kennedy smirked. Rachel, you have been shipped all over the world without a moment's notice. Besides, I came to this decision last night, and this is the first chance I've had to talk to you. Don't worry about this place. I have other instructors who can take over for you. I need you at Beta. Payne stared at Dr. Kennedy for a moment as if she was deciding what to say. Well, you're either quitting or going to Beta, and you're not a quitter. So what's it gonna be? Doctor, you know I follow your instructions, and I'm not going to quit this program just because you relocate my office. I'll be at home anywhere there are weak souls to feed on, but the kids here... Rachel, don't worry. Even if the kids here show up weak and unprepared without you here cracking your whip behind them, we both know you will more than make up for it when they arrive at Beta. These kids think this is tough, but this is just to make sure they are ready for what Beta will subject them to. I need you there more than here now. What exactly is it that you want me to do there? Well, as you just said, our Nikki needs a leash. You will have direct oversight on Phase 2 of Nikki's training. You will be in charge of Beta. For what purpose, Doctor? I've run this kid in the dirt for weeks, and she hasn't shed a tear. The only thing I haven't tried is tying her to a tree and beating her with a stick. How can I be your leash if she doesn't understand pain? No pun intended, but yeah. Dr. Kennedy laughed. Rachel, I keep telling you this, but you're not getting it evidently. You are the person I trust and respect most. Nikki represents decades of research and sacrifice. Failure at this stage is not an option. I can't think of more capable hands to leave her in than yours. Go train our girl to be you. I am assuming you have a program designed specifically for her training that you want me to carry out? Not really. I want her to train like the others, only harder because she is capable of infinitely more. Doctor, Phase 2 is designed to test mental ability as much as physical. Nikita has proven that she can handle physical stress better than anyone I have ever seen. But what happens if we begin testing her mind and she snaps? Can she handle mental stress? Do we even know? Dr. Kennedy shifted his weight to the rail along the wall and switched his cane to his opposite hand. He paused for a moment and looked around him to see who was listening. This is not a conversation for a hall full of cameras, even if they are our cameras. Let's just say our girl has 3 keys. One is already turned, and the next one will ensure that it won't be Nikki who is trying to keep up with the program as much as it will be you trying to find ways to raise the bar high enough to challenge her. I am leaving tomorrow to go to Beta, and when our cadets arrive, they will do the same standard medical checkup that we do when they arrive here. When they do, just as we did before, we will make sure our girl's eye exam includes a key turn for Phase 2. By the time you arrive next week, she should be more than ready to begin her training. We are playing a dangerous game, Doctor. There was a moment of silence as they continued watching everyone boarding the bus and loading their bags into the cargo bays. Tomorrow I will begin preparation around here for my reassignment, but my gut tells me that Nikita won't be anything like me when we are done. She will be something that keeps people like me awake at night. Only if we are lucky, Rachel. Dr. Kennedy began his usual slow-paced wobble down the hall as he echoed once again, "Only if we are lucky." Payne turned back to the window and swallowed an uneasiness that was creeping up on her. The thought of overseeing the facility where Nikita was heading made her anxious while offering her hope that maybe she could help guide her in some way, to be more than just the weapon that Dr. Kennedy saw Nikita as. Cassie and Nikita sat in the hard leather bus seats, waiting to leave for the Beta facility. Neither of the girls knew what was waiting for them when they arrived, but anything was better than more mopping and washing dishes. Nikita put her knees up on the back of the seat in front of her. "I'm going to miss the insanity." "Are you serious? You just got here 9 weeks ago, and all you have done is run and clean. What are you going to miss about this place?" "Consistency. Everything here is consistent. You have no idea how important that is until you live in uncertainty." Cassie thought about Nikita's comment for a moment. "I've always thought I'd miss this place when I finally graduated, but it looks like I get to take everything I like with me." Late-night talks with Sasha and Slider's stupid jokes. Cassie paused for a moment, knowing that Nikita would be offended that she didn't mention her as someone she would miss. After a moment, she said, "Oh, and you. I guess you wouldn't miss me." "I have no idea. You never go away long enough for me to know," Cassie laughed. "Oh, please. Your life was boring until I showed up." Cassie looked out the window and thought about the past few weeks. "You certainly have changed things. I'll give you that. I never mopped so many floors in my life until you showed up." "Cassie?" said Nikita in a tone that made Cassie realize that she was serious. "What, little sis?" "Thank you." Cassie looked confused. "For what?" "Everything. For the way you watched out for me here and helped me. I've never had a friend before, much less a big sister, so thank you for being so good to me." Cassie was caught off guard by Nikita's sudden show of emotions. In the weeks that Nikita worked with Cassie, she had never really let her guard down more than she had to. Cassie looked at Nikita to be sure she wasn't about to follow up with a sarcastic comment, but she was looking down at her boots, not sure exactly how to act. About the time I think I have you all figured out." "You're welcome, little sis. I'm glad we will get to do this together. We make a great team." I guess the people in charge really knew what they were doing when they paired us up. Evidently, they know us better than we know ourselves. The thought set Nikita's mind on a journey. Do they know us? They don't even know who I am, much less who I would be fit to work with best. I don't even know who I am. I may have changed names, but I am still me, I think. Then again, I changed lives too. If I'm using another girl's name and living her life, what happens to me? Liana thought for a while as the bus pulled away. Maybe I really am Nikita Naval. I have her life, her name, and her future ahead of me. Whoever Liana Wells might have become, there is no way she was going to have the opportunities that Nikita was facing. And, in the end, Mama May was right. There was no point in letting Nikita's opportunities go to waste. Up to this point, Liana Wells was pretending to be Nikita Naval, But as the bus left the facility, it was clear that the world had heard the last of Liana, and Nikita was determined to make a life worth living from the opportunities she had stumbled into. For the first time in her life, she was happy, surrounded by friends, and looking forward to a real future. She was so optimistic, in fact, that she all but forgot her golden rule. Never get attached to anything you aren't ready to give up, because life will take everything you care about sooner or later. The road ahead may have seemed sunny, but the storm that was brewing would soon remind her that Instructor Pain was not the only consistency she would know. Life itself has a consistency that outmatched pain and would soon remind